In New York, a catastrophic crane collapse in downtown Manhattan.
Holy cow! It suddenly became a war scene. Everything on this side of the block was totally crushed.
Disaster strikes a construction project in Texas.
This was a mistake that might have led to some tragic consequences.
In California, danger lurks beneath San Francisco's Bayside towers.
Buildings could be pulled off their foundations. I mean, it could be apocalyptic.
And in Germany, a thwarted attempt to remake Berlin on a nightmarish scale.
Some people say that Germania was a fantasy, was far too ambitious. It was impossible to build.
With big builds, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. Big engineering can make a lasting mark on a city skyline. But like any construction project, just one mistake can lead to disaster. Like this catastrophe in New York that gave residents a rude awakening.
We were still in bed, we heard a crash, and we felt the building move. Get dressed, see what the hell's going on.
A tragedy where mammoth engineering came up against the might of Mother Nature.
She's moving fast now. Oh, it broke!
Ultimately, this was beyond the point of no return, and the entire system toppled over.
This devastating collapse caused chaos on the streets of Manhattan.
When a crane this magnitude collapses onto the New York City streetscape, it's major news.
New York, the Big Apple, is the city with a world-famous skyline.
Engineers have been building big in Manhattan for well over 100 years. And for much of the 20th century, the city held the title for the world's tallest building with a series of gravity-defying towers.
Nowhere more so than in the financial powerhouse of Lower Manhattan. Born and bred New Yorker and city planner, Josh Vogel knows all about this area's bold high-rise history.
Banks and large companies started to build skyscrapers. They did that with the intent of kind of showcasing their wealth and their strength to the city.
The climb skywards continues today, but it started more than a century ago.
It's really amazing to think how old some of these buildings are and how historic of a city New York City actually is. We have buildings that are 100, 150 years old that are still standing today.
Sometimes this historic cityscape needs a helping hand to meet the needs of a modern-day metropolis.
Over time, there are different factors at play, like being more environmentally friendly, retrograding them for energy efficiency. But overall, as long as these buildings are upkept and taken care of, there's no time limit on them.
Maintaining these aging giants in an already crowded city is no easy task. Adrian Brügger is a civil engineer.
Arguably, this is one of the most challenging places to actually have to lift a load in the world. If you go downtown, specifically the financial district area, the streets are extremely tight. So this is the old part of the city. The streets were built for small buildings and then replaced by skyscrapers. You can imagine there's very little room to move.
In early 2016, one historic building needed to upgrade its modern utilities. So work began to install air conditioning units on the roof, more than 100 meters up.
This Art Deco office block is more than 20 stories tall, so it needed a monster machine to match. Luckily, everything is big in Manhattan, and that includes the cranes.
These cranes are massive, often taller than the building that they're building. You have a crane that's 3-4 blocks long, brought in on large tractor trailers, and then they're assembled here on site.
To hoist the cooling units high into position, engineers would be using a giant crawler crane with a boom around 60 meters long, attached to a 113-meter arm, known as a luffing jib.
The mission of this crane was to pick these loads up from the street and then literally turn and reach over a building and drop it more or less at the center of the roof. The luffing jib is this attachment to the boom that essentially gives you extra reach. It's almost like you're reaching into a kitchen cabinet. It's your hand that will be the luffing jib, where you can go to the back of a cabinet and pull out marmalade or whatever's in the cabinet.
These cranes don't just need great reach. With narrow streets lined by tall buildings, maneuverability is key. That's why it had to be a crawler crane.
One of the most amazing things about these cranes is that they're in no way tied to the ground. It's only through counterweights that are in the back of the crawler unit and just careful movement of the jib and the boom that the crane does not topple over.
But in a city that's the setting for many disaster movies, a catastrophe was about to play out in real life. Friday, February the 5th, 2016. Local resident of 30 years, Mark Goldman, was asleep in his lower Manhattan apartment.
About 8:30 in the morning, we were still in bed. We heard a crash and we felt the building move. Literally, the building shook. It was, get dressed, see what the hell's going on.
Mark's booming wake-up call was caused by this.
Okay, we're on the 30th floor now, and the crane's starting to move again.
Workers in a nearby office building captured the dramatic scene unfolding.
There he goes, he's moving fast now. He's dropping it really quick now. Whoa! Oh, it broke!
The 173-meter crawler crane boom and jib crashed down onto the streets below.
I was shocked. We came out the door and we see this massive crane, a whole row of crushed cars.
First responders rushed to the scene.
Within 10 minutes, we had police, firemen. It suddenly became a war scene. Everything on this side of the block was totally crushed.
More than 100 tons of metal was lying in a twisted mess on the streets of Manhattan.
The crane is like 3 blocks long. It's a monstrous thing. All you saw was crane.
City planner Josh Vogel was in his office nearby when he heard the devastating news.
It started a block down at the base on Hudson Street. It passed this area right here, and then it landed another block up on Church. This is not a normal occurrence. So when a crane, especially of this magnitude, collapses onto the New York City streetscape, it's major news.
The impact had damaged more than just the streets, rupturing gas pipelines, forcing an evacuation of nearby residents.
This was not a good situation. We smelled gas. We knew we'd have to evacuate. It was obvious.
While buildings escaped largely unscathed, 3 people were injured in the disaster, including the crane operator. And tragically, 1 passerby was killed. As the city reeled, New Yorkers wanted to know, why had this crane crashed to the ground so catastrophically? Much like the city's signature skyscrapers, the answer could be found by looking upwards.
This was New York winter, and on the morning of the collapse, it was both windy and snowing.
Not a hurricane or a storm type of wind. It was windy. It was a cold winter day.
But with a crane this tall, a typical winter's day can be enough to create catastrophe. As civil engineer Adrian Brugger knows only too well.
Wind is an incredibly strong force on cranes. A normal building or a bridge has a foundation that actually ties that building into the ground. In the case of the crane, it's just sitting on the street.
The key to safe operations with any crane is balance. And the taller the crane, the more sideways force the wind is likely to exert on it. So these monster machines have to work within strict limits.
In the case of the crane, if we have any sort of lateral force pushing on this crane, which has this incredibly long footprint, that can relatively easily topple it, which is why any wind over 20 miles per hour essentially negates the use of this crane. So you can see that it's very susceptible to wind.
On the day of the incident, the wind was gusting between 35 and 48 kilometers per hour. So the crane wasn't actually in operation. It was being lowered to safety.
If you've ever been in downtown New York City, the winds inside those street alleys can be quite intense. So at this point, the operator is just trying as quickly as possible to bring this crane down.
To do this, the more than 170-meter long boom and luffing jib would have to be carefully laid on the street, essentially attempting to park a giant arm longer than a city block.
The strategic way to do this is to pull the boom up as tightly as possible and then actually lower the jib until it hits the roadway. And the jib head actually has a set of wheels that then allow the jib to run along the street and just more or less just allow you to open up the crane on the street flat. You have this 2-block long creature, more or less. It's almost like a dinosaur going to sleep on a New York City street.
And just like when a crane is being operated, balance is key to a safe laydown. But here, the equilibrium was thrown off.
For some reason, the boom actually moves forward, so it lowers an angle. And what happened at the center of mass, along with the wind that is also pushing on the crane from behind, has moved beyond the tipping point where just the feet of the crane can no longer hold the whole structure in place, and the entire system toppled over.
Analyzing the onboard computer, the investigation discovered that the boom was lowered 5 degrees further than expected. And long before the jib was anywhere near the ground, the crane lost balance.
With massive, carefully balanced machines like this, even a gust of wind that we might barely feel can make all the difference.
In the grand scheme of things, 5 degrees might not seem a lot, but here this small amount likely proved catastrophic.
Just as the crane starts tipping, it looks like the crane operator actually pulled back on the boom to pull it back. But you can imagine, if I start tipping forward at that point, if I pull back, I still collapse. Ultimately, this was beyond the point of no return.
If this crane had crashed into a building rather than straight down onto the street, this disaster could have been a lot worse.
After the tragedy, the wrecked crane was dismantled and transported to a yard in Brooklyn for further inspection, while crews went to work repairing crushed pipes and repaving damaged roads.
It took them years to replace pipes in the street, so the aftermath took quite a long time, where the cleanup itself was fairly rapid.
The mayor announced manufacturers' recommendations would immediately be enforced, requiring all tall crawler cranes to lay down in winds of 32 kilometers per hour or more.
The major lessons to be learned from this incident are really that wind is a massive threat to these cranes. That reinforces the fact that we really need to invest not only in operator training, but also in building cranes that are inherently safer.
These cranes might seem rough and ready, but they're incredibly high tech and even have black boxes like an airplane. The hope is that wind-activated safety systems could be introduced to help prevent disasters like this in the future.
So while this was a rare occurrence of a crane toppling over in the middle of New York City, we really hope that safety precautions can be taken so something like this doesn't happen again.
In big engineering, regardless of what you're building, the devil is in the details. Miss just one thing, and the consequences can be catastrophic. Like this disaster in Texas that struck a hospital car park.
More than 100 workers heard a rumbling seconds before the whole thing crashed to the ground.
A collapse that shocked the community.
We got a little bit closer. It was devastating.
And revealed a small but potentially deadly weakness.
This was a mistake that might have led to some tragic consequences.
San Antonio, Texas, a city with a rich history, with its sights firmly set on the future. Lucia Garcia is a lifelong resident.
I am born and raised in San Antonio. It's a place where families come not only to live, but to visit.
For over a decade, this Texan slice of paradise has been growing by the day.
Lots of new buildings going up around San Antonio to accommodate so many people that are moving here. Definitely a place that is fast growing with lots of modern attractions.
As the population boomed, the city's infrastructure had to keep up. That includes vital services like this hospital in northwest San Antonio, which, in 2010, was due for an upgrade.
There was more people coming in to the hospital. There was plans for expansion of more beds and more emergency care.
The $900 million upgrade included a multi-story car park with space for more than 3,000 vehicles.
The bulk of the parking garage was an 11-story structure, but at one end it crossed an access road, so engineers had to build a special 7-story extension called the North Prow.
Step 1 was to build the skeleton before adding the parking decks. Dr. Jack Leifer is an associate professor of engineering science.
What they intended to end up with was essentially a concrete cage of columns and beams that was going to be completely in place before they started to lay the cast concrete floors in.
The first layer would sit above 16 concrete piers, each nearly 5 meters tall and joined by concrete beams, with 6 more layers of columns and beams above, creating a framework, before the decks would be poured. To minimize disruption, the main elements would be precast off-site before being brought on-site for installation.
Using precast elements is a really efficient way to build. It's like assembling flat-pack furniture.
But the big difference is that people and vehicles would depend on this structure holding together perfectly.
And like flat-pack products, to ensure everything lined up correctly, the parts arrived with pre-prepared connections already in place, as Dr. Jack Leifer demonstrates.
When I put this together and twist it together, you can see how they end up perfectly aligned. So threaded connections are used for alignment as well as for strength.
By 2011, the construction crews were making rapid progress, but their fast-tracked project was about to come to a screeching halt. February the 14th. In San Antonio, workers were midway through construction of the multi-story car park. At around 11:38, they reported hearing a loud rumbling and sounded the alarm. The crew rushed to clear the area.
Witnesses reported basketball-sized chunks of concrete falling to the ground. One said he saw columns leaning over.
A security camera across a parking lot captured grainy images of the collapse. News of the disaster spread across the city.
Around 1,500 tons of concrete and steel crashed to earth in less than 10 seconds.
When I first heard about the hospital collapse, I was pretty shocked about it.
First responders and trauma surgeons rushed to the scene.
Thankfully, it did happen in the medical center district, so that way there was help that was close by.
2 workers were injured, 1 seriously, but miraculously, everyone else escaped unharmed.
It's so lucky that workers heard the rumble and raised the alarm. Otherwise, the frame would have collapsed around them, and there could have been multiple fatalities.
An investigation was quickly launched to establish how a routine build could have gone so wrong. The security camera footage offered investigators a significant clue. It showed which columns were the first to collapse. Professor of Engineering Dr. Jack Leifer explains.
What you see is that you have those 4 columns, and the 4 columns were labeled in construction diagrams. Column O is right up against the glass facade. Then you have P, Q, and R.
From the footage, row Q appeared to collapse first. After inspecting the columns, the team discovered the alignment bolts were bent sideways.
These bolts were key to lining things up, but they weren't designed to support the entire structure. Once in place, grout would provide permanent support where the columns met.
This grout is squeezed like toothpaste into the gaps around the bolts. But unlike toothpaste, this grout sets rock solid, supporting the columns above, meaning that the bolts are essentially redundant.
We don't want the building structurally to act like a whole bunch of individual stacked beams. We want the beams to act like one long beam structurally. So the grout allows us to do that.
This isn't any old bathroom filler. This special grout is designed to withstand around 600 kilograms per square centimetre. That's like an adult elephant standing on a 2 centimetre square block.
As investigators scanned the damage, they found no traces of grout, which suggested that a key step had been missed for reasons that remain unknown. And there was a second problem with the bolts themselves.
When they went back after the building collapsed to check whether the bolts were correct or not, they found that they were too small. They found there were some holes in some of the plates that were found to be too large, and that contributed to misalignment that wasn't supposed to be there. In other words, the columns weren't stacked up exactly right. They weren't exactly aligned.
Again, for unknown reasons, the bolts used were not as specified in the design. And another key factor would only exacerbate the car park's instability: a lack of lateral support.
There were supports in place. There were lateral beams in place between P and Q and rows Q and R. But between O and P, there was only one set of temporary supports, and there were supposed to be 7 levels of support. So this face was essentially standing flat. There was nothing supporting it.
This structure was already potentially unstable. The lack of lateral or sideways support made things much worse.
On that day, these factors created nearly deadly results.
As one stack of columns started to collapse, it pulled everything else down with it. This really did come down like a house of cards.
After the investigation, construction began on a new car park, this time with lessons learned.
I would guarantee you that when they built this new and improved version, everything was inspected very carefully, and that no elements of the design were left out.
More than a decade later, the new and improved North Prow still provides the people of San Antonio with essential hospital parking.
If there's one lesson that can be taken from this, it's that whether you're building flat-pack furniture or a 7-story parking garage, you really do need to follow the instructions.
Every piece of iconic engineering is built on innovation. But sometimes that innovation contains a hidden weakness, a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. Like this flashpoint in California, where an entire city district could be wiped from the map.
This doesn't just threaten one building, an entire neighborhood is in danger.
Residents have already had a taste of the risks.
The support of the restaurant separated from the walkway. There was a gap of about 2 feet.
More than 100 years of history could fall into the sea.
Buildings could be pulled off their foundations. I mean, it could be apocalyptic.
This could change the face of San Francisco forever.
San Francisco sprung up during the gold rush and has been growing ever since.
During the gold rush, the population of San Francisco exploded as prospectors flooded in, hoping to strike it rich. The city never looked back, with businesses, residents, and tourists flocking to the city by the bay.
Architectural journalist John King is admiring what 1.5 centuries have built.
It's a big city with a lot of skyscrapers, a lot of buildings. You see these tall towers as high as 1,000 feet.
But the city's gleaming skyline only exists thanks to decades of trade down at the Embarcadero.
You really get a sense of the city's history. You see the ferry building from 1898. This used to be a very robust industrial waterfront. It was the largest port on the West Coast into the 1920s or 30s. And these finger piers all used to have lots of cargo going in and out.
Today, warehouses have given way to trendy cafes. Restaurant manager Flicker McGurran is an Embarcaderan through and through.
When we first started, we were the only waterfront restaurant. I knew that this was something that the locals wanted because I grew up here, and we used to have to go out of town to go and seek this kind of experience. So definitely very lucky to get this beautiful location.
With its long working history, the Embarcadero might seem like one of the oldest parts of the city. But it's actually one of the youngest, at least when it comes to the land that everything is built on.
The Embarcadero and much of San Francisco's bayfront land stand on a 19th century solution to a problem every coastal city faces. Where do you build when you've run out of space? In the early days of the gold rush, ships docked at the northeastern tip of the then small town. But as more space was needed, engineers filled in the mudflats to create a new shoreline, stretching from the Embarcadero west to the Marina District.
The earliest sections of filled soil in San Francisco, a lot of it was torn down from Telegraph Hill, brought in from other areas. It was whatever junk was left behind by people heading to the gold rush.
The bay was littered with abandoned ships. As the city grew, the hulls were swallowed up in the landfill and used to create the new shoreline.
A 5-kilometre sea wall was built to buffer the new land against the bay. It's behind this sea wall that the looming towers of San Francisco's financial district now stand. It wasn't until 3 decades ago that a shocking event revealed how unstable this man-made ground had become. October 17th, 1989. The Bay Area was shaken by a magnitude 6.9 earthquake. This was the largest tremor here since 1906. In Oakland, the Cypress Street Viaduct devastatingly collapsed, as did a span of the Bay Bridge. Incredibly, San Francisco's skyscrapers emerged intact, but structures closer to the bay weren't so lucky. Residents like Flicker were left reeling as the sea wall was damaged.
I was here in the '89 earthquake. We were at the restaurant, roadway separated from the docks, and that was horrendous. The support of the restaurant separated from the walkway, and there was a gap of about, I would say 1.5, 2 feet. So then we had to use a 3/4-inch piece of plywood in order to get into the restaurant.
But just along the coast, the Marina District was hit hardest.
In San Francisco itself, one of the worst affected areas was the Marina District on the city's northern tip, which saw multiple collapsed buildings with dozens damaged beyond repair. Like the Embarcadero, the Marina District was built on the historic landfill.
Embarcaderos knew they'd escaped lightly compared to the Marina district. But if another quake struck, would they and the looming towers suffer the same fate? The threat stems from the days of the gold rush. As experts now know, the old landfill by the bay is more vulnerable than the solid ground inland.
This is where this old inconsistent cocktail of landfill could be in real trouble from a phenomenon known as liquefaction.
Kim Blizniuk is an earthquake geologist.
The Embarcadero is at risk because it sits on a layer of sediment, and because that sediment is near water, the shaking from the earthquake allows for water to move through to the surface of Earth. As the water moves through the surface of Earth, it reaches sediment and saturates that sediment.
When an earthquake hits wet land, it can make the loosely packed soil liquefy or move around like quicksand. For the buildings on top, like the Embarcadero, this creates a dangerously unstable foundation.
As a result, all of the material and buildings on top of the Embarcadero will be shaken and possibly destroyed.
But there's another weakness lurking that threatens to leave the bustling Embarcadero district underwater. The more than century-old seawall itself is under threat.
The Embarcadero seawall is not a masterpiece of construction.
Recent surveys have revealed that the seawall is a cocktail of more than 50 types of concrete, sand, and rock in 23 different sections. There was no master plan. This was organic growth, using whatever was at hand.
A major earthquake could cause the seawall to just lurch forward. And once you lurch forward, everything behind it that maybe is already liquefied, it can just move.
The liquefied historical fill could slip, falling into the San Francisco Bay, taking dozens of towers with it.
You have all the utility lines under the Embarcadero, you have streetcar lines on the Embarcadero, you have the BART and Muni subway tunnel going beneath. All those things can be shut down, buildings can be pulled off their foundations. I mean, it could be apocalyptic.
This sounds like a disaster movie, but the threat is very real. All it would take is for a quake to strike in the wrong place, and the Embarcadero could be devastated.
As the danger looms, geologists like Kim Blizniuk are racing to learn when the next major earthquake might hit.
What I do to better understand earthquakes is I look at the landscape. I walk these faults, and I can assess how fast they've moved over geologic time. That is a fault slip rate. And a fault slip rate is directly correlated to when the fault will rupture next.
Experts predict a 72% chance of a major earthquake in San Francisco within the next 30 years, with the potential to shake the city at levels not seen for over a century.
But the city isn't sitting and waiting for the next big one to strike. Plans are being laid to shore up the seawall so that the Embarcadero and the towers have the best chance of survival.
San Franciscans, to their credit, voted a $425 million bond to start work on the seawall. Just now you're starting to see detailed project proposals starting to be researched and designed.
And citywide, discussions are underway for an early warning system that would buy crucial time, capitalizing on the critical delay between the first jolt from a quake and the destructive waves that follow 10 seconds later.
In those 10 to 15 seconds, we can duck and cover, shut off gas lines, we can stop transit systems, and by doing that, we can save lives.
But for the people of the Embarcadero, the unpredictability of Mother Nature is just part of doing business in the city by the bay.
You just never know what's going to happen. So no, I don't worry about stuff like that. I worry more about getting on an airplane, to tell you the truth.
In big engineering, Designers try to leave a lasting impression on the world. But sometimes big ideas lead to abject failure. Like this construction in Germany. A grand plan to create a dystopian nightmare.
This immense project would lay waste to one of Europe's most iconic capital cities.
An evil empire with a twisted engineering design.
That's the nature of Nazi architecture. It was meant to make the individual feel small and the state feel very large. It's the closest thing to bullying cast in stone.
As Hitler attempted to conquer nature itself.
Some people say that Germania was a fantasy. It was far too ambitious. It was impossible to build.
Berlin, Germany. In recent years, this eye-catching European city has become known as the capital of cool.
After London and Paris, Berlin is now the third most popular tourist destination in Europe, but its reputation as one of the trendiest places on the planet was underground and undiscovered for years.
For decades, it was closed off. A divided remnant of the Cold War. Journalist Ryan Murdoch lives and works in the city and knows all about its bohemian past.
Berlin has always been a remarkably non-conformist corner of a rigidly determined society and culture. It's the sort of place that attracts dropouts and artists and original thinkers.
But nonconformity and free thinking were in stark contrast to the ideology of the city's most infamous ruler, Adolf Hitler.
Hitler always despised the city. He hated the cosmopolitanism of Berlin, and he hated the cynicism and the wit of its inhabitants. And he wanted to remake the entire place into something more fitting for his glorious dreams of an empire that would control all of Europe and potentially the world.
And hidden in a dark corner of the city is this, a little-known concrete legacy of one of the most destructive regimes in history. All that's left of a grand plan to create a world capital known as Germania.
This massive scientific instrument is one of the only remaining traces of Hitler and his architect, Albert Speer's dystopian capital of Germania.
As historian Sean Stewart explains, Germania was intended to permanently memorialize Hitler's power and ideals.
Germania was the vision that Hitler had for the rebuilding of Berlin. And he had the idea that by building this magnificent new city, as he saw it, the idea of the Nazi Party would live on long after he himself had died. It was meant to show the stability and the permanence of this new Reich that was being built, as well as the power and the dynamism of it.
Designed in the 1930s by Hitler and his chief architect Albert Speer, the centerpiece of Germania would be the Volkshalle, or Great Hall, the largest auditorium in the world.
The Volkshalle was meant to accommodate about 180,000 people. It was truly massive. It was meant to be a gathering hall for speeches of Hitler and future leaders of the Reich.
This mega project to overhaul Berlin involved more than just this gigantic hall. It would also include a giant triumphal arch, 3 times the size of the Arc de Triomphe in Paris.
Yet two things stood in Hitler's way: the outbreak of war in Europe and the very ground he was standing on.
The problem that builders have here in Berlin, even today, is the fact that Berlin is built on essentially marshy territory. And so the soil is quite weak and the water table is quite high here. So to build heavy structures in Berlin is a difficult undertaking.
With these difficult building conditions and the war ramping up, Hitler's grand plans were a long shot from the start. So officials devised a way to test the swampy ground before construction officially began. They created a giant concrete structure known as the Schwerbelastungskorper, or heavy load-bearing body.
The idea was to begin with an experiment. If this structure held up to Berlin's marshy ground, then they could scale it up. And Germania, Hitler's vision for a world capital, would go ahead.
So the Schwerbelastungskörper was built to test the ground, basically.
Michael Richter is an architect and specialist on Berlin's underground history.
Der Schwerbelastungskörper als Probe für die Baubarkeit des Triumphbogens ist auf einen Bereich gestellt worden, wo mehr oder weniger auch der Triumphbogen gestanden hätte, um zu schauen, wie sehr der Boden unter der Last des Triumphbogens zusammengedrückt werden würde. Und hat in seiner Belastung simuliert.
The huge concrete cylinder would weigh more than 12,000 tons.
What they wanted to do was to build something that was going to be equal in weight to one of the pillars of the triumphal arch. And for tolerances, they were willing to accept 6 centimeters of subsidence.
Construction began in 1941, and once complete, the 21-meter diameter cylinder perfectly mimicked the ground pressure 1 foot of the arch would exert on the swamp below.
Sie wussten nicht, wie weit es einsinken würde, während man das baut. Und das wollten sie halt 1:1 untersuchen, um dann einen klaren Plan für die Fundamente dieses Triumphbogens zu haben.
But Mother Nature had a surprise in store. The structure sank over 19 centimeters, 3 times more than expected, in just over 2 years.
And so the result was that, of course, the ground wasn't strong enough to support such enormous loads. Some people say that Germania was a fantasy. It was far too ambitious. Albert Speer's father looked at the original version of this model, and he just stood there, and he, according to Speer's memoirs, he just looked at it for a minute, and then 2 minutes passed. He didn't say a word. Then he looked up to his son and said, "You're all mad," and walked out. Didn't say anything more.
For all its hubris, Hitler's regime had got its calculations wrong, dooming the fantasy city from the start.
This is where Germania began and ended. The ground was too soft to support the weight of the triumphal arch they wanted to build here. The water table in Berlin is very shallow, and the soil is a mix of sand and clay. So it's completely the wrong sort of place to build megastructures of this size.
Despite the evidence undermining the arch, one report suggests that Hitler decided to ignore the results completely and planned to go ahead with the Great Hall anyway.
But weight alone wouldn't have been the only problem facing the gigantic dome. Its acoustic design was so flawed that most of the audience wouldn't have been able to hear any speeches made inside the structure.
The dome would be 16 times higher than St. Peter's in Rome. This construction was so big that once filled, it could even generate its own weather.
The designers of the structure were concerned that it would hold so many people, like 180,000 fawning supporters. The moisture of their breath would form clouds near the ceiling. Dutiful citizens would troop to the Volkshall and spend their Saturday afternoons listening to the ranting of the Führer while being rained on indoors.
In the end, Hitler's defeat prevented the doomed project from ever getting fully started. After the war ended, demolition of the Schwerbelastungskörper was declared impossible due to the enormous concrete cylinder's close proximity to multiple residential buildings. Now overgrown by nature, it's another memory of a long, dark period for humanity.
The traces of the Second World War and the Cold War are all around us in Berlin, and this is one of the more bizarre elements of it.
In 1995, the heavy load-bearing body was entered into the list of Berlin's historic buildings, now preserved as the only tangible relic of Nazi urban planning.
This bleak building shows the length that this regime was willing to go to force its will and ideology on even its own people, and serves as a stark reminder of what might have been.
Tennessee, a mighty Mississippi crossing in danger of imminent collapse.
Once you fall into this river, your chances of survival are minuscule.
In Australia, huge demolition turns to disaster.
It went bang, started to collapse, and then nothing.
The catastrophic destruction of a federal building in Florida ends in tragedy.
It just all collapsed. Oh my God, there's people in there. Just how bad is this?
And in New Jersey, a devastating failure on a crucial highway project.
It was just unbelievable.
We saw the collapse. We saw the highway and the whole structure just fall.
With big bills, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. In big engineering, regular maintenance is just as important as cutting-edge innovation. Because sometimes when disaster strikes, danger has been hiding in plain sight all along. Like this catastrophe in Tennessee, a vital crossing with a potentially life-threatening weakness.
I could have been on that bridge. My family could have been on that bridge.
A busy Mississippi bridge with a perilous crack.
We need to get people off the bridge as soon as possible in both directions.
And a race against time to keep commuters safe.
We're like, what the heck's going on? It was not good. Extremely not good.
It affected Memphis. It affected the whole country.
Memphis, Tennessee. The mighty Mississippi runs through its heart, but it got its soul from rock and roll.
Some of the greatest music of all time has been recorded in Memphis. Everybody who was anybody, from Johnny Cash to B.B. King to Elvis. I mean, this is the home of Graceland.
Barry Moore was born and raised in Memphis.
What really put Memphis on the map is the music. All this stuff was taking place when I was growing up. It just made for a fantastic time. That's what makes Memphis special.
Music is still a big moneymaker for Memphis. The area attracts around 11 million tourists a year, generating more than $3 billion for the local economy.
For many travelers coming to honor the Memphis musical legacy, their first taste of the historic home of the blues is this. The distinctive M-shaped Hernando de Soto Bridge, also known as the I-40 Mississippi crossing.
The I-40 is one of the nation's most important interstates, stretching more than 4,000 kilometers from California to North Carolina. More of it passes through Tennessee than any other state.
Not only is the I-40 one of the busiest cross-country trucking routes, but the Mississippi River is one of the busiest commercial waterways in the world.
This busy waterway is subject to major floods, which ruled out building a suspension bridge. Instead, engineers opted for a tied arch design.
A tied arch bridge is like an archer's bow on its side. The ends of the curved arch are held together under tension by a horizontal beam acting like a bowstring.
Ted Kanazowicz is Director of Structures at the Tennessee Department of Transportation.
This is the tied arch structure, and the arch shape is held together by this tension tie beam. So the truss arch carries all the load of the bridge. And this tie girder doesn't carry the deck load, it only tries to hold the shape of the arch.
But with 60,000 vehicles crossing every day, the bow and string have to work in perfect harmony. Adel Abdelnabi is an associate professor of engineering.
You see that truck driving on top of the bridge? The weight of that truck will transfer using these cables up to the arch truss above. And at the same time, the truss will try to open because you're pulling them down. The only thing that's preventing them from opening is that tie girder. You can see it below the bridge deck. That's how this system works.
Construction was completed in 1973, and residents like Barry were so excited to try out their new crossing, they didn't want to wait for the official opening.
My family, before an interstate roadway would open, we'd get our bicycles, load them up, and then we'd go ride the interstate for a while.
For 5 decades, this epic bridge safely carried I-40 over the mighty Mississippi, an iconic gateway to Memphis.
One of the greatest things about this bridge, coming back home from a long trip, when you come across this bridge, you know you're back home. Seeing the city here kind of makes you want to pull off and check it out.
But in 2021, officials discovered the Hernando de Soto was on the brink of catastrophe. May the 11th, engineers were inspecting the I-40 Mississippi crossing. Shortly before 2 p.m., they noticed that something was very wrong.
Engineers called 911 to get this bridge shut down. Fast.
Memphis 911 emergency. Do you need police, fire, or ambulance?
I am doing a bridge inspection here on the I-40 Mississippi River Bridge. We just found a super critical finding, and one of the members that is split.
One of the crucial steel tie girders was almost severed by a massive crack.
We have a broken bridge member. We need to get people off the bridge immediately in both directions.
Vivi Merrick was on the bridge when traffic ground to a halt.
We're like, what the heck is going on? I think it was a firefighter that essentially stopped traffic by himself because he was like, oh crap, like this is terrible. We need to stop traffic right now. So it was like an emergency situation.
Now stuck on the bridge, Vivi knew things were serious.
We realized that it was not just a normal traffic jam. Oh my gosh, that's where we're kind of panicking. What are we gonna do?
This particular bridge carries 60,000 vehicles a day, but not only was it the closure of the bridge to traffic, it was the closure of the river to river traffic.
If this bridge collapsed, it could have been a huge disaster, not just for Memphis, but the entire country.
While it took around 2 hours to clear the bridge, thankfully for the time being, the almost 50-year-old crossing held firm.
I've been going over this bridge my whole life. I could have been driving across it the day later and it would have collapsed. So I'm glad that it was caught when it was. It was not good.
With the Hernando de Soto shut down, traffic was forced to detour through the city and over what's known as the Older Bridge.
The traffic tie-ups in the city of Memphis was just horrendous. Bumper to bumper, stop and go. It was a bottleneck everywhere.
Reverberations were felt across the entire country.
If you look at the map of the US, this represents the heart of the country. So having it shut down is like having a heart attack, and we saw that. It affected Memphis, affected the whole country.
A team of engineers was immediately sent out to assess the critical health of the structure, and within 3 days it was deemed safe enough for river traffic to pass below.
So the first thing that we did as a department was to declare that this was an emergency within the state because of the major corridor that it was. In the 3 days that the river was closed, more than 1,000 barges had already backed up on the river. So we knew that time was of the essence to get this resolved.
Allowing heavy lorries and other vehicles to drive over the top was a different matter. As a temporary fix, steel plates were secured around the crack. But while the team continued to investigate, the bridge remained closed.
This is the main navigation span for the river, and the fracture was found about 80 foot from this pier on the northern side of the bridge. The fracture occurred in one of the plates on the side, one of the plates on the top, and part of the plate on the bottom. So more than half of the section had been compromised.
The crack was in a critical girder which held one of the arches tightly in place. If the girder failed, just like a bowstring, it could release the tension, and the whole bridge would come crashing down into the mighty Mississippi below.
If we were building a bridge like this today, we would not use this type of structure because it's considered fracture critical.
If that beam had completely cracked, the entire bridge could have collapsed. It was just lucky the engineers found it in time.
The bridge inspector's swift action likely saved lives. With the weakness now identified, it was time for Memphis officials to devise a solution. But a crack this large doesn't appear overnight. Drone footage from an inspection 2 years earlier showed that the crack was already there. Despite its size at this stage, somehow it was overlooked.
I'm like, well, could it have collapsed a week ago when I was going over the bridge? So it freaked me out.
For local Barry Moore, the disaster triggered a memory of a kayaking trip under the bridge in 2016.
It's such a magnificent structure, I decided I'm going to take some photographs from the underside. When the news of the crack came out, I went to my computer, opened up the pictures, and then I started zooming in. And lo and behold, there was the crack. Wow, 5 years before they found the crack, and I've got a picture of it right here.
Officials needed to determine exactly how long the structure had been compromised and what caused the fracture in the first place. A section of the girder was analysed, and the results were shocking. It seems the crack wasn't 5 years old, but more than 50. And it started in a weld.
The forensic report that we got from the materials science people suggested that the fracture was located within the weld and probably dates back to when the bridge was originally constructed in the late 1960s.
The problem was not with the steel itself, but a byproduct of the welding process: hydrogen.
The fracture was caused by hydrogen embrittlement that was located within the weld. As welds cool, they give off hydrogen. It's just part of the process of the melting of the steel. So if the welds are not cooled properly, then hydrogen can get trapped within the weld and can lead to just a very small fracture.
This bridge seemingly had a flaw in it from the get-go.
If left unchecked, a small fracture can develop into a huge problem. And with over 20 million vehicles a year testing these welds, the flaw was bound to grow bigger and more dangerous by the day. Ultimately, if it hadn't been caught, it could have brought down the entire crossing.
I could have been on that bridge. My family could have been on that bridge. Once you fall into this river, your chances of survival are minuscule.
While the road remained closed, Ted Kanazowicz was tasked with the massive job of getting one of the country's most vital trucking routes up and running.
The solution that was chosen was to add capacity. For about 180 feet on the structure, we were able to get 50,000 pounds of steel plates located, fabricated, and installed. And we put plates on this outside where the fracture was, and we put plates on the inside that wasn't fractured. Just in case something were to happen, we wanted to have enough capacity on the structure to carry the load.
The bridge was fixed and fully reopened to traffic less than 3 months after the emergency closure on August 2nd, 2021.
There was a feeling of relief to have the bridge open, knowing that we had done a good job in fixing it.
The new welds were made stronger and cooled longer than the original construction. A federal mandate now requires that inspections are also carried out every 12 months on all fracture-critical bridges.
This was a lucky escape, and a powerful reminder that with aging infrastructure, thorough inspections really are the key to avoiding potential catastrophe.
In big engineering, careful planning is the key to success. But sometimes even the best laid plans can go disastrously wrong. Like this catastrophe in Australia, where a routine detonation failed to deliver.
It went bang, started to collapse, and then nothing.
A demolition down under that went viral around the world.
It was so darn well built. It was quite funny when it didn't fall down.
A building determined to stand strong.
Safe to say, this demolition didn't go according to plan.
Brisbane is Australia's third largest city and the state capital of Queensland. Joel Dry is a local TV news reporter.
Brisbane has a really vibrant culture, and it's also the climate that makes this a really amazing place to live and visit. To the north and south, you have the Sunshine Coast and the Gold Coast. Beautiful, world-class beaches, the crystal clear waters, the wildlife. It's an amazing and vibrant place to live and work.
Brisbane owes its success not just to the beaches, but to some of the world's most fertile farmland, just west of the city.
As well as the climate, it is also the soil that makes this part of Australia so special. And that was recognised shortly after the city was founded. Farmers moved in, started growing crops. That continues to this day. It is now known as the food bowl of Australia.
Farmers took advantage of the rich economic opportunities that came with the fertile land. This small town, Redbank, found its niche in a specific crop: malt.
Malt is the unsung hero of one of Australia's most popular industries, and some might say favourite pastimes, beer.
Beer is a really popular drink in this part of the country, and the brewing culture has always been really strong in Brisbane ever since the city was founded.
From the 1960s, Redbank's malt was stored in this 4,000-ton bank of concrete silos.
The structure might look like a simple piece of engineering, but like all silos, it had to withstand the pressure of thousands of tons of crops or other materials pushing against the walls from the inside.
Redbank became an integral supplier for Brisbane's biggest brewer, producing one of the country's most famous beers. Paul Tully was a member of the local government at the time.
The silo was an integral part of Redbank, and it was a prominent part of the Redbank community. It was a major employer in our local district.
By 2013, the industry had moved elsewhere and the silo stood unused and empty. The land was to be sold for a warehouse development, and the structure was slated for demolition. For silo worker Brian Verrill, it was the end of an era.
Worked there for about 20 years. I was employed to keep the plant running and producing malt. The workers there, we were pretty much like a family. It was like, that was it, no more work there.
But this building was not going down without a fight. Sunday, May the 12th, 2013. Demolition Day. Reporter Joel Dry was in Redbank to capture the event.
I was sent down here really just to cover what was going to be a spectacular shot, an amazing picture of a big silo going bang and then falling over.
Almost 100 kilos of explosives were primed and ready to go.
They let off a couple of siren noises to prepare everyone.
There was a bit of a countdown and then the big bang.
She came down a couple of feet and then started leaning.
It went bang, started to collapse, and then nothing.
Built to withstand huge internal forces, it seemed this silo wasn't going anywhere.
It didn't break. Some were excited, some were in awe, and some were laughing.
It paused, it got stuck, and the big question for a lot of people was, is that it? Is that what's supposed to happen?
The silo that had stood tall for 50 years was still standing, but just barely.
The whole thing was meant to crash down in seconds. Instead, this 4,000-ton building was left looking more like the Leaning Tower of Red Bank.
After a few minutes, it became clear that something had clearly gone wrong.
But how had a supposedly routine demolition failed so spectacularly?
Every rumour in the book was raised by the locals.
The plan was to bring down a silo like a tree by blasting a wedge in one side. The challenge was using just the right amount of explosives.
Alex Romenikov is a professor of structural engineering.
So here we have a model of the Red Bank silo. So what happened during demolition? The bottom part where the explosives were placed was removed by explosives. The building started moving and stopped. And the critical question is how much explosives is required to make sure that the building will tip over in this direction and completely collapse.
Too many explosives would risk hurling debris around the site, but use too little and the building wouldn't come down.
The explosives are the triggers. They do not bring the structure down. It's the gravity that brings the structure down.
There was a lot of speculation about exactly what went wrong. Most people tended to think that they hadn't used enough explosive.
So, what actually went wrong?
This structure was incredibly strong, reinforced with steel to cope with the massive forces from the stored grain, pushing both down from above and on the walls from inside.
Here, it looks like they may have underestimated just how robust this building was.
Another possible factor is the precise way the silo was built. Having witnessed its strength after working at the silo for more than 20 years, Brian Verrill explains the process, known as slip form.
Silos were made in one piece, where the whole thing went up in the air as they poured until the desired height, and the walls were about a foot thick.
In slip-form construction, the structure isn't built in sections. Instead, concrete is poured into a vertical mould, with the liquid rising slowly enough for the growing walls to support the weight above. Once fully cured, the continuous concrete structure is incredibly strong and has no joints to create weak points.
Which is why it took an awful lot to blow it up.
With the blast in the past and the silo still standing, it was time for Plan B.
Then we started to see some heavy machinery roll onto site, some excavators. We then started to get a sense of what they're going to try to do is try to push it down manually. They kept knocking out brick after brick.
40 minutes later, after the bulldozers had come in, it finally hit the ground.
Despite strong resistance, the silo was finally defeated. Gone to make way for a new warehouse development. Engineers remain tight-lipped, so we may never know for sure why the initial demolition went awry. But one thing is certain, this silo was built to last.
People and buildings are built tough in this part of Australia. When we get knocked down, we get up again. This silo, it's not going to get back up again, but geez, it was hard to knock down.
In big construction, every element has to work together in perfect harmony. Get that balance wrong and the results can be catastrophic. Like this federal building in Florida that was hiding a deadly secret.
It just all collapsed. What happened and what made this building fall apart?
A disaster that rained down wreckage on the people below.
You're looking at this building with a caved-in roof and vehicles piled on top. Oh my God, there's people in there. Just how bad is this?
And a tragedy that inspired a young engineer to bring about a dramatic change in regulations.
We don't want to put a price on human life. What can we do to prevent this from happening again?
Miami, on the southern edge of Florida, is America's gateway to the Caribbean and Latin America. But while this sun-drenched city has a lot to write home about, it also has a darker story to tell. Francisco Alvarado is a local investigative reporter.
If I had to describe Miami in 3 words, I'd call it a grimy, glamorous paradise. And the reason I say that is because it's a place that's full of beautiful people, beautiful buildings, but at the same time, there's a lot of people trying to come up and get away with things that they shouldn't be getting away with.
In the 1970s, Miami became a gateway for drugs being smuggled into the country.
There was this underbelly where, the drug trade started to blossom, and you had cartels starting to make inroads into Miami to start distributing cocaine.
In the 1970s, Miami became a gateway for drugs entering into the country. And it gained a reputation that was immortalized in popular culture with dramas like Scarface and Miami Vice.
It was time for law enforcement to take action. Now a construction site, in 1971 this plot was home to around 150 drug enforcement agents and staff, chasing down some of the biggest drug lords in the world. After graduating from high school, then 18 years old, Kevin Kramer inadvertently found himself with a summer job, fighting the war on drugs.
So when I first showed up for the job, I didn't realize it was for the DEA. Little did I know, though, that it was going to be in the forensic lab where they actually tested drugs that had been confiscated. It was not your run-of-the-mill kind of a thing that an 18-year-old would be doing.
Originally built in 1925, this 3-story building had a history that made it perfect for the DEA's purposes.
Back in the day, the building was actually a car dealership, so it had a unique feature where you could park cars on the roof.
So once the DEA set up the operations, there was no shortage of drug lords to go after. And they basically, when they would, get these guys, they would take their exotic cars and park them on top of the roof of the new DEA headquarters.
But the DEA's war on drugs was about to be dealt a major blow by a catastrophe that no one saw coming. Monday morning, August the 5th, 1974. DEA headquarters in downtown Miami. 18-year-old Kevin Kramer was on the job.
So the lab where I worked was on the east side of the building. The agents were on the west side of the building. And it was just like any other day.
But this was about to become a morning that Kevin would remember for the rest of his life. At 10:24 a.m., the rooftop parking lot directly above DEA agents and support staff collapsed.
This failure was so sudden. There was no warning. The roof just dropped.
And all of a sudden, there was just this whoosh. The lights flickered. It went dark for a little bit, and then the lights came back on, and we were all trying to figure out what the heck had happened.
Kevin and his colleagues were unaware that the west end of the building was now a pile of rubble.
Somebody said, "Clear the building." So we all raced out, and it was like something you'd never seen before.
Just minutes ago, 57 confiscated cars had been parked on the roof. Now they lay scattered among tons of concrete and debris, where moments before an office full of workers was having a normal day.
You're looking at this building with a caved-in roof and vehicles piled on top. All that comes to mind is like, oh my God, there's people in there. Just how bad is this?
First responders rushed to the scene as news of the disaster spread. And families across the city were left to wonder if their loved ones had made it out of the collapse alive.
The first thing that kind of crossed my mind after witnessing this was I had to let my parents know that I was okay. Later on, my mom has always told me that my dad, he was just quiet that whole morning.
As rescue workers frantically searched through the devastation, Reporters like Francisco Alvarado knew early on that the disaster was serious.
At the time, it was the biggest news story in Miami. Half of the building came down. It just all collapsed. I mean, it was one of the most horrific tragedies to happen in Miami.
16 people were injured in the tragedy, and sadly, 7 more lost their lives.
There was one story that really stood out of an agent. He was a Vietnam veteran, and it was like his first day on the job. And you start to think about things like that, and you realize just how lucky you were.
Half the building was lying crushed under tons of rubble and cars. Engineer John Pistorino, an expert in the field, was called to the site just hours after the disaster.
We were there right after the collapse. We were asked to go over there and investigate and find out what happened and why did it happen.
At first sight, some believed the culprit was the weight of the 57 cars parked on the roof.
As they accumulated more cars, that just created more load on top of the roof, which was one of the contributing factors to the building collapsing.
While there's little doubt what triggered the collapse, a parking lot is designed to hold cars, whether it's on the ground or up on the roof, so there had to be another reason why this one failed.
In an office used by undercover agents, John Pistorino quickly discovered that the building was hiding its own secret. While initial suspicions had focused on the weight of cars parked on the roof, John uncovered evidence pointing to a different reason.
When I started to look at what the issues were, I immediately recognized that it wasn't because it was overloaded or anything of that nature. I found corrosions and cracking concrete that had been hidden behind cosmetic paint.
The cause was tragically simple: massive corrosion to the building's infrastructure that was hidden behind a recent paint job. It turned out an engineer had certified the building 6 years earlier, without conducting what's known as a destructive investigation.
A destructive investigation is exactly what it sounds like. You have to damage part of the structure so you can really see what condition it's in. For example, chipping away at the surface paint to uncover what's lurking behind.
Removing the curtain, so to speak, to see what's behind it.
But the source of the corrosion remained a mystery.
This building was over 40 years old, and Miami's humid and salty ocean air had long been corroding the reinforcing steel. But it turns out that inside this particular building, there was another ticking time bomb from the get-go.
While examining nearly 6 tons of rubble, John Pistorino and the team discovered that the source of the destructive salt wasn't the local sea air alone. Rather, the salt was in the building's structure from the beginning, a result of sand composing 1/3 of the concrete mix.
Here, the specific sand was laden with salt, and they were using salt-contaminated water to make the mixture.
You have to recognize that we're here on the coast of Florida, so there's a lot of salt already present in the materials that make up the concrete. When we build buildings, we have to wash the rocks and the concrete and make sure we get the salt out of it down to a very low level so that we don't have salt in the concrete attacking the steel.
In the case of this building, it appears that the thorough desalination process wasn't done.
Salt was actually embedded in the original construction, so it had a high content of salt, which attacked the steel. So as the steel got bigger and bigger, it simply cracked the concrete.
This structure was in trouble from the beginning. The concrete that relied on steel for strength was salty, which in turn started to destroy the steel inside.
The salt within the concrete was slowly eating away at the steel, and thorough inspections weren't done to catch the problem before it was too late.
The building had already gone through all these inspections, so the staff that was working there really had no reason to believe that they were in any danger or that something might happen.
With the war on drugs ongoing, the DEA moved their vital operations to another part of the city. But drastic action was needed to prevent construction oversights from happening again. And John Pistorino played a key role in devising new regulations.
In the wake of the disaster, a countrywide program was implemented that required buildings over 3 stories tall to be thoroughly inspected and recertified every 40 years.
We look for telltale cracks. Then normally we will even take a chipping hammer and remove the concrete that's already failed to see how the condition of the steel behind it.
It was an old building, but it looked fine. But when you start to think back to this incident, you realize just how fortunate you were.
We don't want to put a price on human life, so we do what is necessary and look at a building and evaluate it as though we lived there ourselves.
An engineer's work is never done, providing bigger and better resources for a growing population. And the bigger the project, the bigger the problems. Like this calamity in New Jersey that took down a brand new roadway.
This failure jacked up one of New Jersey's busiest intersections.
A catastrophic failure during the middle of construction.
When I first saw the wall bulging out and the ground lifting up, it was just unbelievable.
This disaster left residents reeling.
We saw the collapse. We saw the highway and the whole structure just fall.
The United States relies on a vast network of roads to support its bustling commerce, tourism, and interstate travel. And for the East Coast, one crucial piece of pavement is this intersection on the New Jersey Turnpike near the small town of Belmar. Mark Matthews is a local writer.
You know, coming from Philadelphia, heading anywhere, whether you're heading down to the Jersey Shore, whether you want to head to Delaware, you're going to find your way going through Belmar. It really is sort of the gateway into South Jersey.
But in recent years, this 70-year-old interchange between Interstate 76 and 295 had become a nightmare for modern traffic. And locals like Marie Hiley.
The problem seems that you have to do a lot of weaving to get over to 295 and slow down on the ramps to 35 miles an hour.
You hit this point where everything just merges together. It's sort of like, you know, in high school when the bell rings and just all the kids are just kind of like bouncing off each other trying to get to the next class.
By 2010, plans were underway for a massive upgrade. The goal, to reduce the volume of traffic meeting at a single point.
The state looked at more than 20 alternative options, including tunnels and bridges and various combinations of both.
In 2013, the authorities revealed their $1 billion answer. Elevate the lanes of I-295 above I-76 with a 1.6-kilometer bridgeway.
In the end, they settled on a system of ramps and bridges that would allow traffic to flow smoothly through the intersection.
Before the bridge section was built, work began on the approach ramps. The simplest way to support an approach ramp is to create a wide sloping embankment and build the road along the top. But at its eastern end, the approach ramp would have to fit between existing developments.
On one side is a very large cemetery, and there's a Belmar Park housing development, which was on the other side. So they had to sort of wedge things in between these two very large developments.
With no room for large embankments, engineers designed a narrow ramp held in place with retaining walls, sitting on a smaller embankment. There was one more complication. The existing interchange was critical to both residents and commerce, so it had to remain open during construction.
You already have hundreds of thousands of people a day traveling the roadways. There's no way that's going to be fast and easy and painless.
The momentous project unfolded over 8 years while traffic flowed all around it, until one wet weekday in 2021. March the 25th, the town of Belmar was recovering from a torrential rainstorm.
This area had seen unusually bad weather, with almost double its normal rainfall levels.
Despite the weather, work continued on the new ramp while commuters travelled through the intersection. Just before noon, the retaining wall of the new ramp failed catastrophically. Local journalist Mark Matthews arrived to witness the devastation.
But when I first saw the wall bulging out and the ground lifting up, it was just unbelievable. Just shocked.
The ramp was left on the edge of total collapse.
The wall had just sunk. It kind of went like a U and had sunk down, and portions of the wall were crumpled. It's very frightening.
The interchange below ground to a halt as authorities raced to assess the situation. Luckily, no workers were on site when the wall failed. Authorities were forced to close an entire lane of I-295 as they stabilized the damaged wall.
This was going to be key to one of the state's most vital intersections, and it was failing even before it was completed.
An official inquiry was launched to uncover the cause of the collapse. Residents and drivers wanted answers too.
How does something that is brand new, hasn't even had any traffic driven on it, just collapse?
Just seeing that collapse has made everybody fearful of the integrity of the whole project.
Although the investigation is ongoing, Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering George Guar spotted a clue in the earthen embankment supporting the ramp.
You can see the big crack here, and also the earth embankment shifted to the left. So I believe the sequence is that earth embankment fell first, and then soil contained by the retaining wall fell in, because you're losing the support below the retaining wall.
The initial failure was caused by waterlogging. A shallow drainage channel at the foot of the embankment, called a swale, was specifically designed to allow water to collect and soak away. But here it looks like the recent storms may have tipped the balance in Mother Nature's favor.
I believe after the rainfall, a lot of water got into the swale. So if water level goes up in the swale, then it will raise up the groundwater table inside the earth embankment.
With the ditch full, the water couldn't drain properly from the material inside the new ramp, which made the whole structure vulnerable to movement.
The heightened groundwater table wasn't the only side effect. The water that accumulated in the ditch likely also caused erosion at the base of the saturated earth bank.
I believe that inflow have caused the erosion and scour at the toe of the earth embankment. I have a good reason to believe that led to the embankment failure.
The eroded embankment collapsed like a landslide, pulling the earth and the road with it.
I really hope that for future projects on our highways, that they would really study this project, the collapse of it, what happened.
Whatever the exact cause of the collapse, as the project moves forward, there's no doubt lessons will have been learned.
It's an unfortunate thing what happened, but it has the attention now, it has the engineers looking at it, and I really do expect we're going to end up with a roadway that is going to be stronger, safer, and it's really going to solve a lot of the local road problems that we're dealing with, both for commuters coming through the area and for the town of Belmar.
North Carolina, a raging inferno threatens citywide devastation.
The fire department started riding around saying, please get out of your homes.
Command to all units. We got to evacuate the scene. Leave any equipment on the ground, just leave it.
Catastrophe slices the Trans-Canada Highway in two.
Traffic was backing up for miles. Every good that is being transported across Canada is going across this bridge.
In New Zealand, an apartment building with a potentially dangerous weakness.
If the support fails, there's a risk of total collapse.
And on the Swiss-German border, a bridge build that was way off course.
Da hat man festgestellt, ups, hier stimmt was nicht. Ja, unglaublich.
With big builds, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. With big engineering, design and construction are just two parts of the equation. Sometimes problems arise in day-to-day operations. Like this disaster in North Carolina that struck fear into the heart of a community.
You couldn't see the sun. You couldn't see the sky.
Lives on the line as fire raged out of control.
There were people sleeping in their homes 750 feet away.
With an entire town facing total obliteration.
Every bit of ingredient for a massive explosive device was right here.
This could have been the biggest land-based explosion in the US since nuclear testing in the 1950s.
Winston-Salem, North Carolina, got its unique name back in 1913, when two neighboring towns merged into one, bringing together both people and industry.
At the time, Winston-Salem was North Carolina's largest city and thrived thanks in part to an industry that's fallen out of favor in recent years: tobacco.
And there was one product that really kick-started things: chewing tobacco. Journalist Chad Nance explains.
They decided to start adding additives to the tobacco, and they found that people really liked the tobacco if it had sugar, honey, and some other additives in it. So therefore, their business took off.
Within decades, the tobacco industry was booming. Farmers needed to ensure they could keep up with the demand for raw ingredients, and fertilizer was key to making that happen. Much of it came from this plant, built in the 1930s.
It was about the tobacco industry. It serviced the tobacco farms in the surrounding counties of Stokes, Surrey, and Davison.
For the next 80 years, the plant produced and stored a key ingredient for healthy crop growth: ammonium nitrate. John Merle is an associate professor of chemistry.
So ammonium nitrate is a great nitrogen source. Probably the most important use is in fertilizing plants.
The problem is nitrogen is highly soluble, so it's easily washed out of the soil by winter rains. The easiest way to replace it is with fertilizer.
Although vital for healthy crops, fertilizer-grade ammonium nitrate has a risky characteristic, making proper storage an absolute necessity.
It should be stored on its own in a well-ventilated area. Issues arise when temperature and pressure builds up, and this allows reactions to take place and allow it to explode.
As this 2013 disaster in Texas revealed, when around 50 tons of ammonium nitrate laid waste to a fertilizer plant and the surrounding community, leaving 15 dead with more than 100 injured. This explosion happened at a facility storing a fraction of the ammonium nitrate present in the Winston-Salem plant. a fact that would come to haunt the local residents. January the 31st, 2022, at approximately 8 p.m., a passerby noticed smoke billowing from the plant. Chad Nance was at home asleep.
My partner wakes me up to tell me that there is a situation 6 miles from the house. She said it's a fertilizer plant and it's on fire.
First responders rushed to the scene and arrived to an inferno.
Within an hour, the disaster was escalating fast.
Paralegal Danielle Jessera was working late when she heard the news.
We were working on some cases and I didn't know all the implications. I didn't even hear much about it. I just said, suit up, we're going down.
At the plant, firefighters discovered that ammonium nitrate wasn't the only dangerous chemical on site.
There's fertilizer in that building. Also, propane bottles are stored. It is adjacent to an ammonium nitrate area.
With gas also in storage, authorities feared a catastrophic reaction.
There were reports of explosions coming from the plant.
We've got flammable liquid running into all the ammonium nitrate. We've got active explosions going on too.
Danielle witnessed the scale of the fire firsthand and discovered the magnitude of the danger.
There was a big whiteboard, and in red, they had the worst-case scenarios written down. Basically, the worst-case scenario is that all of Winston and more blows up.
To protect the local population, around 6,000 people had to be evacuated, and fast.
The fire department started taking fire trucks and riding around making announcements saying, please get out of your home.
But the danger wasn't limited to residents. Firefighters soon realized this was a battle they couldn't win.
Command to all units. We're going to evacuate the scene. Leave any equipment on the ground. Just leave it.
We weren't prepared for this. We weren't prepared.
With the scene too dangerous for firefighters, the blaze burned through the night. When morning came, the damage was clear for all to see. Yet the fire was still burning.
The entire area of Winston-Salem was completely engulfed in a thick, acrid smoke. You couldn't see the sun. You couldn't see the sky.
As fears of a blast subsided, fire crews returned. But the wreckage continued to burn for days.
And the smoke sat on my neighborhood for 4 days. This was literally as if you were adjacent to a forest fire.
It was brutal. I mean, just walking outside in our area was brutal.
Finally, after 4 days, the fire was extinguished. But as residents waited for the smoke to clear, word began to spread that the whole city had come close to total annihilation. Authorities immediately launched an investigation, and one culprit appeared to be the building itself. Associate Professor of Chemistry John Merle explains.
An official report hasn't been made yet, but it seems that due to the age of the building, it could have been a result of an electrical issue or some other failure with the building.
The trigger may take years to establish, but there was another question. The facility was intended to store flammable chemicals. So why had the blaze been able to spread so quickly? Here, historic regulations appeared to come into play.
So the chemicals, from what I understand, were stored in a wooden building. Doing the research, I saw that they weren't required to have sprinklers because when the building was built, back in the 1930s, sprinklers were not required.
That explained the swift spread of the blaze, but there was another outstanding mystery. At the time, the plant was heavily stocked with ammonium nitrate and other volatile chemicals. So why had the fire simmered instead of exploding, like this 2013 Texas incident?
Looking at the chemical inventory, they actually found 600 tons when the fire broke out.
To put this into perspective, 2 tons of ammonium nitrate mixed with other chemicals has the explosive power of 10 tons of TNT. This place had 600 tons of the stuff. If it went off, the devastation would be too vast to comprehend.
I don't think that anybody had any clue at all.
In Texas, just 50 tons of ammonium nitrate triggered the devastating explosion. So what had prevented a much worse disaster from happening here? Ironically, it seems the rapid spread of fire through the wooden building was a blessing in disguise.
A confined space is crucial to an explosion, containing increasing pressure and temperature like a bomb casing until it fails, releasing a massive blast.
Because the building burnt down, this avoided volatile molecules from getting trapped inside the building and building up pressure and temperature that prevented the explosion from occurring.
Winston-Salem had experienced a miraculous escape, but questions lingered. Why had the fire burned for so long? John Merle has a theory.
Here we have 3 piles of chemicals. So the first one's going to be the ammonium nitrate. You can see there are some areas where it's starting to melt, but there is no fire. It can take a lot of heat as long as there's not a buildup of pressure. The next one will be pure sawdust. Some of the sawdust is lighting on fire, but the fire is generally not sustained. The last pile is the mixture of sawdust and ammonium nitrate. So as you can see, this will burn until the fuel is completely consumed. If there is a lot of fuel, as in the case of the fertilizer plant, then it can burn for quite a long time.
The official cause of the fire has yet to be released, but experts and the people of Winston-Salem are forever changed.
We have to look at this as a lesson.
The best thing to do moving forward is to ensure that the storage facilities are as safe as possible. Ammonium nitrate should be pure. It should be stored on its own in a well-ventilated area and a building that is not susceptible to fire.
There is hope that a change in regulations will allow residents to rest easy.
The solution is taking legacy industrial plants like this that deal with hazardous materials and moving them outside of city limits away from where people live. It's that simple.
Big infrastructure can be key to bringing the world together. But when trouble strikes, those crucial connections can cause major headaches. Like this disaster in Canada, a crossing catastrophe on the nation's most vital highway.
There was no warning. A section of the bridge lifted almost 60 centimeters into the air.
A crucial link gone in the blink of an eye.
We were cut off from all of the necessary amenities that one would need to survive.
And a race against time to find a solution for the entire nation.
The reality is if that bridge were catastrophically lost, Canada would be cut in half for a long time.
Canada is the second largest country on Earth. This vast wilderness is connected east to west by one of the world's longest national roads. Spanning nearly 8,000 kilometers, the Trans-Canada Highway.
The Trans-Canada Highway is like Canada's spine, linking the nation's provinces from the Atlantic to the Pacific coasts. It's a vital connection for this huge country.
And a crucial connection for remote communities like this. The small town of Nipigon, which sits just north of the Great Lakes.
Hey guys.
Richard Harvey has been mayor here for more than 16 years.
I'm born and raised in Nippigan. There is something that's just really special about this area. The immensity of Lake Superior, the wildlife we have around here, the natural beauty. It's a community, not just a place to live.
While the town has a population of less than 2,000, it's home to one of the most important parts of the entire Trans-Canada Highway. Completed in 2018, the Nippigan Bridge is an integral part of Canada's entire rail and road transportation network, carrying an estimated $100 million worth of goods every single day. Yet most people don't even know it's here.
Most people have no idea that there is such a place like this in Canada, and we're shocked that people don't realize how significant it is. It is identified as one of the critical infrastructures for the nation. If that bridge were catastrophically lost, Canada would be cut in half for a long time.
From the 1970s, the nation relied on this older two-lane span. But as traffic soared, it was clear that a bigger, stronger bridge was needed.
They recognized this as being a critical infrastructure and came to us with the proposal of doing a cable-stay bridge, the first cable-stay bridge ever built in Ontario. Just really an engineering masterpiece.
One major challenge was to achieve the necessary size and traffic capacity without impacting the Nippigan River below.
This area boasts some of the best trout fishing around, so you really want to avoid anything that can upset the environment. With a cable stay bridge, there's no need to sink piers deep into the riverbed.
But engineers didn't just have to contend with the river. Canada's harsh winters can make construction difficult too. As forensic engineer Jeff Archibald explains.
Some of the challenges for doing a bridge in Northern Ontario include the incredible temperature variations. We'll typically go from 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer to minus 60 in the winter. So we're talking about 150 degrees of temperature difference.
Steel grows and shrinks with the weather fluctuations, so each of the main girders was designed to be held in place by expansion joints that literally allowed the bridge to move as needed.
If you didn't take into account that the bridge has to expand and contract with varying temperatures, you'd actually get buckling. Think about a straw where you push on the ends, it will buckle. And then, of course, it becomes undrivable and unsafe.
The new bridge would be built parallel to the old existing crossing. Once the first half was complete, traffic would switch from the old to the new spans. The old bridge would be demolished, and the remaining half of the new bridge would be built, accommodating 4 lanes of traffic in total. But the first crossing of its kind in this province was about to make global headlines for all the wrong reasons. Sunday, January the 10th, 2016, just outside Nippigan. The first half of the new bridge was complete. For Mayor Richard Harvey, it was just another cold Canadian winter's day.
Come home from church and I was sitting down having a coffee and a friend of mine called and said, "Hey Richard, I hear your bridge broke." I thought he was joking.
But this was no joke. Just 42 days after opening, a section on the western end of the bridge had suddenly fractured, rising 60 centimeters into the air.
I got in my vehicle and drove down there, and lo and behold, the west side of the bridge, there was a drop. Not a good situation.
First responders and engineers rushed to the scene.
This one bridge disaster effectively split Canada in half.
Traffic was backing up for miles. And you gotta understand, every good that is being transported across Canada is going across this bridge.
With northerly winds and freezing temperatures sweeping through the area, it wasn't just the traffic that was in trouble. Communities across the province declared a state of emergency. Marcus Hardy is chief of the Red Rock Indian Band.
We have a lot of elderly in the community, people with overall health issues. We were cut off from food, from medication, all of the necessary amenities that one would need to survive.
No one knew what had happened or just how long this bridge would be down. But what they did know was that they needed to find a solution fast.
While luckily no one was hurt, people wanted answers. How could a bridge that was vital for the entire country break after just 6 weeks? The Ministry of Transportation launched an immediate investigation as news of the catastrophe spread.
All of a sudden, you know, this is on the national news, all over the United States, Europe.
The problem was clear for all to see. The northwestern expansion joint had failed, and the tension from the main cables had pulled the deck vertically by 60 centimeters. The question was why? Forensic engineer Jeff Archibald knows the case.
For a bridge such as the Nipigon River Bridge, one of the key components is going to be the end bearings. These bearings have to allow for the fact that the bridge is going to get longer and shorter depending on the temperature, as well as 80,000-pound trucks driving over it, which are going to cause other rotations, deflections, and all sorts of loads.
As Jeff demonstrates, the system allowing the bridge to expand and contract as needed is complex and multifaceted.
We're looking at a model to show the primary components of the beam and bearing on the northwest end of the Nipigon River Bridge. We've got the I-beam here. The I-beamer girder was bolted down to what was called a shoe plate. So we have a shoe plate here. You've got expansion and contraction, which would cause the end of the beam and the bearing to slide in this direction.
But the expansion joint isn't just exposed to lateral movements. With this type of bridge, the suspension cables were pulling upwards on the ends of the decks. And the investigation discovered there was a problem with the bolts holding everything in place.
On one connection, all 40 bolts that kept the bridge level had completely fractured. What they didn't know was why.
The failed bolts were sent for testing at Canada's leading research facility, the National Research Council. And what they discovered was shocking.
To cope with the huge forces at play, the bolts should have been tightly secured in place during construction. But here that hadn't happened.
And what that meant is bolts, especially on the ends, saw more stress than they normally would see. And because they weren't pre-stressed, what happened is bolts at the end failed.
The combination of temperature fluctuations, heavy loads from traffic, and the upward pull from the cables strained the bolts. And one by one, they failed.
When one bolt fails, it stresses the other 39 until another one fails. And you get a domino effect until there's nothing left to hold that bridge down.
Eventually, bit by bit, bolt after bolt starts to fail until finally the west end of the bridge moves up 2 feet.
The solution was as simple as it was ingenious. They would push the raised section back down using hundreds of tons of concrete.
Crews used brute force and more than 100 concrete barriers to level part of the bridge.
Less than 24 hours after the disaster, the bridge was partially reopened, while work continued on a permanent solution, this time with securely fastened bolts. Chief Marcus Hardy was part of the team.
I was actually an iron worker on that bridge after the catastrophe, so I got to see exactly, what was involved in making the bridge, in putting it all together.
On February the 25th, 2016, just 42 days after the failure, the Nipigon Bridge was repaired, and Canada was back on the road again.
The big lesson learned for all of Canada is that this is an important infrastructure, that Nipigon is an important community.
Simply because of some loose bolts, Canada's transcontinental highway was sliced in two. It's a clear reminder that in engineering, even the smallest components play a major role.
When they build big, engineers must always consider the best materials for the job. Any vulnerability, and the outcome could be devastating. Like this disaster in New Zealand, that was weakening a building from the inside out,
A minor leak can turn into a major disaster.
causing fear for residents.
There was evidence that there is lots of trouble.
And threatening a devastating failure.
There could be a catastrophic event, a balcony dropping off, people getting injured and possibly killed.
If the support fails, there's a risk of total collapse.
New Zealand, in the South Pacific, is a land of extremes, from its volcanoes and glaciers to notoriously wild weather. It's also home to the most southerly capital city in the world.
Wellington is often ranked as one of the most livable cities on the planet, and the vast majority of residents live on or around its scenic coastline.
This coastal capital might be popular, but it's the windiest city on Earth. Phil Pennington is a local journalist.
We frequently have winds of a 120, 140 k that in London would be a hurricane. Here that is a regular occurrence.
Wild weather isn't the only thing rocking Wellington. The city sits on an earthquake hotspot.
Because of the fault lines that come through Wellington, living in a real shaky place.
New Zealanders discovered long ago that in a quake, brick and stone buildings didn't fare as well as their timber neighbours. And today, like in many countries, nearly every home in New Zealand is built from wood.
Timber is one of the oldest construction materials, but it's also one of the world's top performers. When treated, it can be stronger than steel.
But it's more than just strength. In a shaky, windy country, timber's ability to flex with movement makes it the perfect choice. Richard Foreman is an architect.
In New Zealand, we have high wind pressure and buildings actually move over time. So timber has been used very successfully, and also it's pretty good in earthquakes.
Here, this success means wood isn't just used for houses. It's even the strength behind some much larger structures. Like this 11-storey apartment complex built in 1997. Roger Levy is CEO of New Zealand's Homeowners and Buyers Association.
It's an award-winning building. It's effectively 2 blocks. Most of the apartments span the 2 blocks with walkways between.
Like many other buildings, the stylish exterior covers a skeleton made from a timber frame. But here, the wood also helps anchor a standout design feature: cantilevered balconies.
Projecting or cantilevered balconies are relatively simple constructions. You have beams anchored inside the building that jut out, allowing you to rest your balcony on top.
For more than a decade, residents enjoyed their prime views across Wellington. But this award-winning building in the world's windiest city was about to be hit by a storm that ravaged the country. April 2014, and across New Zealand, wooden buildings constructed in the mid-90s were coming under scrutiny. The cause of concern wasn't earthquakes, but the nation's challenging weather.
We started to see issues arising with properties where inside the units moisture was showing up.
any moisture inside a wooden-framed building is bad news.
Timber is strong, durable, and can last for centuries. But if water gets inside, it can rot. And if left untreated, this can severely reduce its strength.
In Wellington, inspections of the 11-story apartment building revealed that it too was suffering from rotting wood. Sidhu Matwani owns an apartment here.
So a structural engineer came and looked. There was enough evidence from their expert eye that there is lots of trouble.
The rot was discovered near the surface of the structure, where the beams that support the cantilevered balconies emerged into the open air, leaving residents deeply concerned.
Cantilever balconies have no built-in redundancy. If the support fails, there's a risk of total collapse.
There's a lot of concern. At some point, there could be a catastrophic event of some description, a balcony dropping off, breaking, people getting injured and possibly killed.
The only solution: to close off every balcony in the building. And owners were demanding to know why their dream views of the capital had turned into a nightmare. Further investigations revealed the issue went deeper, exposing a potential flaw in the exterior cladding. For owners like Sidhu Matwani, the news was bad.
They did invasive inspections and then basically found that it was not just a localized issue. There is a problem with the cladding, that wherever they opened, there was signs of water inside.
In the world's windiest city, rain will find and invade any flaw in the exterior.
With the combination of wind and rain, you get wind-driven rain, which is far more, penetrates far more than if it just rained straight down.
Water getting inside the building was only the start of the problem, as it soaked and rotted the wooden frame. Architect Richard Foreman explains.
One of the things that happens is that rain gets drawn behind the cladding and sits under the timber, and of course it rots away, which was the case in this building.
And investigations revealed another potential route for the water to get deep inside, along the beams supporting the cantilever balconies.
If we have balconies that have the structure running from the inside to the outside, how you protect that from moisture getting in and damaging the framing at that point where it comes from the inside to the outside is tricky.
If not properly sealed against water, the cantilever beams can act like a wick, drawing water to their anchor points deep inside the building.
With cantilevers, where if that's not properly constructed, you get moisture getting sucked back into the structural beams that go back into the building, then the whole structures were starting to become unsound and of concern.
Whether the cladding, the beams, or both were allowing the water in, the real extent of the problem was worrying for everyone.
We don't know how much timber has been damaged behind the cladding until you open up.
It seems the only real solution would be to remove the outer covering, repair any damage to the frame, then reclad the entire structure, at an estimated cost of $22 million.
The repair costs were estimated to be 3 times the original construction costs. The good news is that the damage was spotted before there was a major disaster.
That's a small consolation for owners, forbidden from enjoying the view from their balconies until a fix is found.
As far as I know, the project to do the big fix, definitely not affordable.
Meanwhile, many hope the countrywide problems with timber-framed buildings will force the industry to find a permanent solution for the future. In big construction, every detail, no matter how small, has to be worked out with extreme precision. Even a minor miscalculation can lead to a major disaster. Like this catastrophe in Northern Europe. A vital border crossing that was way off the mark.
This should have brought two nations together. Instead, it literally kept them apart.
An engineering tale of two cities that didn't go according to plan.
Da hat man festgestellt, ups, hier stimmt was nicht. Unglaublich.
And a seemingly straightforward calculation that went wrong not once, but twice over.
This boiled down to simple mathematics, but it added up to a double engineering disaster.
The Rhine is one of Europe's most important rivers, flowing through 6 countries and defining national borders, including this historic location between Switzerland and Germany. On one side lies the German town of Laufenburg, and on the other lies the Swiss town of Laufenburg.
This isn't some strange coincidence. These two towns were originally one and the same until 1801, when Napoleon split them in two after victory in battle.
Not only do these two towns share a name and a border, they also share a common bond, remaining connected throughout the centuries by this old toll bridge. Marcus van Nijenhof is a boat captain and local tour guide.
So, wir befinden uns jetzt oberhalb der alten Zollbrücke. Sie wurde im Jahre 1908 erneuert. Der historische Stadtkern von Laufenburg ist einzigartig und er hat eine besondere Geschichte. Eine Stadt auf 2 Länder.
By 2003, it was clear that the old customs bridge could no longer cope with the demands of modern-day traffic.
Ist hier der ganze Straßenverkehr über diese Brücke gelaufen. Die Brücke hatte 2 Fahrspuren, aber der Verkehr in der Altstadt, da hat sich da immer gestaut, da war so ein richtiges Nadelöhr.
In the spirit of cooperation, both Laufenburgs agreed it was time for an upgrade.
Aber mittlerweile ist diese alte Zollbrücke eine reine Fußgängerbrücke. Also die ist eigentlich für den öffentlichen Straßenverkehr nicht mehr freigegeben.
The result was this. Just downriver from the historic town, the 225-metre-long Hoch-Rheinbrücke, or High Rhine Bridge. The pre-stressed concrete bridge was completed in 2004 at a cost of around 10 million euros.
2 countries came together to build a modern crossing, and construction costs will be shared equally.
In a further demonstration of unity, the bridge would be built simultaneously from both ends.
When you have 2 nations building from opposite sides of a bridge, one thing that's crucial is that you meet in the middle. But it's not always as simple as it sounds.
In a city divided by a river, a border, and even Napoleon Bonaparte, this bridge was about to make history for all the wrong reasons. Winter 2003. Construction of the new High Rhine Bridge was well underway, and it was undergoing a routine inspection ahead of the planned holiday season shutdown. Fabrice Müller is a local journalist.
Es war kurz vor Heiligabend, als die Ingenieure mit Schrecken feststellen mussten, dass man bei der Brücke einen Berechnungsfehler gemacht hat.
The bridge wouldn't be unifying anything as it currently stood. The inspection discovered that the Swiss side was lower than the German side, by a considerable margin.
This wasn't a tiny mistake. The 2 ends were out by over half a meter.
Instead of happy holidays, this had become a nightmare before Christmas.
Diese Brücke hat es geschafft, in die Geschichtsbücher einzugehen. Und wie man das letzte Drittel eingeschaltet hatte, da hat man festgestellt, ups, hier stimmt was nicht. Ja, ist eigentlich unglaublich.
This was an early Christmas present neither country wanted.
So how had a bridge, built by two countries with a reputation for precision engineering, gone so drastically off course? The mistake, it seems, could be traced all the way back to the drawing board. Dietmar Adam is a professor of geotechnical engineering.
So the general process of planning a bridge is to find, first of all, the alignment. And when you know this, you do some ground investigation, soil sampling, to get to know about the ground conditions. And then finally, you can do all the design of the bridge in detail.
But it was in the last part of the plan that things began to unravel.
In the designing stage, it was taken into account that there are different reference altitudes due to different sea levels.
Sea level is the base level for measuring elevation or depth. However, winds, currents, temperature, even gravity create variations, so the level can be different depending on where you take your readings.
There are differences between the different locations.
Here, this variation led to a miscalculation in one crucial detail: which sea each country was referring to.
They might be neighbours, but Germany uses the North Sea for its base level, whereas Switzerland uses the Mediterranean. Crucially, there's a difference.
Engineers were well aware that the Mediterranean level is 27 centimeters lower than the North Sea base level.
So the difference of the reference altitude was well known in advance. And it was the plan to correct it on the Swiss side.
This plan was seemingly straightforward. What could possibly go wrong?
Engineers factored the difference into their calculations. The only problem was they went the wrong way, effectively doubling the difference instead of cancelling it out.
Instead of raising the level on the Swiss side by the required 27 centimeters, engineers went the other way, lowering it by a further 27, meaning the bridge was now out by 54 centimeters.
I would say 99.9% of all cases, this will not happen because it is well known to the engineers that there are different reference altitudes between two countries.
So one side had to say to the other, sorry, we got the numbers the wrong way round. This had all the makings of a long-running catastrophe.
There was a double mistake. It happens, but it does not happen very often. It is really very seldom.
With the two countries starkly out of alignment, a solution was needed.
Like any situation where there's a difference between two nations, most of the time, the perfect answer is to meet in the middle.
Here they achieved that by raising the abutment on the German side by the now required 54 centimeters.
Fortunately, it was early enough that they realized the mistake. So the bridge foundation on the Swiss side was already finished, and on the German side they were a bit behind.
So konnte man den Fehler noch korrigieren, indem man halt auf der deutschen Seite den Brückenpfeiler erhöhen musste. Hier ist die Schweizer Seite, das ist die deutsche Seite. Und auf der deutschen Seite der Brückenpfeiler, der ist sichtbar höher wie der auf der Schweizer Seite.
Das war natürlich peinlich und man musste das korrigieren. Heute merkt man eigentlich davon als Autofahrer nichts mehr viel davon.
With the mistake corrected, the bridge was completed and finally opened on December the 17th, 2004. Almost a year after the disastrous Christmas discovery.
Mistakes can happen, but there is always a solution done by engineers.
The lesson here is simple. Always double check your calculations. And always, always make sure you know the difference between up and down.
Devastation in Texas as a deadly explosion strikes a major port.
It's hard to prepare yourself for something like that. You have to set that aside and just go to work.
In Spain, a mammoth construction becomes a major disaster.
Normally you go through life and you don't see accidents of that magnitude.
A catastrophic crane collapse in the UK sparks a desperate search for survivors.
When I entered, electrics, pipes, everything was all over the building.
And in Colorado, a vital highway that was on the road to ruin.
Those cracks just started getting bigger and bigger.
They've got to figure out how to fix the problem immediately.
With big builds, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. In big engineering, safety must always come first. Even the smallest mistake can cause a major catastrophe. Like this dredging operation on the coast of Texas.
This was an inferno of epic proportions.
A catastrophic collision on a terrifying scale.
It's a tragedy. It's shocking that they would hit something like that.
Deadly destruction that quickly became a race against time.
We knew something had happened, something big. Our goal is to save human lives.
Corpus Christi, Texas, a bustling beach destination on the Gulf of Mexico. It attracts around 11 million tourists a year. Fishing guide Captain Pierre Petrilla is proud of the town, now known as the Gulf Coast capital.
I certainly think it's the best city on the coast in Texas. It's very laid back. You have hundreds of miles of bays, the Gulf of Mexico. There's just a million things to do. It just has everything you could want from a water standpoint.
Like most Texas cities, the economy doesn't rely solely on the tourist dollar. Corpus Christi has another major moneymaker: oil.
The port of Corpus Christi is a major oil hub, shipping around 1.75 million barrels of crude a day. That's enough gas to fill the tanks of over 3 million automobiles.
In recent years, the port has regularly been the nation's top exporter of crude.
Since Corpus is a part of Texas, I mean, oil is everything. It's crucial to this area.
One strong reason for this continued success is a strategic location. Positioned on the western edge of the Gulf of Mexico, this deepwater port is a major gateway for commerce across the world.
The port's continually busy. There's constantly ships, from large tanker ships, container ships, to smaller barges coming in and out on a daily basis.
In 2019, work began on a huge redevelopment project to enable the port to accommodate some of the world's largest ships. Key to it all was creating a new dock using this 45-meter mammoth, known as a cut-ahead suction dredger.
The dredge is a barge with a long attachment, known as the ladder, sticking out from the bow, with a ferocious-looking toothed cutter head on the end, which gouges through the riverbed.
For accurate dredging, a 21-meter-long metal piling known as the digging spud keeps the stern in place, acting as a pivot, while a system of cables and anchors moves the entire dredger and cutterhead from side to side, carving out the sediment below. The debris is then pumped onto barges for disposal.
Once complete, the new channel would be wide enough for some of the world's largest supertankers to load up with crude oil for shipping all over the world.
Friday morning, August the 21st, 2020, dredging work was well underway. Nearby, Lieutenant Dan Gillis from the US Coast Guard was at the beginning of a 24-hour shift.
I was actually sitting in my office on the second floor, and one of my friends came in and he grabbed me and just said, "Hey, something's happening at the port."
Captured on the port's security cameras shortly after 8 a.m. Disaster struck. A huge explosion rocked the port. Around 6 kilometers away, Lieutenant Gillis and his crew immediately sprang into action.
Coming on scene, we knew something had happened, something big. The amount of smoke and flames, it's hard to prepare yourself for something like that. You have to kind of set that aside and just go to work.
The blast rocked nearby buildings and was heard hundreds of meters away. It turned the dredger into a blazing inferno.
We could see there was a barge there on fire, a large column of flames shooting out of the water. So we went into rescue mode. We're a life-saving service, and that's really our goal, is to save human lives.
As tugboats battled the blaze, the helicopter crew spotted 2 people still alive, but struggling in the water.
We recognized that they were in a dire situation and needed that immediate evacuation. We saw a port police boat, but they were on the far side, and the boat couldn't access them with the flames and the heat. So we realized that it was going to be our show.
Dan and the team's quick thinking and fast action had saved lives.
We picked them up. We didn't see anyone else in the water in that area. We gave it a good search, but the state of those gentlemen, we needed to get them to the hospital.
But not everyone was so lucky. Of the 18 people working on or around the dredger at the time, 5 were injured. And sadly, 5 more lost their lives.
I think it's always a shock when something like that happens, a tragedy. It is pretty rare considering how much dangerous materials they're moving in and out of this place.
Looking back at what we did that day, the other assets that responded, everyone played a part. I'm just happy that we were able to help the gentleman that we did.
With the city reeling, an immediate investigation was launched, and the source of the blast quickly became clear. Michael Wong is a professor of chemical engineering.
What happened for this explosion was that the dredgers basically hit a pipeline that they didn't know was there. They knew it was somewhere, but they didn't realize that where they were dredging actually hit the pipeline.
In an oil terminal, underground pipelines are buried everywhere. The problem here was that the cutter head struck one of the worst possible pipes, one that was carrying propane.
Propane is a highly volatile gas. Many of us will know it from camping stoves or barbecues, but it has hundreds of other uses for heating or as a fuel for machines.
When it's stored or being transported under pressure, propane is a relatively safe liquid. But here, when the cutter head pierced the pipe, the liquid instantly vaporized, which is bad news.
The amount that was released was about 6,000 barrels of liquid propane. As soon as the pipeline broke, it released the pressure, and then the liquid evaporated to form this gas. And the gas that was generated was about a couple of, you might say, symphony halls worth of gas. All you need is one spark to ignite that highly combustible mixture.
In an attempt to swing away, the dredger increased its power. In the process, it began sucking the vapor cloud aboard. With the engines running, the highly volatile propane found an ignition source. That explained the horrific explosion and fire. But during a routine dredging operation, why was the cutter anywhere near a propane pipeline in the first place?
There's pipelines running throughout the different bays and gulf and into the port. The pipelines are very well marked.
Most of the 8-kilometer-long pipeline was visible on the shoreline, but here there was an 80-meter section underwater.
6-meter-tall bamboo cane poles were placed on the channel side of the pipeline, around 15 meters apart to act as clear markers.
But less than a month before the disaster, Hurricane Hannah struck the Texas coast just south of Corpus Christi. And while the impact on the markers is unknown, according to testimony from the investigation, crew on the dredger didn't recall seeing any poles in the area where they were working. It also turned out that the exact location of the pipe had been miscalculated in the original dredging plans.
When you have a 3-ton toothed cutter head churning through the ground, any amount of drift or deviation could be catastrophic, as it was here.
Accidents happen and people make mistakes, and obviously somebody made a major mistake that day and it cost people their life.
Following the tragedy, the investigation recommended stringent checklists and rigorous safety protocols for both dredging companies and pipeline operators.
The report called for clear dredging boundaries to be introduced, and crucially, all pipelines would need to be marked accurately and checked, both on the plans and in the water.
It was also crucial for engineers to learn from the disaster.
The most important lesson out of this tragic event is that we have to treat all chemicals and materials with respect. It's terrible that we have to wait for an event like this to remind us how dangerous chemicals are and how important safety is for all of us.
A much larger exclusion zone around any submerged pipelines was also recommended, so that nothing like this could ever happen again.
This is an all-hands-on-deck incident. Looking back on it, I'm just really proud of what my crew did that day. You know, they performed admirably. They were heroes, and everyone on the water and on land. It was definitely a big event and something that I'll remember for a long time.
In big construction, every last detail must be checked and double-checked, because sometimes one small mistake can lead to tragedy. Like this catastrophe in Spain, where a major construction project came crashing down.
This was sudden and deadly. A massive piece of structure dropped onto the valley floor below.
A devastating bridge collapse that left a town reeling.
Normally you go through life and you don't see accidents of that magnitude.
And a disaster that quickly turned to tragedy.
Empezaron la gente a dar gritos ahí, y yo y mi mujer con la mano en la cabeza diciendo, madre mía, señor mío, la pila gente arriba.
On the southern edge of Spain, along the Costa Tropical, lies the small town of Almuñécar. Although it's now a growing tourist destination, historically this community has thrived thanks to agriculture.
The Costa Tropical might be less well known for tourism than neighboring regions, but as the name suggests, the climate here gives it an advantage for growing certain crops.
Originally from England, journalist Martin Mayal knows all about this region's plentiful bounty.
It's probably one of the few places in Europe where you can actually grow subtropical fruit like the avocado, and it really made a huge difference to the prosperity of everybody who lives here.
Avocados originally came from the Americas, but thanks to its climate, this region now produces around 50,000 tons of avocados every year, which is more than half of Spain's total crop.
And getting it to market has never been easier, thanks in no small part to this. Opened in 2009, the River Verde Viaduct, which connects the area to Spain's expansive highway system.
The Spanish highway network ranks among the longest in the world, and one of its most important roads is the A7, which runs more than 1,300 kilometers along Spain's Mediterranean coast.
It's made a huge difference for getting the fruit out of the area, getting it out to the markets. The old roads were always congested in the summer, so it made a big difference, and it was very much welcome.
For local farmer Jose Maria Vacas, The bridge had been a long time coming.
Me he criado en esta zona rodeado de huerta, el aguacate, la chirimoya, cada parcela de una persona diferente. Cuando yo era pequeño, jamás pensé que iba a haber un puente de esta envergadura tan grande en el valle. Yo jamás lo hubiera pensado, nunca.
Spanning around 550 meters across the ravine, the imposing structure is not one, but two parallel crossings, each around 12 meters wide.
The bridge might look complicated, but the concept is relatively simple, using beams sitting on pillars. The eye-catching arch helps spread the load in the middle, avoiding the need for a pier to be sunk into the centre of the valley.
Building on this scale across a deep ravine in mountainous terrain is a mammoth challenge, and they had to do it twice over.
Antonio González Herrera is a professor of engineering.
El problema ahí son las dimensiones. La altura de los pilares en este caso son por encima de los 60 metros, que estaríamos hablando de como un edificio de unas 22 plantas. No podemos ir trasladando piezas prefabricadas y colocándolas. Entonces la alternativa que tenemos es construirlas in situ.
In this case, that meant constructing the piers first, then using a temporary mobile scaffolding system, also known as an auxiliary bridge, to build the roadway. The steel falsework sits on two huge parallel steel girders around 9 meters apart, running the length of 3 piers and always securely connected to 2. The falsework has both sliding devices and jacks, allowing it to move along the structure as the bridge is built section by section.
El puente auxiliar está apoyado siempre sobre 2 pilares, ¿vale? Entonces tiene que tener una longitud que cubra 3 pilares, de manera que cuando lo vamos desplazando, al llegar al tercer pilar, el primero ya se puede liberar como apoyo.
This is kind of like a railroad, but here, instead of a train moving, the tracks slide along, span to span, as the concrete is poured, completing the deck section by section.
Construction began in 2002, and Jose enjoyed a ringside seat from his balcony.
Me quedaba muchas horas viendo cómo trabajaban cuando yo terminaba mi trabajo y lo veía por las tardes cómo lo movían y me impresionaba.
But the long-awaited bridge that would create a vital link for both tourism and trade nearly tore this small community apart. Monday, November the 7th, 2005, near Almunica, construction on the vital crossing had reached the central span over the deepest part of the ravine. Jose Maria Vacas was at home, having lunch with his wife.
Se encontraban unos ruidos muy raros, como forzando hierro contra hierro, y no era normal ese ruido.
Jose's instinct was right. He and his wife went to investigate. What they were about to witness was the community's worst nightmare.
Salimos al balcón y ya pues, empezaron la gente a dar gritos ahí.
Shortly after 3 p.m., with workers still on top, the steel falsework suddenly collapsed.
Yo y mi mujer viendo cómo se desmoronaba la estructura de hierro y yo y mi mujer con la mano en la cabeza diciendo, madre mía, señor mío, la pila gente arriba.
The same equipment Jose had spent 3 years watching, night after night, fell around 60 meters to the ground, right before his eyes.
Pues como pánico de ver que se estaba cayendo una cosa que jamás yo pensaba que podría pasar.
Local journalist Martin Mayal received a call to alert him that something had gone terribly wrong.
When I got here, everybody thought it was an explosion at first. Just the noise, the tremendous noise of the bridge coming down.
The community raced to help, Jose among them.
Y la primera impresión, pues, escombro por todos lados, polvo, donde hace justamente el arco.
Normally you go through life and you don't see accidents of that magnitude. So it took a long time to take it in and you just forget why you're there.
It quickly became clear that it wasn't just tons of metal that had fallen nearly 60 meters. Martin came across a distraught worker at the site of the disaster.
He sat down with his hands in his head and he was crying. One of his friends was down below. He had been with him moments before the accident, but he had left the area to do something else and he had survived.
This narrow escape was a stroke of luck. But there had been no time to evacuate the active site before disaster struck. At the time of the collapse, there were workers both on and under the bridge. 3 were seriously injured, but sadly 6 more lost their lives. The collapse was the worst work-related accident in the region's history, and the community wanted answers.
Días después del accidente, pues toda la gente en el barrio especulando y todo el mundo preguntaba igual que cómo podía pasar eso en la época que vivimos, tener un fallo de esa magnitud.
Initial speculation focused on the bridge's distinctive concrete arches.
Some of the first photographs in the news showed one of the concrete arches on the ground, giving the impression that maybe that's what had failed.
But this arch couldn't be the cause of the collapse. It had never even left the ground. Professor of Engineering Antonio González Herrera explains.
Realmente el hormigón no cayó, lo que cayó fue toda la estructura de acero. Y eso fue suficiente para arrastrar pues, a los operarios que le afectaron.
A judicial inquiry was launched and immediately focused on the temporary steel support known as a movable scaffolding system. While the central section carries the weight of the machinery and wet concrete, the 2 lighter side sections are connected using flexible bolts instead of welded joints, allowing the structure to be more maneuverable.
En el caso del accidente del puente de Almuñécar, lo que ha identificado el informe con bastante claridad es que el origen del fallo se produjo precisamente en una de las uniones entre la parte central del puente auxiliar y uno de los laterales. Unos tornillos fallaron, se produjo el fallo inicial y eso desencadenó un fallo en cadena.
But how had a tried and true method used around the world failed so catastrophically here?
The temporary structure is under constant pressure from the huge loads on top, and also from the movement along the bridge, so the bolts need to be able to withstand massive forces.
Over time, cyclic loading or repeated stressors can cause the connections to work themselves loose, which can be disastrous.
Lo que dice el informe es que uno de los tornillos, entre la parte más rígida y la parte lateral, estaban aflojados, ¿vale? La diferencia entre un tornillo que está apretado o un tornillo que está aflojado es su capacidad resistente, ¿vale? La capacidad de mantener la unión pegada.
While we don't know for sure, this tragedy could be down to something as simple as a loose screw.
Ese tornillo debía de estar apretado, debería de estar con una determinada fuerza de apriete y lo que el informe determinó es que no era así y por ello se considera que ese fue el origen de la causa del fallo.
The weight of the bridge materials combined with the temporary structure meant this one joint failure was enough to bring the whole structure crashing to the ground.
One of the advantages of this construction system is its flexibility, particularly over tricky terrain. But here, it seems that it might have also been its greatest flaw.
In the months that followed, the rubble was cleared, and the job of rebuilding not just the bridge, but the community commenced. 4 years after the disaster, with lessons learned, the crossing was finally complete.
Siempre que mira uno al puente, siempre se acuerda uno del día de la catástrofe diciendo, ¿cómo pudo suceder una cosa así? Claro, como hace muchos años, pues lo recuerdan menos. Pero siempre, cuando nos reunimos, siempre alguna vez sale la conversación del puente.
In 2006, a plaque was erected to serve as a memorial to the workers who died that day.
This tragedy is a powerful reminder that even the mightiest structures can be brought down by the tiniest of flaws.
For engineers to build on an epic scale, the execution is as important as the planning. Just one small mistake can turn a triumph into a disaster. Like this catastrophe in the UK that struck at the heart of a city.
The next minute I heard a big, massive bang. When I seen the crane on top of the building, it was a real shock.
A sudden crane collapse on top of an apartment building.
I can see daylight at the top, there's water cascading down, it's ripped everything out there, everything.
A mammoth collision with devastating consequences.
He started shouting, stop, don't move, don't move. Oh my God, he's fallen. And then the phone went dead.
Liverpool, Northern England. Sitting on the north shore of the River Mersey, over the years the city and its people have made it through some tough times. John Corbett is a local tour guide.
The city rose from wartime destruction, post-war recession, and in the 1980s, regeneration arrived.
Liverpool sees a chance to reinvent itself, turning the decaying docklands into museums and art galleries, with new residential developments springing up nearby.
All over the city centre, the building can be seen by the large number of cranes and construction vehicles everywhere.
As the town grew, the construction industry boomed. But in a compact and historical city like Liverpool, building big is no easy task.
All these major projects near the downtown area share one issue: how to build big, new structures in an old, crowded city.
Narrow streets built in bygone centuries proved to be a problem for modern construction traffic.
The solution, seen in cities all over the world, were these giant tower cranes. Their job, to get heavy materials from the ground to construction happening high above.
Like any heavy lift, balance is key. And with tower cranes, that means being firmly fixed to the ground, and sometimes to the building they're working on too.
By 2009, tower cranes dominated the Liverpool skyline, temporary monuments to the construction boom. At the city centre, a new development was underway.
The project included an 8-storey hotel complex and 7-storey apartment block, all packed inside existing developments. Space was so tight, they had to close a road during construction.
A 70-metre tower crane was constructed and secured to the ground with piles, and the new buildings quickly began to rise.
Time was money, the pressure was on to get the job done quickly.
But big engineering can't be rushed without risking disaster. July the 6th, 2009. The sound of construction had become part of residents' daily life, for locals like Angela O'Brien.
There was loads of noises all the time.
But shortly after 12 p.m, Angela heard a noise that would haunt her forever.
I was just doing some dishes and that. The next minute I heard a big, massive bang.
The 70-metre tower crane had collapsed suddenly and without warning.
And that's when I seen the crane on top of the building. It was a real shock.
Tons of metal had crashed down on top of the apartment building next door. Ian Maxwell from Merseyside Fire Rescue Service rushed to the scene.
I was one of the first senior officers to be mobilised to the incident to take charge. A significant disaster that has happened in the city.
When Ian arrived, the scale of the disaster became disturbingly clear.
It was able to fall over here, lean against this building, and the rest of the crane went right over the top of the building.
The giant crane had laid itself across the apartment complex, with residents now trapped inside.
When the people came out at the balconies, they wasn't able to get out and they were worried. There's that big, heavy crane on top of the building. Is it going to fall in at any point?
With an escalating situation, emergency crews raced to help.
They were trying to get people out of the buildings. They were all scared.
But it soon became clear that this disaster was even worse than it initially appeared.
The lifts wasn't working and the stairwell had caved in.
Tons of concrete counterweights had fallen from the crane, taking out a stairwell and blocking an evacuation route.
The counterweights had come right from the rooftop and punched their way right through to the basement.
Ian suddenly received a distressing phone call.
One of the managers from the building site actually handed me a phone and said he's found the crane operator. And then he started shouting, "Stop, don't move, don't move. Oh my God, he's fallen." And then the phone went dead.
The operator had fallen from the collapsed crane through a hole created by the counterweight down through the building. It was now a race against time to find him.
Search and rescue teams had to scour the building for a way in while evacuating residents who were trapped in their apartments.
When I entered the window, I can see daylight at the top. There's water cascading down. Then it ripped everything out there, electrics, pipes, everything was all over the building.
Searching through the devastation, Ian and the team located the crane operator. He was still alive, just barely.
One of the paramedics was a doctor, and his simple message to us was get him out as quick as possible.
They got the man from the crane and took him out onto the ambulance, and the people also in the apartments got them out.
100 residents were evacuated from their homes. Incredibly, none were hurt. Sadly, while the operator survived the event, he suffered life-changing injuries. In the following days, Liverpool was left stunned, and the government quickly launched an investigation. The first area of concern was the crane itself. Luigi Disano is a civil engineer.
Cranes can be very dangerous because they are very high structure and they can be exposed to a number of threats.
The tower crane's slender profile and tremendous height make it extremely susceptible to the elements, high winds in particular.
Although environmental factors like high winds are known causes of crane collapse, almost twice as many are due to structural flaws or human error.
But here the crane was firmly secured to the ground.
It was initially a very safe design because it was stabilized by the pile that were used to connect the foundation of the crane with the soil.
Driven deep into the ground, steel-reinforced concrete piles are connected to the base of the crane, in theory giving it a solid foundation.
And this steel reinforcement goes through up to the base of the foundation of the crane and connects the pile itself with the foundation of crane.
But investigators found that for unknown reasons, the steel inside the foundation piles had been cut and replaced with shorter steel rods, as Luigi demonstrates.
If you start to cut or replace these rebars and you insert new element from top, then the strength became insufficient to connect the foundation with the base of the crane.
With its foundations compromised, as the crane lifted around 5 tons of building material, the shorter steel rods sheared, and the crane toppled onto the apartments next door.
So there was no continuity between the pile itself and the foundation of the crane. So which of course created instability of the crane when you start to move large weight.
Whatever the reason for the change, the result was a tower crane that wasn't held firmly enough to the ground to do its job.
Ultimately, the investigation cited failure of the tower crane's foundation as a cause. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, some engineers believe that a simple solution could have prevented this disaster.
The lesson that we have learned from this collapse is that you need 2 different practices of connecting the crane to the soil. In this case, we are using extra weight to make it more stable. And you see that during operation, there is no problem.
heavy weights, and strong pile connections is one key way to ensure that a tower crane is solid and stable enough to lift its maximum design load.
In the years since, Liverpool has bounced back, and the scars of the crane collapse are almost unnoticeable.
The buildings have been repaired, they're now high-end accommodation, and although the lessons have not been forgotten, life goes on.
When building big infrastructure, engineers must work around every obstacle nature presents. But sometimes a problem runs deeper than it first appears. Like this disaster in Colorado, where a major roadway began to fall apart.
Once the road started to go, nothing was going to stop it.
A highway on a collision course with catastrophe.
Those cracks just started getting bigger and bigger.
And a race against time to find a solution.
They've got to figure out how to fix the problem almost immediately.
Denver, Colorado, close to the foothills of the mighty Rocky Mountains. These towering peaks are part of the reason the city exists.
From its own gold rush through decades of oil and gas production, as businesses moved in, residents and tourists followed.
Keeping this bustling city moving is the state's vast road network. One of the busiest stretches is the Denver-Boulder Turnpike, also known as Highway 36. Joshua Lapley is the former chief engineer of Colorado's Department of Transportation.
So Highway 36, thousands and thousands of people are commuting every day to get to work, to go get to their kids' functions. Goods are going back and forth on semis.
Built in the 1950s, this stretch of road needed an upgrade, and in 2012, work got underway on this big-ticket project. John Murray is a local journalist.
They spent, upwards of about $500 million to widen the highway, put in, an express lane, and to make sure that, when there was traffic buildup, which is quite often, that, there's an express lane option for people to get through.
Part of the huge project would involve laying a section of highway higher than the original, flattening out the existing terrain to make for a much smoother ride, using a retaining or gravity wall to hold the raised roadway in place.
A gravity wall was chosen for this particular location because the cheapest way to do it is with a mechanically stabilized earth wall.
The wall would be made of layers of compacted soil and fabric, building up around 7 meters in a box, like a giant dirt layer cake. Concrete panels then covered the structure to form the retaining wall, protecting the soil from the fluctuating Colorado weather.
The road wasn't filled with just any old soil. It had to be strong enough to hold the roadway above. So engineers used a special mix of earth, sand, and rock that would all lock together.
This mammoth project would take time to complete.
This was a multi-year project. It took probably about 5 years, 4 or 5 years.
By 2016, the upgrade was finished and the route was busier than ever. But beneath the tire treads, this brand new highway was already on the road to ruin. July the 11th, 2019, Highway 36, one of Denver's busiest roads, was crowded with the usual daily commuter traffic. But this was no ordinary day. Drivers began noticing cracks opening on the roadway of the eastbound lanes. Road crews raced to the site to investigate, but the news they delivered wasn't good. At the time, Joshua Lapley was chief engineer for the Colorado Department of Transportation.
Those cracks just started getting bigger and bigger until they opened up to eventually be feet in dimension.
For safety, the road was quickly shut down.
Closing a road is not something to be taken lightly, but when you're worried about life safety, it kind of makes the decision a lot easier.
Over the next 2 days, the roadway continued to degrade, and now it seemed to be sinking too.
We just started seeing the road get lower and lower, and those cracks opened up.
5 days later, the retaining wall supporting the road gave way, dumping tons of concrete and earth. For local journalist John Murray, this was major news.
Several of the panels were gone, like they had popped out or fallen down, and there was dirt pouring down at the bottom of that wall.
Witnesses reported that seeing the collapse was like watching a slow-motion disaster movie.
Thanks to the quick action of authorities and their decision to shut down the eastbound highway, no cars were damaged or lives lost. More than 100,000 vehicles a day in both directions were forced from 6 lanes to just 2.
We realized this was going to be just a really big disruption for the area. It's something that is just a backbone of the commuting system.
With Denver's traffic in a jam, authorities needed to uncover exactly what went wrong, fast.
They're in a pressure cooker because they've got to figure out how to fix the problem and then get started on it almost immediately.
The piles of shattered concrete and exposed earth quickly revealed a probable cause. There seemed to be a problem with the compacted soil used inside the gravity wall, causing what's known as a slope failure.
Slope failures usually happen when the soil isn't sufficiently stiff or stable to maintain its structure. There can be multiple triggers. One of the most common is excess water.
In the debris, investigators found evidence that the structure may have been lacking sufficient drainage, allowing excess water that most likely came from severe rainstorms to build up when the new road was under construction.
While it was under construction back in 2013, there was massive rains and floods in this whole area, and they didn't channel the water off of the soil that was then exposed that they were going to be building on top of.
Once material like soil is heavily waterlogged, unless it's exposed to the air or has decent drainage, it's not going to dry out.
Geotechnical engineer Srikanth S.C. Madabushi examined the findings.
Now, where water can be a problem is between the soil grains, so there are gaps in between these grains, which we call voids. Now, these voids can be filled with water, reducing its strength and stiffness, and potentially leading to collapses, as was seen with Highway 36.
Further examination indicated that the problems may have run deeper than the drainage, in a layer of clay that the retaining wall was built on. Paradoxically, this might have slowed the collapse, but also made it inevitable.
Clay and clay-like soils are made up of small, closely packed grains. This means they don't drain very well, which not only makes them sticky, but also susceptible to movement.
With the weight of the compacted yet waterlogged soil pressing down on the also wet clay below, it seems the slope failure was only a matter of time. In light of the findings, transit authorities made the decision to demolish the structure and start again. Joshua's team made a plan to rebuild with a road less susceptible to slope failure.
We took out all that fill. We drilled piles into the ground and filled them. That helped it support more weight. And then we put styrofoam blocks in, so that reduced the weight.
A material which is also much less prone to waterlogging.
Styrofoam blocks above aren't just strong and lightweight, but completely water resistant. It's the perfect solution.
Removing the weak clay and using piles instead meant the road's foundation would be solid.
Today, the new and improved retaining wall safely carries traffic between Denver and Boulder. And while the collapse of Highway 36 is in the past, lessons have definitely been learned.
It's always easy to play hindsight. No matter how hard we try, there will always be unexpected things that come up, and how we work together to solve them quickly and efficiently, that's the real lessons learned to me.
In Florida, disaster strikes a luxury condo building.
There were helicopters in the sky. It was clear that it was going to be a devastating scene.
The tragic destruction of a vital river crossing in Austria.
To encounter a disaster like that firsthand, it was gut-wrenching.
Catastrophe in Spain, as the ground is ripped from beneath a community.
It was the signal that something goes very, very, very wrong.
And a US-Canada border crossing battles the elements and loses.
This was a force of nature that was unheard of.
With big builds, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. When it comes to big engineering, careful planning is the key to success. Even the smallest change can trigger a major catastrophe. Like this disaster in Florida, which took out a downtown construction project.
The whole structure pancaked down into a pile of twisted concrete and steel.
With destruction on an epic scale.
There was just devastation. There were people everywhere.
Seemingly small mistakes that had a tragic impact.
It was like nothing I had seen before. This structure was doomed to collapse.
Jacksonville, Florida enjoys more than 200 days of sunshine every year. And with a population topping 1 million people, it's the state's largest city. Diane Faulkner is a local journalist.
Jacksonville is the largest small town you'll ever want to come to. Jacksonville is known for its skyscrapers, its people, its bridges, its river.
Jacksonville owes its success to water, from the nearby beaches to its deep water port, but mostly the St. Johns River that runs through it, earning it the nickname River City.
Slicing through the heart of Jacksonville, the St. Johns River provides the backdrop to the city's prime real estate.
Luxury condos are being built all the time in Jacksonville, especially on the river. There's a great need for them, or a great want for them.
In 2002, construction began on a waterside development, which would include 2 nearly identical towers.
Downtown has been revitalizing for some time, and people were very excited to be able to have another opportunity to live downtown.
Residents would have access to a fitness center, tennis courts, and the most valuable luxury of all for downtown living, a place to park.
By 2007, the second tower was underway with its own parking garage, which, once complete, was intended to be similar to this one next door.
The garage was an all-reinforced concrete structure, 6 stories high with more than 50 private parking bays.
While the car park's central location would be a draw for potential residents, it made construction more complicated. Structural engineer William Bracken witnessed the building's progress.
We're in a downtown area, and getting equipment and materials and concrete to the site can be a challenge to avoid traffic and the congestion.
To avoid the logistical nightmare of bringing enormous pre-made parts into the city, the plan was to cast the 6 stories of reinforced concrete floors, pillars and beams all on site. Standard practice when building multi-level concrete structures calls for the use of temporary supporting poles, called shores, to carry the load while the concrete is still solidifying. Only when the concrete is dry and cured are the temporary shores removed.
Concrete takes about 28 days to fully cure, by which time it's reached its maximum structural strength. Depending on the thickness, it can be strong enough for work crews after about 7 days.
By late 2007, construction was in full swing, while the city geared up for the holiday season.
Christmas was coming, the construction was well underway.
By December the 6th, all eyes were on the tower.
The building, the skeletal frame, so the concrete and the framework was up, all the floors were up.
Meanwhile, the prized city centre parking garage was in the final stages.
5 of the 6 floors had been completed and they were working on the 6th floor.
To avoid potential delays from holiday traffic, the construction crews transitioned to a grueling schedule.
There was a real risk of materials getting held up, so crews were working through the night when the roads were quiet.
At 2 a.m, the crew was pouring the 6th and final floor of the parking garage.
There were about 40 or 50 construction workers on site as they were placing the concrete.
Over the next 4 hours, the slab slowly took shape.
As they were placing the concrete on the 6th floor of the building, they were nearly complete.
Suddenly, at 6:15 in the morning, the 6-story garage catastrophically collapsed.
Suddenly it was all over the news. There were helicopters in the sky. It was clear that it was going to be a devastating scene.
Fire and rescue teams responded in minutes.
There were firefighters everywhere, at least 100 firefighters.
William Bracken was part of the emergency response.
I was brought in as a structural engineer to assist with determining what's safe and what's not safe, having participated in search and rescue for 20 years. It was like nothing I had seen before.
6 floors had collapsed, one on top of the other. Only a small section was left standing.
It looked like pancakes had just come down with rods coming out of it.
In the chaos, there was no telling how many workers had been hurt in the collapse.
Some were actually on top of the structure placing the concrete and rode it to the ground as the building collapsed.
Most of the workers had escaped unharmed, but 21 were injured. And after a head count, authorities realized there was someone missing. William knew the rubble was too unstable to search, so rescuers called in Robin Murphy from the Center for Robot-Assisted Search and Rescue.
Jacksonville called over for the robot, saying, "We've got stuff we can't get into."
The team tried to narrow down the victim's possible location.
There was the standing portions and may have been in that area. The other was he may have been coming off the pile, in which case he would have been right where the pancake portion was.
With the missing worker in danger, Robin and her team were in a race against the clock. By early evening, Robin's robot was deployed, recording this footage as it scoured the wreckage.
He might have been able to crawl, but insanely dangerous. It was totally unstable.
Given the instability and with time ticking away, Robin needed to report back quickly.
And sure enough, ran the robot all the way, the length, up and down and back, and it was really clear there was nothing in there.
The section that had pancaked would prove a test for even the most advanced machines.
There were portions that they wanted to try to go in, and we're talking 3 inches. So that makes it particularly challenging.
Nearly 48 hours after the collapse, rescue parties made a tragic discovery: the body of the missing worker.
After an extensive rescue operation, it became apparent that the worker sadly died. Well, I was presented with people who were grief-stricken.
In the wake of the disaster, officials launched an investigation. Again, forensic engineer William Bracken was on the team.
I was asked to participate in the investigation, and then several days later, actually wound up leading the investigation for OSHA.
Studying the wreckage, William's team quickly uncovered a problem: a lack of shoring poles to support the partly built structure.
Shoring was designed by the engineer to hold the entire structure, all 6 floors up,
For some reason, the shoring on the first 2 floors was removed early.
Under building code regulations, the shoring poles should be left in place until the structure achieves at least 90% of its structural stability.
But here, shoring poles were removed before the lower levels were sufficiently cured, leaving the still hardening levels unable to support the weight of concrete being poured above.
As the concrete was being placed, the weight of the structure exceeded the capacity of the shoring, the columns, and the beams.
Within the rubble, investigators found other problems.
The design flaws included columns that were half the size that they needed to be, that were so densely packed with reinforcing steel that the concrete couldn't even get down into them, and beams that were so densely packed with post-tensioning cables that the concrete couldn't even get in around the cables.
The steel and the concrete play different roles, so it's crucial to have the right amount of both.
Get it wrong, and the structure might not be able to support itself.
And that's what happened here. As concrete was poured above, the unsupported lower levels failed first.
The collapse initiated on the ground floor. The columns gave way, and the building gained momentum, crushing into the floor below, each one with more momentum and more power, in a pancake fashion, one story on top of the other. This structure was doomed to collapse.
It took 8 months to clear the ruins of the garage. But for William and his team, the investigation was far from over.
It actually took 5 years to complete the investigation and everything around the collapse. The tower immediately next to it, construction stopped at the same time.
For more than a decade, the half-finished tower stood as a tragic reminder of what had happened.
The structure sat there for several years and became structurally unsound, and it finally had to be condemned.
In 2022, to the relief of the local community, Jacksonville authorities finally greenlit its demolition. For many, the removal of the second tower will finally draw this chapter to a close.
The accident was so tragic, and this tower standing for another 15 years must have been a painful reminder of that day.
People were just glad to see it go.
Routine inspection and maintenance can help big construction stand the test of time. But some problems remain unpredictable. Like this story in Austria, as a vital crossing crashed into the Danube River.
When we realized that it was real, it was like a nightmare.
Devastation that shocked a nation.
It was a cry through the whole country.
And a tragedy that left everyone asking what had gone wrong.
How could this be allowed to happen? And what do we do now?
Vienna. This ancient imperial city is known for its arts, architecture, and the mighty Danube River.
The Danube is Europe's second longest river, flowing through 10 countries from southern Germany eastward to its delta on the Black Sea. In Austria, the river splits the capital, Vienna, down the middle.
So Vienna has long relied on massive river crossings, one more than any other, the Reichsbrücke, or Imperial Bridge. Wolfgang Horak is a local tour guide.
Reichsbrücke connects the old city to the new city, and it's one of the main traffic spots here in Vienna.
This modern iteration is the third bridge to bear the Reichsbrücke name. The first was built from iron in the 1870s to carry carts and horses. But by the 20th century, the bridge was too narrow for motorized traffic, and the city needed an upgrade. This was the solution: Built in the 1930s, a much wider, 362-metre-long, twin-pylon suspension bridge.
The new suspension bridge wouldn't just carry vehicles and pedestrians across the river, but 2 tram lines and utilities like gas and electricity.
But this imperial bridge would be no conventional suspension span. The floodplain here was too soft to anchor cables from the banks. The solution: the main cables were attached not to the land, but to the ends of the decks themselves, meaning the whole structure could stand alone. It's what's known as a self-anchored suspension bridge.
This type of bridge relies entirely on the pylons, or towers, to hold the bridge deck up. Those pylons, in turn, transmit the loads down into the foundation. So it's key that the foundations are strong.
This innovative solution kept the major transport link open for 40 years. Until late summer in 1976 when, without warning, catastrophe struck. August the 1st, a quiet Sunday morning in Vienna, until 5 a.m. when residents of the capital city were awoken by a loud noise.
A seismic monitoring station outside Vienna registered a spike on its instruments.
But this wasn't an earthquake. As this rarely seen footage shows, the Reichsbrücke had collapsed into the Danube. Ground engineer Dietmar Adam was shocked when he heard the news.
When we realized that it was real, it was like a nightmare.
The most important bridge in Austria was down. At the time, Christopher DeSantis was visiting Vienna from the US. But this wasn't a sight he had planned on seeing.
To encounter a disaster like that firsthand was breathtaking. It was gut-wrenching.
Eyewitnesses reported seeing the mighty bridge wobble and begin to slip.
We saw the remains of the post on one side of the bridge, the remains of the pylons on the other.
A city bus crossing the bridge dropped into the Danube. Fortunately, its only passenger, the driver, survived. But the driver of another vehicle wasn't so lucky and sadly died. The sole victim of this catastrophic tragedy. Yet the timing of the collapse likely prevented an even greater loss of life.
Imagine if that wouldn't be a Sunday, hundreds and hundreds of cars were on that bridge and we had a lot of injured people. We were really lucky on that day.
The tragedy sent shockwaves across the nation and left people in mourning and uncertain, including Christopher, who photographed the devastation.
This was the one that actually seemed the most breathtaking to me, because here we were right next to this bridge that was supposed to be so solid. On this side, you could see the remains of the trolley tracks because they had trams going back and forth over the bridge.
Almost 18,000 people per hour were transported by public transportation over this bridge. It was one of the main roads and main bridges in the city.
This was a crippling blow for the city. This major route that carried people, vehicles and streetcars was gone.
An official commission was established to find out why a bridge with so few vehicles on it had failed so catastrophically.
It was a cry through the whole country.
The mood of the city, to me, felt like a combination of shock and outrage. How could this be allowed to happen? And what do we do now? The people wanted answers.
Sifting through the wreckage, investigators identified where the collapse had begun. The foundation on the eastern end, where they discovered problems with the concrete itself.
The quality of the concrete of the abutment was not so good as expected. There was the kind of shrinkage and creeping of the concrete, which was not so well known at this time.
Concrete creep happens when the material sags under its own weight over a long period of time. The problem is that it changes how concrete behaves.
While the creep weakened the connections to the steel pylons, there was another factor at play. A protective granite shell around the exterior of the foundations was also found to be faulty.
We use granite for table and countertops because it's so durable. But although it seems rock solid, granite is porous unless it's properly sealed.
When the bridge was built, the granite shell hadn't been sealed against the river.
And here, after 40 years, river water had infiltrated the concrete inside the foundation.
As water penetrated the granite exterior, it began to erode the cement within.
The cement was mainly made of limestone. During the 40 years, part of the limestone washed out. The granite shell, which surrounds the block foundation, could not really protect it. And this is also one reason why the concrete failed.
4 decades of water damage had slowly undermined the integrity of the foundations, and on August 1st, 1976, they were no longer able to hold the bridge in place.
There was a sudden failure, a sudden shear off of this part of the foundation.
The self-supporting design of the bridge meant that when the eastern foundation failed, so did the pylon, pulling the rest of the bridge down with it. The investigation took nearly a year to conclude, but the final findings were clear.
Even the most thorough examination of the bridge would not have prevented the collapse, since it is not possible to inspect the concrete in the pier foundations without causing damage. That means this catastrophe was unforeseeable.
A replacement bridge was built to new design specifications, this time with more than enough support.
The third bridge was designed and constructed as a so-called indeterminate system. That means there are more supports than necessary.
Riding atop these supports is a tried and true design. A box girder bridge made of concrete and steel.
Today, box girders are one of the most widely used in bridge design. They're found everywhere, from river bridges to elevated interstate and rail viaducts. Box girders are inherently robust and, just as crucially, fairly easy to maintain and repair.
The new and improved Reichsbrücke opened in 1980 and has been standing strong ever since.
Only 4 short years it took our people, the engineers, to rebuild the bridge, a new one, a very exciting bridge.
The third bridge still provides vital access across the Danube for tens of thousands of people every day, residents and tourists alike.
I was back last week and we saw the bridge and went over it and was very impressed with how beautiful and modern and strong it was. And hopefully it'll last for hundreds of years.
With big infrastructure, projects can spend years in the planning and execution phase. But just one mistake can have catastrophic results. Like this disaster in Spain, where a sinkhole terrorized a packed city suburb.
Massive amounts of earth and rubble just vanished into the ground.
Se empezó a derrumbar todo, que no sabíamos lo que iba a pasar.
Catastrophic damage caused by a critical oversight.
This is absolutely fundamental, and this created this big sinkhole.
And a neighborhood left teetering on the brink of collapse.
There were a lot of policemen, firemen, and all the neighbors were very, very nervous.
Barcelona, Spain's second largest city, is sandwiched between mountains and the Mediterranean Sea. People flock to call this historic and cultural hotspot home. Montse Español is a local journalist.
Barcelona is very curious because it has 1.5 million people in 100 square kilometers. It's a very dense city.
This tightly packed and growing city relies on a broad public transport network, including Barcelona's highly prized underground metro.
With more than 140 kilometers of track, the Barcelona Metro has one of the longest networks in Europe. And yet, there are still parts of the city that aren't connected.
One such area was the hilly Carmel district on the northern edge of the city. And in 2000, plans were in place to connect Carmel with Barcelona's extensive metro system. For locals like Yolanda Candelario, it was welcome news.
Emocionados, sí, por tener una línea de metro que nos trajera hasta aquí, hasta el Carmelo. Porque tenías que subir arriba del todo de la montaña para coger autobuses para ir al centro.
The extension would run for nearly 3 kilometers. Much of it in new tunnels that would link the city center with the hills of the Carmel district and beyond.
By November 2002, work was underway. But for engineers, the city's geology was proving to be a major challenge.
If you're tunneling through solid rock, you can just blast a hole, and you pretty much have your tunnel.
But here, the ground wasn't strong enough. So they used a mixture of blasting and digging to create short sections of tunnel, which would be fully reinforced with concrete later.
Crews hoped that the technique would deliver rock-solid results. Eduardo Alonso Perez de Agreda is a geophysical engineer.
Typically what you do is first you excavate the upper part, then you apply shotcrete.
As the top half is dug out, the exposed rock is covered with a thin layer of high-performance concrete, shot from a hose at high velocity, aptly named shotcrete. The thin layer of shotcrete quickly compacts and holds the earth in place as it settles.
With this technique, engineers expect the ground to settle or deform a little. And when it stops, the tunnel is stable and can be permanently lined with concrete.
When you have this part stabilized, then you excavate the lower part, and this is generally the procedure.
Deformation has to be carefully monitored, so that extra shotcrete and steel bolts can be added to provide permanent support where needed.
This is absolutely fundamental, and this should be done on a regular basis, and somebody has to look at this and this information almost daily.
By early 2005, construction was progressing smoothly and had reached the Carmel district. But deep underground, a disaster threatened to stop the tunneling in its tracks. January the 27th, a store owner suddenly noticed cracks appearing on the buildings. Local resident Yolanda Candelario heard the news.
Y el señor de la tienda, entonces avisó a todos los vecinos de que salieran de la casa.
The warning came just in time.
Al momento de salir toda la gente, se empezó a derrumbar todo.
The tunnel below had failed and the ground above was starting to crumble. As emergency responders raced to the scene, journalist Montse Español witnessed the drama unfolding.
There were a lot of policemen, firemen, and all the neighbors were very, very nervous.
Homes and businesses were at risk of total collapse. More than 1,000 people were urgently evacuated, but worse was still to come. 48 hours later, a 2-story parking garage was swallowed by a gaping hole.
No sabíamos lo que iba a pasar. Se pasó miedo, yo.
A massive sinkhole, nearly 30 meters wide and over 30 meters deep, had opened up in the heart of this Spanish neighborhood.
Hundreds, even thousands of tons of rubble fell into the tunnel. Luckily, the workers escaped unharmed.
And thankfully, no bystanders were injured either.
It was a miracle that nobody injuries because it is a highly populated area.
As the dust settled, everyone wanted to know, why had this happened? Was the metro or Mother Nature to blame? investigators got to work. Their first area of concern was the excavation of the underground metro tunnel.
They left some thickness of rock to be excavated at the very end, and this was the triggering.
To prevent heavy machinery damaging the floor, workers had left a protective layer of soil in place until later in construction. When it was time to pour the floor, crews removed the remaining soil, but in the process they exposed a weak point or fault in the ground.
This fault was a slice of sandy soil that was weaker than the ground it was sandwiched between.
As the fault failed, the earth shifted and it started a chain reaction.
The tunnelling works effectively punched a hole into the fault, and the soil started to pour down, like draining a massive hourglass.
It failed in the position of this fault. The left part simply collapsed. All this soil and rock went into the tunnel.
For 2 days, the ground became more and more unstable, until eventually time ran out and the earth above collapsed.
This movement actually displaced in the vertical direction, and then finally you created this big sinkhole.
The cause was identified. The sinkhole was definitively man-made. Investigators switched focus to determine how the fault was overlooked. It seems the signs may have been there all along: deformation in the tunnel wall.
In the tunneling method. So you have to take care of all these stability conditions, and you do it by measuring in a periodic manner. This is of fundamental importance.
Constant monitoring for weak points is a crucial part of this tunneling technique. This cave-in exposed a fault, not just in the rock, but in the process itself.
This collapse revealed a flaw in the tunneling method. If a weak spot in the tunnel is missed during monitoring, there's no knowing if it will collapse.
One of the reasons that actually explains the failure is this was not noticed.
In the aftermath of the disaster, 84 buildings were affected and 3 demolished.
Bueno, pues sí, después del incidente, después del socavón, fueron meses muy duros porque no sabíamos lo que iba a pasar. Hubo mucha gente que tuvo que salir corriendo de sus casas, que han estado pues incluso por 10 o 11 meses viviendo en hoteles.
To finally stabilize the ground, the tunnel and sinkhole were infilled.
Engineers drilled holes down to the tunnel and poured 40,000 tons of concrete in to fill it.
Eventually, the work on the tunnel extension resumed, and in 2010, the metro finally opened in Carmel, connecting thousands of people daily with the heart of Barcelona, where the ill-fated excavation is now just a distant memory.
If there's a lesson to be learned from this sinkhole disaster, it's that the devil is always in the detail.
With massive structures, engineers build to survive every eventuality, but sometimes they're blindsided by the unexpected. Like this catastrophe on the Niagara River that divided 2 nations.
Ice was pushed over the falls that filled up the entire channel of the river.
A failure on an epic scale.
It was a powerful, unstoppable force people had never seen or heard of before.
A storied bridge doomed by the elements.
The moral of that story is, you're not going to beat Mother Nature in the end.
Niagara Falls, one of the world's most iconic locations, carved from rock by the mighty Niagara River, which divides the US and Canada.
The falls are always spectacular, and at full flow, enough water tumbles over the crest to fill around 1 million bathtubs every minute.
One of nature's grandest creations, the falls have enraptured locals and visitors for generations. Sherman Zavitz is a local historian.
I've lived here, 62 years, I guess, most of my life, and I never get tired of seeing the falls. And I'm always thrilled to see all the people that have come to see them as well.
In recent decades, journalist Patrick Siriani has seen a boom in popularity.
Gone through a lot of changes in Niagara Falls over the years. When I drove tour bus in the 1980s out of the bus terminal, I'd get 40 people on the bus, and then today we get so many visitors. I've even heard as high as 16 million people.
Many come to see the falls close up, but there are others who have taken things a little bit further.
This place has been the setting for some seriously dangerous stunts, from crossing the raging waters on a tightrope to riding a barrel over the falls.
While a tightrope is one way of seeing the falls, one of the most spectacular views is found just downstream, the Rainbow Bridge. For the last 80 years, the bridge has served as a checkpoint on the US-Canada border.
It's an entrance point, an important one for Niagara Falls, Ontario, and Canada for that matter, for American visitors. And likewise, of course, in the opposite direction.
One of the busiest routes across the river, its predecessor was just as popular, but for more romantic reasons.
Yeah, it was called the Honeymoon Bridge because many honeymooners came here. For many years, this was the honeymoon capital. So that kind of tradition eventually gave the bridge its nickname.
Completed in 1897, the Honeymoon Bridge was created to replace an older crossing that was too weak for modern traffic.
In the late 1800s, the horse and cart was starting to be replaced here by light railways and automobiles, heavy loads that the new bridge would have to be able to carry.
A multi-purpose roadway spanned 250 metres across the river, supported from beneath by an arched truss.
The design of the bridge was elegant but robust and relied on two incredibly strong shapes to support it: the arch itself and the triangles of steel within the truss.
The material of choice was cutting edge for its time, riveted steel tubes, both lighter and stronger than solid steel. Structural engineer Frank Griggs Jr. explains.
It was unique. Nobody had done this before. Large riveted tubes, bottom plates, top plates, diaphragm plates, so the whole thing is very, very rigid.
Key to supporting that rigid arch would be strong foundations secured to solid rock on which the abutments would sit.
They had to get to a rock that not only was high enough for his abutment supports, they tried to get rock that was sound.
And engineers found it just 800 metres downstream from the falls.
Now engineers had stable rock to build on. They poured concrete for the foundations, then built masonry abutments that would take the load of the bridge above.
When the Honeymoon Bridge opened, it was the largest steel arch crossing in the world, and quickly proved popular with visitors. Local journalist Patrick Siriani explains.
You could walk out in the middle of that bridge and get a spectacular view of both the American and Horseshoe Falls.
For 4 decades, the bridge offered unparalleled views as well as a crossing point between the US and Canada. But high upstream, the end of the bridge's honeymoon period was already in motion. January the 23rd, 1938, a harsh winter had left the Niagara River packed with ice. A winter gift from Lake Erie, the ice had fallen over the falls and was piling up in the gorge below. Historian Sherman Zavitz knows the story.
A massive ice bridge developed here below the gorge. Now, ice bridges are common here during the winter, late winter especially. Ice jams in the river here. So what you eventually have, finally, is what you might term a suspended glacier, with the river still flowing underneath this.
As this footage from 1904 shows, ice bridges had formed here before, but not on the scale seen in 1938.
The ice bridge was of such a size that people had never seen or heard of before.
Estimates put the ice at up to 18 meters thick, stretching from the foot of Niagara Falls all the way up to the Honeymoon Bridge.
The ice had reached the masonry abutments at the bridge's foundations.
As the Niagara Gorge filled up with ice, it was putting massive pressure on the only things holding that bridge in place.
Men who crossed the bridge on a daily basis left the American side, and as he was crossing the bridge, he noticed that the railings were beginning to twist and buckle, and he informed them on the Canadian side, and they immediately shut the bridge down.
For several days, the ice continued to build up.
It was a powerful, unstoppable force that eventually began to weaken the abutments of the bridge.
They found out that the bridge was going to go any minute now. So when the news of that hit the streets, everybody came to Niagara Falls and wait for this bridge to fall into the river.
On January the 27th at 4:20 p.m., the Honeymoon Bridge failed catastrophically.
It folded just like a carpenter's ruler.
And then it slammed down in the ice, creating a spume of ice up in the air.
Onlookers were staggered by the destruction. The honeymoon was decidedly over.
People were really shocked at the time because it had been constructed and reinforced with steel.
But even its cutting-edge design couldn't save the bridge from the forces of nature. The sudden dramatic destruction of an internationally famous destination left the public searching for answers. The initial cause was obvious: the ice.
The Northeast has a long winter. Rivers freeze, lakes freeze, ice comes out. Now, if ice would let loose gradually, it's not a problem because the river will just take it downstream.
But this was no normal ice flow. It was a freak weather event in which high winds and normal winter ice combined upstream from the bridge to create the perfect storm.
Ice was breaking up on Lake Erie. Wind was blowing out of the southwest. So ice, which would normally come down slowly, was pushed over the falls. So it keeps on coming and coming and coming, right? It had so much ice that it filled up the entire channel of the river.
This ice was moving slowly, but with immense power, almost like a glacier, forcing everything in the gorge out of its way, which included the Honeymoon Bridge abutments.
The mountain of ice was beyond the limits of anything the designers had foreseen.
It's very hard to design for that, even though you know it could exist. They had checked before. They knew where the water come up typically, and they learned where previous ice was.
But in fact, there may have been prior warning that this could happen. A similar event occurred in 1899, soon after the bridge's completion, when an ice flow threatened to destroy the structure. At the time, authorities decided to simply reinforce the vulnerable abutments.
The solution was to build high walls around the abutments, hoping to protect them from the onslaught of the winter ice. But it wasn't enough.
4 decades later, nature had other ideas, and the ice combined with freak winds brought the Honeymoon Bridge to its knees. Just months after the collapse, a commission was formed and plans for a new bridge drawn up, one that would be completely ice flow proof.
When the new bridge was built, engineers stuck with a steel arch design. But the big difference is that the abutments are now around twice as high above the river, well out of reach of any moving ice.
So even if there would be another ice jam of that significance, it shouldn't bother the abutments at all.
3 years after the catastrophe, the replacement Rainbow Bridge opened. And while visitors can confidently enjoy the revamped crossing, locals still remember the power of the elements.
The moral of that story is, you're not going to beat Mother Nature in the end.
A deadly collapse strikes at the heart of a Florida community.
They were scrambling to clear the area. Everybody was thinking that they were far enough, but it wasn't.
In Texas, a catastrophic collision on a vital crossing.
Car after car driving off of a bridge that was no longer there for them.
In Spain, World Heritage historic houses on the brink of disaster.
You've got more than 1,000 years of history just hanging in the balance.
And in Georgia, a football stadium with a state-of-the-art roof that was refusing to play ball.
Engineers were still trying to figure out, trying to fine-tune it all.
No matter how they tried, there was a hole left.
With big builds, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. In big engineering, detailed planning and construction is crucial. Any change can be the difference between success and failure. Like this collapse in Florida, where a demolition turned to disaster.
A 13-story apartment block crashed to the ground in the blink of an eye.
A tower takedown that caused chaos and catastrophe.
The building that fell dropped here and fell into the street.
A devastating scene that ended in tragedy.
Two very large pieces of debris came flying out of this collapse.
This is like the building being cut off at the knees.
Miami Beach, Florida. This 14-kilometer-long barrier island dividing the Atlantic from Biscayne Bay has been drawing people to its shores for decades.
Just over 100 years ago, Miami Beach was actually a swampland, but it's been transformed into a tourist mecca, boasting museums and concert halls, but it's best known for the beautiful golden beaches.
Local TV journalist Karen Duva knows all about this area's magnetic attraction.
Miami has so much to offer. Obviously, the weather is gorgeous year-round. If you love the water, there's boating, there's snorkeling. You're never going to be bored if you live in Miami.
In the U.S., Florida is second only to Texas in terms of population growth. And with amazing weather and endless beaches, it's easy to see why.
More people means more homes. But on a narrow strip of land hemmed in by the sea, real estate is at a premium.
With a growing population, you need housing. And Florida is overbuilt, so you have to keep building up.
In 2018, to make way for an up-and-coming development, an aging condo from the 1960s was scheduled for demolition. The 13-story Marlborough house.
When you build an apartment tower like this, the intention is for it to stand tall for decades. So when it comes to demolition, engineers always have their work cut out.
As forensic engineer Bill Bracken explains, demolition methods can vary.
There's two main ways to bring down an existing building. One is to implode the building, which is where you're going to use explosives and bring it down all at once. The other is to demolish the building, where you're going to take it apart in pieces.
In a busy neighborhood lined with condos, implosion was firmly off the table.
To bring a building like that down, in that space you have environmental concerns, you have adjacent property concerns, using explosives in a dense urban city center. An implosion permit that is that close to the neighboring buildings just is not practical, and you wouldn't see it in a city like Miami.
Contractors were granted a demolition permit to bring the tower down the old-fashioned way, piece by piece, floor by floor.
Demolition was scheduled for late July and expected to last about 2 weeks. But it turned out this condo wasn't going to hang around for that long. In the early morning of Monday, July the 23rd, demolition was well underway. Concrete specialist Albert Cabada was working nearby.
We were working doing the restoration of the two buildings directly south of the Marlborough house. It was going to be a standard demolition in which they bring the building down in pieces rather than the entire building falling at once.
Albert noticed something was wrong.
They were scrambling to clear the area. This is very unorthodox. Normally you would clear the area prior to any construction work or any demolition work. Something was about to happen.
Albert and his crew quickly laid down their tools and vacated the premises. His instinct paid off. Moments later, disaster struck. "13 stories of concrete and metal crashed to the ground."
There was no dynamite, no explosion, but this condo came down in seconds.
When it fell pancake style, dropped here, and fell into the street. Everybody was standing across the street thinking that they were far enough, but it wasn't.
The collapse hurled massive chunks of concrete across the road.
The workers that were standing in the middle of the street began to run. The debris itself flew approximately 200 feet across the street.
As workers scrambled for safety, television journalist Karen Duver heard some devastating news.
A piece of debris that was the size of a hood of an automobile came crashing down onto a construction worker, hit him, and threw him about 5 feet.
Miraculously, most onlookers escaped unscathed, while the injured worker was rushed to the hospital. Sadly, he later died from his injuries. The Miami Beach community was stunned. Everyone wanted to know how this demolition had gone so tragically wrong.
Of course, there was a lot of speculation and a lot of questions that needed to be answered. How were people able to be so close to the building? And what about the workers? Why weren't they safe? What kind of permit did they have?
Forensic engineer Bill Bracken believes the problem was in the method of demolition used.
They were granted a demolition permit, but not an implosion permit. So they were able to bring it down in pieces, but not by pulling it all down at once. This would involve starting at your upper floors. You would take the outside of the building off, get it down to the frame of the building, and just take it off one level at a time, passing it to the ground. And it takes much longer, it involves much more equipment, and it can often be a more expensive process.
But a few days before the disaster, concrete specialist Albert Cabarra noticed something odd, involving a small machine known as a skid steer.
A skid steer is a small, versatile digger. It can be used for everything from heavy lifting to digging trenches, but not normally as a demolition machine.
They were actually taking a skid steer and bringing it up into the building, which is very unusual, and removing large sections of the flooring and columns. They were knocking out support beams, actual floor slabs, and chipping columns.
This wasn't the only strange thing to occur. On the morning of the disaster, a much larger digger was also seen at the site.
They had tied a chain to this tractor and they were yanking on one of the support columns. Why they were doing this, we have no clue. We started to hear cracking of the columns.
This seemed to some to indicate a different demolition technique, known as a blowdown or pull-down. It's quicker than a standard demolition, but far less predictable.
If you want to bring a building down, basically an implosion without explosives, it's kind of like cutting down a tree. You cut a wedge and you want it to get to fall a certain way. You soften that ground floor so that you identify the last critical columns and you pull those out, and that controls the way the building falls.
And with a blowdown, that control is key.
Because it's a fairly inaccurate technique, the pull-down method is normally used on buildings that are isolated, so that if something does go wrong, there's minimal risk to surrounding structures or people.
It's a very uncontrolled method of demolition. In a dense urban area, that's just not the way to do this.
This is like the building being cut off at the knees.
Debris is going to go everywhere. It is a very real safety issue. In this instant, 2 very large pieces of debris came flying out of this uncontrolled collapse and impacted a construction worker just across the street. There were no safety measures, there were no barriers to protect him.
While the city of Miami was left reeling, residents and officials alike were determined to make sure this never happened again. In the aftermath, the Miami Beach commissioners sought to strengthen the city's demolition policies, including being notified of exactly when and how any future demolition would take place.
Safe demolition, whatever the method, is difficult at the best of times, but hopefully, with tighter regulations, disasters like this will become a thing of the past.
With the site cleared, construction on the new condo began in April 2019 and was completed just over 2 years later. Yet the need for new housing development continues to grow.
There's a very high demand for these types of high-end condos, waterfront condos in Miami. I'm sure there were time demands. I'm sure there was a schedule that had to be met. Something was sacrificed, and in this case, it was the safety.
Bridge engineers are constantly battling every weapon in Mother Nature's arsenal. But sometimes disaster can strike from somewhere completely unexpected. Like this catastrophe in Texas, a devastating disaster on one of the state's most vital crossings.
One single catastrophic event could disconnect a whole community from the mainland.
Sudden destruction on a massive scale.
Hundreds of tons of concrete came crashing down in the blink of an eye.
And a shocking tragedy that took everyone by surprise.
Car after car driving off of a bridge that was no longer there for them.
South Padre Island sits on the Gulf of Mexico at the very southern tip of Texas. Stretching around 55 kilometers long with stunning beaches, tourists flock to its shores. But there's a catch. The island is accessible via one route. The almost 4-kilometer long Queen Isabella Causeway. Local Robert Espericueta knows this Texan hotspot well.
The Queen Isabella Causeway is what brings the people to and off of the island. 9 million people, more or less, occupy that island yearly.
It's not just tourism. Residents also depend on the vast crossing. Journalist Bertha Gonzalez grew up nearby.
People that live on the island depend on the causeway. People that live on the mainland but work on the island depend on the causeway because we do not have a boat ferry or a vehicle ferry.
This is a vital organ. This is the main artery of this community's heart.
The Queen Isabella Causeway opened in 1974, and today it's the second longest bridge in Texas, with a staggering 147 concrete spans connecting South Padre with the mainland.
To keep maritime trade moving, it rises around 23 meters above the water, with a 230-meter main span, bridging the busy shipping channel below. It's a crucial part of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway.
The Gulf Intracoastal Waterway is a major inland waterway that carries commercial shipping all the way from the southern tip of Texas to Florida without risking the open sea.
Where the causeway crosses the navigation channel, it relies on some heavyweight engineering, known as a continuous steel span. Rex Costley is Deputy District Engineer for the Texas Department of Transportation.
Here's the beginning of the 750-foot continuous steel girder unit. You got your rocker bearings down here, massive diaphragms, vertical stiffeners, your lateral stiffeners. This beam is anywhere from 8 to 12 feet deep. You have the traffic load on top. That gets transferred to the beams. Those loads then get transferred over to the columns below us. Then those loads get transferred into the foundation.
Today, this vital system of support keeps the causeway standing strong.
The Queen Isabella Causeway is a mammoth feat of engineering, and there's a good reason this central span is so incredibly robust.
It's all down to a disaster that struck from nowhere more than 2 decades ago. Friday night, September the 14th, 2001. Robert Espericueta was on the water heading to a nearby fishing spot, Laguna Madre, in search of respite after a national tragedy.
4 days after 9/11, my cousins and I decided that we wanted to go fishing just to kind of get our minds off of what was going on in the world.
Robert and his group were on their boat about 140 meters north of the causeway when the dark silence was suddenly broken.
We heard the sound of metal scratching up against concrete, and this huge boom followed it right afterwards, and a slap. We stopped fishing and we started looking around to kind of see, well, where's this coming from?
At 2 a.m., without warning, an almost 50-meter section of the bridge had collapsed into the water below.
The night was dark and we couldn't really see what was going on. At this point, we literally think that we're under attack.
Fledgling reporter Bertha Gonzalez, then just 20 years old, raced to the scene.
We did not know what had happened or what had caused it. It was so close, days away from the 9/11 attack. So the main fear for all of us was that it was an attack as well.
But this was no attack. A barge loaded with thousands of tons of steel had missed the main navigation channel by more than 90 meters, ramming into the Queen Isabella causeway.
The section of highway slapped the water so hard, it splashed the water so high up that it looked like rain to us.
In the darkness, vehicles had no idea that the bridge was down.
The engines revving out of control where the individuals were slamming on the pedals in desperation, trying to stop or get out of the way or speed up. I could not believe what I was witnessing. Car after car driving off of a bridge that was no longer there for them.
Robert and his cousins raced towards the bridge.
We were the only ones out there. We struck flares in hopes that the drivers on the bridge would see us. Eventually, somebody saw our flares and stopped the traffic.
Their quick thinking and inspired use of safety flares had stopped traffic, but 9 vehicles had already fallen into the chasm where the roadway had collapsed.
We began to hear the survivors floating in the water. We were able to approach them and offer them flotation devices and life jackets and ultimately pull them into our vessel and get them out of the water.
Of the 11 people that went down with the bridge, tragically 8 lost their lives. Robert and his cousins were able to pull 3 survivors from the water below.
It's traumatic, it is life-changing. I still to this day can't believe what I witnessed. It still seems foreign to me.
The tragedy left residents in shock and completely stranded, with their only link to the mainland cut off.
We never really thought that one single catastrophic event could really disconnect a whole community from the mainland.
2 days after the disaster, ferries were brought in to help bridge the divide. But this was just a band-aid.
There was a lot of chaos and confusion. Growing up here, the Queen Isabella Causeway is iconic for us. And just to see it kind of so wounded and injured, it was just kind of surreal.
Officials needed to identify the cause of the accident to prevent it from happening again. The first question was why had the barge missed the main navigation channel by more than 90 meters?
Although huge, the barges were in single file and just a fraction of the width of the shipping channel. So the big question was why were they so far off course?
While the report cited human error, it also found that the sea conditions and configuration of the vessel may have played a part in the catastrophe.
That night, the Coast Guard had issued an advisory to smaller vessels, warning of riptides and strong cross currents. But the report found that the same currents might have been strong enough to push the massive front barges way off course.
These vessels don't have brakes. They don't have the ability to pivot and stop on a dime. It was just impossible to recorrect. By the time he had realized that he was off course 80 yards, it was too late.
And once the barge hit the bridge, the concrete structure had no chance.
A concrete column or pier is great in compression and can handle heavy vertical loads really well.
But its Achilles heel is side impact, a massive strike that can cause it to crack. And if the impact is big enough, bring the whole thing crashing down.
As Texas transportation engineer Rex Costley explains, the possibility of side impact had not been factored into the original plans.
An errant vessel is not typically anticipated in a design. That's not the intent at the time of the bridge when it was designed.
When the heavy barges struck a pier, the effect was instantaneous and deadly.
As that gave way, other members were compromised and acted as a unit and kind of crumbled onto one another.
But the bridge collapse itself wasn't the only problem. Vehicles had continued to drive into the void until Robert and his cousins lit flares.
Because of the way the bridge is kind of designed, if you're coming up, you don't see what's happening. And that was one of the reasons that cars kept falling when the bridge collapsed.
People were essentially driving blind. They didn't stand a chance.
All of these things equaled the perfect storm and scenario for catastrophe, for just tragedy.
As the community mourned, engineers knew they needed to fix this vital link, and fast.
I think they worked extra hard and made sure that the effort was all hands on deck so that they could get it done. The bridge came down September 15th, and by November, the bridge was ready to go, and it was ahead of schedule.
In all, 3 spans of the bridge were rebuilt, much more robustly than before. And this time, the supporting piers were given extra protection with some defensive measures in the water below.
We implemented dolphin docks, and they're basically just massive concrete piers parallel to the bridge in case an errant vessel, and that would be the sacrificial element that would get hit.
A new early warning system was also added to protect motorists in the event of another accident.
Along the bridge are traffic arms that prevent traffic from moving forward onto the bridge. Flashing lights come on either end to alert the traffic for a stop condition. Another safety measure that we're pretty proud of.
With the motorist warning system, the super strong main span, and extra protection down below, this bridge is the safest it's ever been.
More than 20 years later, for Robert and others, the bridge is a stark reminder of that fateful night, one of heartbreak, but also of heroism.
Against all odds, we managed to preserve 3 wonderful people's lives, and that's something substantial to me.
From epic structures to towering cities, the mark of good engineering is staying power. But when it comes to centuries-old construction, there's just no fighting the ravages of time. Like this catastrophe in Spain that nearly devastated an ancient hilltop town.
The face had slipped, bringing tons of earth and rock crashing down.
Y el desastre era increíble que se había arrancado. Todo esto era una especie de zona cero.
Destruction that shocked an entire community.
You've got more than 1,000 years of history just hanging in the balance.
But in the wake of an enormous disaster, this historic town had another priority in mind.
Lo primero que preguntamos era si había víctimas mortales. Era algo que no sabíamos todavía y no era descartable.
Cuenca in southern Spain. This ancient mountaintop city has been moulded by the land it stands on. With near bird's-eye views of the surrounding landscape, it was a prized strategic location.
Cuenca started life around 1,000 years ago as a fortified citadel, built by invaders from Africa known as the Moors. It was a defensive hub from which they could raid the heartland of Spain.
Today, medieval armies have been replaced with tourists, drawn by Cuenca's unique architectural marvels, the hanging houses. Leo Cortillo is a local journalist.
Y hace que el entorno en el que nos encontremos sea objeto de visita de infinidad de turistas, no solo nacionales, sino de todo el mundo. Con las casas colgadas como punta de lanza, con las casas colgadas como el emblema más importante que tenemos.
Cuenca gained UNESCO status in 1996 for its architectural and cultural value, joining an exclusive list of iconic locations like the Old City of Jerusalem and the Great Wall of China.
Although it's up for debate who constructed the hanging houses and when. They have towered over the 60-metre deep Huecar River Gorge since at least the 15th century. Their precarious position the result of the prime location. Historian Miguel Romero is official chronicler of the city.
Cuenca, sabéis, es una ciudad colgada en un farallón rocoso y hay que construir elevando, pero se construye de arriba abajo.
With solid rock foundations, the houses could be built tall and slim, making maximum use of their footprint.
These hanging houses are prototype skyscrapers, hewn into the rock centuries before we got our modern versions of glass and steel.
500 years ago, Cuenca's hilltop town was thriving and in need of better access to its surroundings.
The decision was made to build a bridge across the Huecar River Gorge, as well as a cliffside road linking both with the hanging houses.
By the 20th century, the road, known as Cañonegas Street, had become the main thoroughfare for tourists visiting the hanging houses. But beneath the ancient masonry, a catastrophe was brewing. May 2021, locals reported hearing a loud boom.
They thought it was a garbage collection or something had fallen off a truck.
But this was no rubbish truck. It was the sound of Cañonegas Street collapsing.
The face of the cliff road had slipped, bringing tons of earth and rock crashing down.
Leo was one of the first to arrive.
Y el desastre era increíble. Recuerdo perfectamente el sonido de las sirenas. Estaban llegando los policías, los bomberos. Era un poco de caos que se había arrancado. Todo esto era una especie de zona cero. Lo primero que preguntamos era si había víctimas mortales.
In the debris, engineer Miguel Valiente García saw an excavator that had been working on the road that morning.
La máquina se cayó, estaba allá abajo. Era una máquina pequeña, lo que se llama una mini, pero estaba abajo.
Miraculously, the workers had escaped unharmed, thanks to the timing of the collapse.
Con la suerte de que los trabajadores en ese momento se habían ido a almorzar, porque si no, posiblemente estaríamos hablando de pérdidas humanas.
And yet, the city still held its breath. The failure had left the world-famous hanging houses on uncertain ground.
Muy preocupados por la repercusión que pudiera tener esto en las casas colgadas.
The houses held firm for now, but the cliffside road that had stood strong for centuries was destroyed.
Lo que era la joya de nuestra corona estaba en el suelo tirada. Las preguntas eran entonces muchísimas.
Many saw the excavator as a clue. Had work on the road triggered the catastrophe? Miguel Valiente García's company was brought in to stabilize the damage and found evidence dating back 5 centuries that hinted at the cause. The road was not as rock solid as it seemed.
Una vez que se limpió parte de la ladera, nos dimos cuenta que como el trasdós del muro se había rellenado con terreno de huertas de la zona del Huecar, se iba desmoronando.
5 centuries ago, builders had used soil from nearby orchards to support the road, holding it in place with a masonry retaining wall.
By modern standards, the construction materials weren't the best, but that said, they did hold the road up for centuries. So chances are there was something else going on too.
Investigators turned to what the workers had been there to fix, a leaky sewer beneath the cliff road.
Y lo que los técnicos estudiaron con anterioridad al derrumbe es que había filtraciones. Básicamente eran pérdidas de agua. Esos canales lo que tenían eran agujeritos por los que el agua se iba escapando.
All that liquid had destabilized the ancient soil behind the retaining wall.
El terreno, si está seco, ocupa un volumen. Si se humedece, aumenta el volumen y eso hace empujar al muro. El empuje del agua es peor que el empuje del terreno.
As the soil absorbed water and expanded, it increased the pressure on the wall until the ancient masonry failed and the roadway crumbled.
Today, a cliffside road like this could be made with a modern material designed to easily allow any water to drain so that it doesn't expand.
That explained why the cliff road collapsed, but the residents of Cuenca were left to wonder if their world-famous cliffside houses would survive the aftermath. The first step was to investigate the rock on which the ancient houses stand.
Comprobaron todos los terrenos y comprobaron, y es muy importante, el macizo rocoso, la roca sobre la que se asientan las casas colgadas.
De hecho, se hicieron estudios topográficos y no había afectado nada.
With confirmation that the hanging houses still had rock-solid foundations, the city breathed a sigh of relief, and attention turned to the crucial connection leading up to them. Miguel and his team took on the repair job. The first step was to create a robust foundation.
Dar tierra. Y entonces hubo que hacer una cosa que se llama cunitado, que es ponerle una malla de acero y darle hormigón, y proyectar hormigón para sujetarlo, para que no se cayera más.
The concrete and mesh base was built up with modern fill, further anchored to the cliff with 6 steel beams.
Esas 3 filas que ahí se pueden ver se construyeron con unos bulones que anclamos a la roca.
With the core now rock solid, the next challenge was recreating the masonry retaining wall.
Experts used photographs taken before the collapse to painstakingly replace each stone using traditional lime mortar instead of modern cement. But to ensure the event wasn't forgotten, they didn't try to completely hide the repair.
Teníamos un arqueólogo a pie de obra y luego ellos no querían eso, que se crearan los falsos históricos, pero querían que se supiera que esto era una reconstrucción.
In December 2021, 7 months after the collapse, Cañonegas Street's road to recovery was complete.
Esa herida que teníamos en el corazón se cerró, se cicatrizó, se abrió y además coincidió con una efeméride muy importante en la ciudad, que es el 25 aniversario de la declaración de esta cuenca como ciudad patrimonio de la humanidad por la UNESCO.
Once again, visitors were invited to experience the iconic architecture of the hanging houses of Cuenca.
Me siento muy orgulloso y sobre todo el siendo nativo de Cuenca, pero el haber formado parte de esta obra que va a quedar debajo de las casas colgadas para siempre, pues la verdad es que he quedado muy a gusto.
Como historiador y especialmente como cronista oficial de esta ciudad, me siento orgulloso de ella, ¿no? Creo que es una de las ciudades más bonitas que puede haber en el mundo.
Hopefully, Cuenca's houses will be hanging around for hundreds of years to come.
With big structures, engineers are constantly striving to push the limits of technology. But sometimes, that ambition causes problems of its own. Like this football stadium in Georgia, where a state-of-the-art roof was feeling the strain.
All the fans had an opinion. The roof was always a bone of contention.
A technical flaw that had designers working overtime,
Engineers were still trying to fine-tune it all.
leaving fans worried that America's biggest sporting event could pass them by.
Without those facilities, they're not even going to consider your town.
Atlanta, Georgia's state capital, is one of America's go-to cities when it comes to big business. Steve Fennessy is a local journalist.
Atlanta's home to many Fortune 500 companies. Some of the biggest companies in America are headquartered here. Thousands and thousands of people come through here every single day.
Atlanta started life at the end of the Western and Atlantic Railroad and was simply nicknamed Terminus. But it's grown into a major hub for transportation, culture, and big business.
And in a city where people like to work hard, leisure time is a serious business too. Atlanta has become a hub of American sports, but arguably all are sidelined by one in particular: football.
Football is incredibly important to people who live in Atlanta, Georgia. College football and especially professional football.
Brothers Paul and Charlie Cross have been fans since childhood.
Our area, this part of the country, is fanatical about football at every level. It's the base of all communities. They start playing football at 5 and 6 years old here. So fans are born very, very early.
And at the heart of this football-crazed town is the city's professional team. Fan Patrick Seals explains.
We have great chicken wings and we have good football. I've been playing and watching football since I was in the 6th grade. Man, I can't get enough of it. Game day is hectic.
Their hectic home for over 2 decades was this, the Georgia Dome, built in 1992 to withstand Atlanta's changeable seasons.
The covered dome could hold 70,000 people, come rain or shine. But across a nearly 5-month football season, sometimes being stuck indoors just didn't sit right with the fans.
In the Georgia Dome, where people are huddled together, screaming, yelling passionately, and it'll be good every now and again to get a game outside where I can breathe fresh air.
The solution was a brand new futuristic billion-dollar stadium, complete with a one-of-a-kind retractable roof.
The crowning glory of the stadium is the vast retractable roof. The 8 panels each look like a futuristic airplane and work together, almost like a camera shutter, to open or close the roof.
The 8 petals, almost the size of a city block, cantilever out 60 meters over an oval opening. Each petal is attached to the stadium with 2 sets of tracks in parallel. The outside uplift rails are gripped with wheels like a roller coaster, preventing the 450-ton petals from tipping. The inner track provides the power to move the petals back and forth, with 8 wheel-driven systems called bogies, opening and closing like a giant eye.
But it's an optical illusion. In reality, the individual petals move in a straight line along their own tracks.
The new state-of-the-art stadium would stand 30 stories tall and cover an area of over 185,000 square meters, almost the same size as Grand Central Station. Charlie Cross, an ironworker on the Atlanta landmark, was impressed by the scale of ambition.
They said they were going to do something different, way different, but we didn't have any idea that it was going to be to the level.
Work began in 2014, but the retractable roof was about to prove a real eye-opener for engineers. With a scheduled grand opening of March 2017, the construction team didn't have time to lose.
The outside of the stadium and the interior itself, doing the seating and all, that was all on schedule, but things slowed down tremendously when the roof came up.
To close, every petal has to fit perfectly together. But it seems reality didn't quite match the magical design plans.
When they brought them in without being motorized, they tried it and got it to come together. No matter how they tried, there was a hole left.
The problem had engineers stumped. and local sports fans were sure the resulting delays would cost them big.
Delays were causing the city to panic because here they were trying to bid for these particular games, but they could not put their bids in with the roof not working correctly. For a city to get a championship game for any sport, you have to have the facilities in place. And without those facilities, they're not even going to consider your town.
Concerned fans were clamoring to know what had caused the delays. It seems the unique pedal design was the root of the issues.
Some of the connections, fabrication connections, some of them had to go back, be refabricated. But just a little bit off. I mean, sometimes just millimeters would cause serious problems.
Even with the refabricated parts and the pedals reattached, the hole in the roof remained.
They had a gap, it wouldn't close up, so they had to make a patch and put this patch over that hole.
One of the pedals would be equipped with a cap that would seal the stadium when the pedals closed. By 2017, the stadium had run out of time. It had to open for the football season with a roof that wasn't quite ready.
The roof wasn't automated, meaning you should be able to hit a button. They couldn't do that because engineers were still trying to figure out, they're trying to fine-tune it all.
This is precision engineering. Every pedal has to be perfectly balanced, and its mechanized wheels, or bogies, calibrated to move at exactly the right speed. If just one thing goes wrong, the whole structure will grind to a halt.
The delays on construction meant that engineers had not yet calibrated the mechanical bogies responsible for moving the pedals. The decision was made to keep the roof closed.
So the first few events at the stadium, the people are, they're naturally a little disappointed because it had been hyped up a lot that this was going to have a retractable roof.
Ultimately, engineers needed one all too scarce resource to get the roof's bogies functional and fully automated: time.
For safety reasons, the fix couldn't be done when fans were inside. But with a full slate of events from music to sports, finding time to do the job was a massive challenge.
This was so complex that calibrating all 8 bogies to deliver exactly the right amount of power could take 40 days.
But for the people of Atlanta, 40 straight days without a stadium was not an option. So construction was planned around events, spreading the necessary 40 days over 6 months. Finally, in June 2018, the new stadium roof opened for the first time under its own power.
The first game I went to when the stadium opened, I was like a kid in a candy store. I couldn't wait to get inside and see how this thing looked. They had been talking about it all year on TV. I had to find out for myself how it was gonna look.
After years of speculation, the stadium's cutting-edge technology was finally effective.
When the ceilings open, I don't know how to describe it, it's a canopy. You just feel like everybody can come in from the outside.
It took about 3 years. Initial costs it was cost around $1 billion, but it went up to about $1.6 billion ultimately.
But whatever the cost of the stadium, for the fans, it was worth the wait.
Every year we have more and more activities and championships. The building doesn't seem to be getting old and outdated. It seems like we're still growing with it and we're still getting more and more activity in it.
Atlanta's new stadium has proved to be a success for the city. Not just a highlight on the professional football schedule, but a showpiece of innovation and design.
In New Zealand, tragedy strikes as an earthquake wipes out a building full of people.
We got hit right underneath the city. This poisonous smoke. It felt like it was going to collapse Pancake even more.
Devastation in Texas as a dramatic failure drains a massive lake.
It's just, oh God, we were in shell shock. What the hell happened?
In Canada, a towering silo structure sinks into the ground.
They must have just panicked. What do you do? I mean, it was really impossible to stop once it was started.
And in the UK, an unearthly noise sparks a citywide mystery.
It just sounded like some aliens were going to come down and take us away.
With big builds, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. When they build big, engineers have to consider every weapon in Mother Nature's arsenal. Any weakness that isn't accounted for could prove disastrous. Like this tragedy in New Zealand. Total devastation at the heart of a city.
The building is collapsed like a house of cards. It's like it had been pulled down by diggers and smashed up.
This disaster exposed a fatal flaw in the structure.
When the building flexed, it disintegrates at that point.
You couldn't have imagined what shape it was, but it was just completely destroyed.
The catastrophic failure left a nation in mourning.
This was one of the worst disasters in New Zealand's history.
Christchurch, New Zealand, is one of the oldest and most distinctive cities in the country. Local writer and photographer David Killick knows the city well.
When Christchurch was founded, which was the middle of the 19th century, it was purposefully set up as an English settlement. They wanted to establish this sort of perfect new English city.
Christchurch was named after a college at the world-famous Oxford University, despite being half a world away, and is seen as the most English city outside of England.
But unlike England's green and rolling landscape, New Zealand has been carved by ice and fire. In the early hours of September the 4th, 2010, the people of Christchurch experienced a disturbing wake-up call when a magnitude 7.1 earthquake struck.
It was some way out into the country. In the central city, with some of the facades of the buildings collapsed, they were closed off.
The city hadn't experienced a major earthquake for decades. This caught everyone off guard. Although 2 fatalities were reported, few others were injured.
Residents like photographer Neil Macbeth knew they'd been lucky.
The lack of injuries and death, considering the magnitude of the event, I think we felt like we dodged a bullet.
Authorities began inspections to identify vulnerable buildings.
Buildings got closed, places were made safe. We felt like, oh, well, you know, if it was unsafe, the building will be marked, so we've got nothing to worry about.
The big push then was business as usual. We want to get people back into the city as soon as possible.
By early 2011, life was returning to normal, but the peace wouldn't last for long. Tuesday, February the 22nd, journalist David Killick was in central Christchurch, taking a break from the office.
I was working in the press building. It was lunchtime, and I went and visited the central library.
At 12:51 p.m., the peace was shattered as Christchurch was rocked by a magnitude 6.3 aftershock.
The whole floor swayed underneath me. Some people screamed. I took cover underneath a big pillar. I figured that if that collapsed and I'd had it.
Lights went out and thought, oh, this will be bad. And it was a big one.
Everyone was in a state of shock. There were alarms all over the city. It was really noisy. There were sirens and the police were coming in very fast, closing off the central city.
As people fled, photographer Neil knew he had to get to work.
The council asked me to get in, take photos, make a record for us, and as I walked through, it began dawning on me. This is massively more serious than the earthquakes we've had in the past.
In the central square, the iconic cathedral spire had collapsed.
It was just one of this huge array of things that were all going wrong all at the same time. It was brutal. It was just brutal.
First responders like firefighter Paul Rodwell felt the shock and immediately took action.
There were so many incidents and the radio was so busy you couldn't even talk on it. We're going from building to building and always our priority is life, so we're just looking for any life signs and anyone we could help.
Amid all the chaos, Paul and Neil found themselves on Madras Street, at the scene of one of New Zealand's worst ever disasters.
Unbelievable. It's like it'd been pulled down by diggers and smashed up.
There was no identifiable footprint of the buildings. You couldn't have imagined what shape it was before. It was just completely destroyed.
The 6-story building had been home to a TV station, a medical centre and more. But it was now a pile of rubble.
I was really not prepared for how bad it was.
There's probably 100 civilians, police, construction workers all standing on the top, searching, trying to find people picking through the rubble.
All that remained standing was the concrete stair and elevator core, but it was on fire, delaying the rescue efforts.
There was no water, of course, and the senior officer asked for me to call for a helicopter with a monsoon bucket to try and get this fire out.
But Paul knew lives could depend on him. So, as aftershocks struck, he crawled into the burning wreckage.
There's poisonous smoke coming into that cavity. It felt like it was going to collapse, pancake even more. I mean, I could get out if I had to, but they can't.
If you want to go in there to try and rescue someone who's alive that's in there, your chances of coming out aren't necessarily 100%.
Paul and the team began extracting survivors. He spent 6 hours in the rubble, saving anyone he could.
We got 6 live rescues out of that hole, the most from the earthquake anywhere, and you cling on to that.
As multiple rescue efforts continued, residents were left reeling, their city in ruins.
It's a very strange, sad thing to walk through the city that you've spent your whole life in, and for every single thing you look at to be broken. And I'm not kidding, every bit of pavement, every building, everything's broken, and everyone's gone.
Across Christchurch, more than 180 people died. 115 of them in the Madras Street building alone. As the nation mourned, the government launched an inquiry. This office building had been designed to withstand earthquakes, so why had it almost completely collapsed? Structural engineer Ashley Smith was tasked with investigating the tragedy.
What we're really wanting is what initiated the collapse. So what was the first thing to fail is really the key thing, because often once one thing fails, that tends to fall down and drag other things with it.
The first clues came from eyewitnesses who reported seeing swaying and violent twisting at the southeast corner before the building collapsed.
Most people said there was what they called a tilt to the east. So this is the east side down here. Something had given out in this quadrant of the building here.
The direction and twist of the collapse led investigators to analyse 2 key aspects of the structure's balance: both its centre of mass and centre of rigidity, or stiffness.
One of the key things about this design is what we call the centre of mass of the building. So we look at the mass, add it all up, and the location where that is centred is roughly in the middle of the building, which is common and preferred. But what's quite different about this one is because this core bracing structure is located outside of that. The actual centre of stiffness of the building is outside of this floor plate.
The building's 6-story framework was made up of reinforced concrete columns and beams, all braced by the core on the north. It was placed to the side to keep the interior clear for office space, but here that had created a problem.
The building reacts to an earthquake essentially in proportion to its mass. So the ground shakes, the weight of the building is what sways it around. Now there's quite a large distance between centre of rigidity and centre of mass, which causes this twisting action. So what that does is really increases the displacements around this corner.
But the lopsided design wasn't the sole cause of this disaster. Ashley and the team discovered a weakness in the supporting columns.
So looking down on top of a column, it's got a cage of reinforcement with 6 bars in the middle and some spiral, what we call spiral steel, wound around the outside of it.
The main columns were 40 centimetres wide, with 6 steel reinforcing bars running their length. For earthquake proofing, a steel spiral wound beneath the surface, creating a protective steel mesh.
Providing you put enough spiral around the outside can be made to absorb quite a lot of that shock. It will crack, but it won't collapse. The feature of this one here is they only had 6mm spiral, so it's a very thin wire and 250 apart all the way up the column. It's not sufficient to contain that concrete.
Essentially, the columns weren't up to the job that they were designed for, potentially putting the building at risk.
Once one column goes, it's just a sequence. It's going to drag all the other ones down with it.
Not only was the spiral reinforcing too weak, where some columns met the beams, there was none at all.
We found next to no spiral reinforcement in those joint zones with the beams. So they put the spiral up to the underside of the beam, put the beams in, then started again, and in that zone you normally have even heavier reinforcement around the column.
Ultimately, these factors from design to construction combined to create one of the worst disasters in New Zealand's history.
I think it was a key concept design weakness to have that main bracing element located off to one side of the building. Caused quite a lot more movement at the corner that failed. If they'd had more spiral reinforcement, it would have stood a much greater chance of staying up.
And all this damage wasn't the result of the main earthquake, but simply an aftershock as the ground settled.
We got hit by something that was a lower magnitude, but right underneath the city at a shallow depth, and that changed everything.
Nothing can bring back the lives lost in the quake, but engineers like Ashley are working hard to ensure lessons are learned from disasters like this one, changing regulations to reduce the risks of another tragedy.
The design standard has been revised to increase the minimum reinforcement that you need to apply in concrete walls and concrete columns. As we go along, we learn, we incorporate these things into our design standards to minimise the chance of that occurring again.
As Christchurch rebuilt after the disaster, residents created a memorial garden on the site of the Madras Street collapse to remember the tragedy that struck on that terrible day in 2011. Now, more than a decade later, the city continues to heal and look to the future.
The earthquake, it was terrible in a lot of ways, but in some ways it gave us a step change. It gave us a chance to rethink what the city's about, what we value. It's got a great feeling about it. It's got some gaps, but we're getting there.
In engineering, problems can lie out of sight and out of mind for years. When they finally reveal themselves, we realize disaster was lurking all along. Like this collapse in Texas that caught everyone by surprise.
This giant thing to just fly away, it was mind-boggling.
An idyllic lakeside retreat turned into a dried-up wasteland.
What the hell happened? It was crazy.
And a community's determination to find a solution.
People were very upset. They need to get it done.
New Braunfels, Texas, lies on the banks of the Guadalupe River, almost 30 miles northeast of San Antonio. The small city was founded over 175 years ago by a German prince. Veteran journalist Eileen Pace knows this quaint town well.
Oh, this is a very special place. New Braunfels is one of the fastest growing cities in America. There's a lot of water around here, a lot of recreation. People move here to enjoy the area, enjoy nature.
The Guadalupe River runs right through the heart of this historic town. But the really big draw are the lakes to the south. They were created over 90 years ago when the river was dammed to generate hydroelectricity.
One of the area's most popular waterfront locations is Lake Dunlap.
Lake Dunlap is one of about 5 or 6 dams that were built on the Guadalupe River in order to provide electricity to the area, as well as regulate the flow of the water down the river.
These days, the lake provides more recreation than it does power.
People love to live on Lake Dunlap. I think there are about 250 different properties right on the lake.
Resident Larry Johnson arrived 2 decades ago, drawn here by the lure of lakeside living.
Everybody around here are people that appreciate the lake, whether they're fishermen or just recreational boaters. It's a tremendous community, it really is. Watch your grandkids run out the back door all the way down to the dock and jump in the water. There's just nothing like it.
Built in 1928, the 11-kilometre-long lake covers an area about half the size of Central Park, with water levels controlled by the Lake Dunlap Dam.
This is a river, so water is constantly coming down. A dam holding it back is actually a dramatic piece of engineering, and this dam was built essentially by hand with mules and steam shovels and engineers that use slide rules and pencils. I think is a real testament to their skill.
Holding back the water is a 600-metre-long earthen embankment with a concrete core wall. 3 26-metre-wide spillways regulate the water level of the lake, using 4-metre-high movable gates known as bear traps. Resident and Lake Dunlap Water Control Board member Harry Muller knows the antiquated system well.
Bear trap gates basically work off of water pressure. You can imagine a cross-section through these gates that are made up of front leaf and a back leaf, and to lower them, they fold down on top of each other. And what lowers them is allowing the water in the cavity to escape.
Water is piped in from the bottom of the lake. The pressure lifts the bear trap gates using giant hinges on the riverbed, creating a raised barrier that maintains the required water level. Shutting off the pipes allows water to escape, lowering the trap.
The gates are essentially like giant trapdoors with a series of huge metal hinges on the lake bed that allow them to raise and lower with the pressure of the water, helping to regulate the lake level.
May the 14th, 2019. It was the start of another beautiful day on Lake Dunlap.
I was actually getting ready to go into town, San Antonio, for a meeting.
I was working at home and I heard the klaxon go off, which is normally associated with the problem with the dam.
This was more than just a problem. Shortly after 8:05 a.m., disaster struck. In just 4 seconds, the central bear trap gate had been completely destroyed.
85 feet long, this is not an insignificant thing. To just fly away, it was mind-boggling.
We knew that there was a catastrophic issue. One of our gates had failed and had broken loose and went downstream.
Lake Dunlap was emptying, fast.
There really was nothing you could do. It was gone. At that point, there was nothing to do but just watch the water go down.
This was a huge disaster. The lake was losing water at the rate of an Olympic-sized swimming pool every 10 seconds.
What residents experienced wasn't flooding, but instead a lack of water where there used to be a lot. In just a few hours, the lake level had fallen more than 2 meters. Larry's dream home, where his children came to play, had become unrecognizable.
Normally, the water was just below that second deck. So it was really a dramatic difference. You and I would be underwater right now.
Property owner Thor Mitskog heard the devastating news.
It was just, oh God, we kind of were in shell shock. What the hell happened? You look around and all you saw was just mud and things standing out of the water. It was a mess.
Luxury lakeside living had become a swampland junkyard.
You could see all kinds of debris from over the years and floods. We saw an old boat that got caught up in some of the trees. You name it, we pulled it out of this lake. It's amazing over the years what had collected just in this particular area.
Thankfully, despite the sudden and dramatic collapse, no one was injured. But the fallout left owners reeling.
I couldn't believe that after 90 years of being here, that it could just fail on a perfectly calm morning.
So why had this historic dam failed so catastrophically? Local journalist Eileen Pace knew that residents would demand answers.
You have to understand, a lot of residents here have lakefront property because it's lakefront property. So naturally, people were very upset. People want their lake back.
The first factor officials would investigate was the bear trap gate, designed to carefully control the release of water. But that was difficult, because most of it was now underwater.
The River Authority sent a dive team down to evaluate what was left of the destroyed gate and also examine one of the gates next to it that was still intact, while paying particular attention to the hinges.
Each oversized metal hinge consists of a casting attached to the concrete spillway and a hinge plate on the gate itself, both connected by a 10-centimeter diameter metal pin. If just one component fails, the report stated the result could be catastrophic.
Examining the destroyed gate, the team found that the hinge plates were missing, most likely ripped from the pins. But when they raised an intact hinge from the gate next to it, they discovered something even more shocking.
Hidden deep beneath the lake, the huge pin that held the hinge together had been wearing and getting weaker for almost a century, putting the whole trap at risk.
As it turned out, one of the critical pieces was always underwater, and it was embedded in the concrete. So you have to destroy the gate to fix it.
That was probably the only weakness in the overall design, is that once this lake was full with 3 spill gates up, those dams have never been out of the water. They've been underwater since the late 20s.
It wasn't just corrosion that led to this tragedy, but water flowing continuously over the gates when the spillway was in use.
When water runs over these gates, it creates a fair amount of vibration. And my guess is over time, the vibration of those pins, without being replaced, caused them to deteriorate to the point where they weakened and broke loose.
And the result was catastrophic. With both remaining gates at risk, the only solution was to build a whole new spillway. The problem was, the local authorities didn't have the funds to replace it. But for Larry Johnson, this was personal.
Immediately, my thoughts turned to my family. And I'll never forget when my granddaughter walked down and she stood on the deck up there and just looked around and started welling up in her eyes with tears. And she asked me, "Grandpa, you're gonna fix it, right?"
For residents like Larry and Harry, raising around $40 million wasn't about to stand in the way of bringing their community back.
I quickly threw my name in the hat because I had some construction and contracting experience. You know, we've got to do something to help ourselves and our neighbors get this lake back.
Incredibly, Harry, Larry, and the others created their own local government authority, the Lake Dunlop Water Control and Improvement District. They then got themselves elected into office so they could raise the money through local taxes.
It was a fun challenge. I'm so proud of the people I live on the lake with.
With the necessary funds raised, work is now well underway. This time, the old-fashioned hinged bear trap gates will be gone.
We're reconstructing the 3 spill gates using newer technology. We're installing what's called hydraulic crest gates, opened and lowered using large hydraulic rams from a hydraulic power unit located in the spill house.
One of the most incredible things is how this community pulled together almost immediately. The fact that our dam is being replaced at all, I think, is kind of a miracle.
While there's still a long way to go to restore the lake to its former glory, one thing's for sure. The residents of Lake Dunlap have the fighting spirit to get the job done.
When the water comes back, I can guarantee you that there'll be a party at every single house down the lake, just like on the 4th of July.
When engineers build big, every detail must be checked and double-checked. Miss one thing and the results can be catastrophic. Like this disaster in Canada that almost swallowed this massive structure.
They thought it was just going to keep going, and that would have been the end of it.
A hidden weakness that gave workers a sinking feeling.
This was heavier than 4 Eiffel Towers. Sorting this mess out must have seemed impossible.
Leaving engineers fighting against Mother Nature.
They didn't give up on it. They said, no, we can fix this.
Winnipeg in Manitoba calls itself the heart of the continent. A century ago, the city was also the heart of a growing international market for grain.
The demand for grain helped to fund a transcontinental rail system, connecting Winnipeg with the Atlantic and Pacific coasts.
Dr. Gordon Goldsborough is from the Manitoba Historical Society.
The grain would come into Winnipeg, and then from there would go in various directions. It could go to be distributed to Europe, it could go to the United States.
The industry relied on huge storage structures known as grain elevators, like this one in Transcona, built in 1913. Roland Sawatsky is a Manitoba historian.
These grain elevators, often referred to as prairie sentinels, you could see them from miles and miles.
It was absolutely enormous. It could handle all the prairie grain that was coming, of course, not just from Manitoba, but from Saskatchewan and Alberta, too.
Transcona's giant elevator would clean, sort, and store grain destined to ship out via railroad.
The idea would be that they would collect grain all over the prairies, wherever farmers were growing it, and they would bring them here. And then once it was ready to go, that's when it would go on to the outside world.
Fully loaded with grain, the structure would weigh a massive 50,000 tons. To keep it stable on the soft prairie land, engineers turned to an ingenious design. To support the silos, they poured a massive reinforced concrete platform known as a raft foundation. This spread the heavy load of the silo complex across the soft ground, literally floating like a raft on water. Once complete, grain would be raised up through the tower at one end before being piped into the bank of silos.
The whole structure had 65 silos in 5 rows of 13. But grain could also be stored in the gaps between the cylinders, giving it a capacity of 1 million bushels, weighing about 30,000 tons.
By 1913, this colossal construction was complete, and almost immediately the prized grain arrived from all over Canada. As workers eagerly began the inaugural filling of the new complex, they had no idea they were sowing the seeds of catastrophe. October the 18th, thousands of tons of grain from across the region were being loaded into Transcona's giant silos.
They started filling, and they started filling on the west side.
By noon, work was nearing completion when the day took a dramatic turn.
When the silos were nearly 90% full, workers noticed that the entire structure was starting to lean to one side.
Not only was the Titanic complex leaning, it was starting to sink along with its precious cargo.
They must have just panicked. What do you do? There's nothing you could do.
Within an hour, the whole structure had sunk by 30 centimeters. But this was only the beginning.
I'm sure they thought it was just going to keep going right over, and that would have been the end of it.
12 nerve-wracking hours later, the complex finally stopped moving. But it was buried around 9 meters into the earth and tilting at a catastrophic angle.
The angle was 28 degrees off-center, and that's where it stopped.
Amazingly, despite sinking deep into the prairie, the structure had survived mostly intact.
It's incredible that the main structure of the grain elevator didn't break.
But it wasn't just the silos that were at risk. Thousands of tons of grain, vital to the nation's economy, was trapped inside. Engineers were swiftly called in to investigate the disaster and what has become a legend in the industry. Marolo Alfaro is a professor of geotechnical engineering.
This case has been cited in many geotechnical engineering or civil engineering textbooks, famous for engineers.
The big question was why a structure that was designed to handle heavy loads had failed on its first filling. The answer was simple. The soft prairie the grain elevator was built on wasn't as solid as builders believed.
These days, engineers have an arsenal of advanced technology to examine the ground in forensic detail. But in the 1910s, even though tests and calculations were done, they were much more limited.
At the time, the best technique known to engineers was the plate loading test, which used a scale model to gauge ground strength. Despite running the tests, engineers didn't discover a layer of soft clay-like soil hidden deep beneath the harder prairie surface.
They did not understand that there's a weaker layer underneath the stiffer layer near the top.
The problem was in the scale of the plate test, which didn't go deep or wide enough to detect the soft ground.
If you have weak soil here, then in here you have not considered this weak soil because your stress is only within that stiff soil.
This layer of softer ground, unknown to engineers at the time, meant the grain elevator was doomed from the start. Although the silos sat on a raft foundation intended to bolster the structure, the soft soil below was unable to withstand the load and gave way. The whole complex then tipped and sank down into the prairie. Modern studies show that the loading capacity of the soil was not even half of what was needed for the silos full of grain.
I considered it not a mistake. They did not have that capability of determining the strength of the soil. They just don't have the technology at that time to properly design the structure.
The elevator was fundamental to Manitoba's grain industry, so engineers immediately began looking for a solution.
Raising the 20,000-ton structure back up to ground level would be almost impossible today, let alone more than a century ago.
They didn't give up on it. They didn't just say, well, we'll build another one and it'll be better. They said, no, we can fix this.
The first step was to remove nearly 30,000 tons of valuable grain.
They wanted to salvage this valuable commodity, so they jackhammered a hole into the center of each bin and they drained the grain out.
With the silos considerably lighter, the audacious Phase 2 could begin. Engineers dug beneath the silos and installed hand-cranked screw jacks to lift the structure. As the silos slowly approached level, soil was added beneath the foundation to raise it up.
There's all this concrete overhead, and if it decides to shift all at once, I'm a pancake.
In a major engineering achievement, just a year later the silos were back where they belonged. Or almost.
See, there's a change in color on the bin house. The top of the bins were level with the top of that color change. Well, of course, the whole thing went down as it was, and they jacked it back into place. It's something like 18 feet lower now than what it was in its original configuration.
Despite this disastrous start, Transcona's grain elevator went on to have a long, distinguished career that spanned more than a century.
And then it was used till 2021. Basically, they felt it didn't have enough capacity anymore. They needed actually something bigger.
The Transcona elevator will long be remembered as a monument to engineering ambition and a testament to the power of a well-executed fix.
That you can take an apparently insurmountable problem and make it right. That with ingenuity, with labor, backbreaking labor, you can fix even the worst problem.
This is amazing to see. A structure that fell at the first hurdle and appeared to be doomed is still standing strong more than a century later.
In ever-evolving city skylines, engineers build bold to stand out from the crowd. But sometimes structures draw attention for all the wrong reasons. Like this story in the UK that sparked a citywide mystery.
It just sounded like some aliens were going to come down and take us away. UFOs coming over the city. Bizarre.
An eerie noise causing a major disturbance.
People losing hours of sleep, waking up and saying it's a nightmare.
Revealing a surprising source of the strange sound.
When this building started howling, people wanted to know why.
Manchester, in northern England, is a major city that likes to make a big noise.
Manchester is a vibrant, bustling city and a cultural powerhouse boasting a massively influential music scene. This is a place where people want to be.
In recent years, this buzz has coincided with a huge building boom, combining the city's traditional Victorian heritage with modern, striking architecture. Bradley Harris is a local journalist.
It's changed so much over the years. Huge skyscrapers are popping up here, there, and everywhere. Some people are describing this place as Manhattan, the New York of Manchester.
And the high-rise revolution began with this 47-story luxury tower, completed in 2006. At the time, it was the tallest structure in the entire city.
Some people see Beetham Tower as the start of Manchester building itself again. At one point, that was the biggest skyscraper outside of London.
This isn't just any old apartment tower. It's home to actors, musicians, and soccer stars. There's even a 2-story penthouse with trees imported from Italy.
This much sought-after city block isn't just tall. When completed, the £150 million tower was one of the thinnest skyscrapers in the entire world. Trevor Cox is a professor of acoustic engineering.
The funny thing about the Beetham Tower was when it first went up, people thought it was kind of going to topple over because it's got this height to width ratio of 10:1 and it bulges at one side. So it kind of looks like it's defying gravity because it's so narrow and so tall.
But while this cutting-edge tower is undoubtedly striking, the luxury structure was about to give the city a rude awakening. Manchester, 2006. residents like Seb Parkinson began to hear something eerie.
I was sat on this balcony right here, and all of a sudden there was this real weird humming sound coming from somewhere.
Caught on camera, a noise was reverberating across the city.
It was an incredible noise. I started looking around thinking, where is this humming noise coming from? And I wasn't the only one. And we looked up and we thought, it's Beetham Tower. It must be coming from there.
The tuneful tower was causing quite the commotion.
If you live in the city, imagine how you're feeling when you've got this howling sound piercing through for hours on end.
It's proper loud, like just beyond, like deafeningly loud. People across the city can hear it, but it is that loud.
In fact, the sound was reported to reach 80 decibels, equivalent to busy traffic, a car wash, or a food blender.
One rock band sampled the howling on one of their tracks. There were also reports that it interrupted filming on the world's longest running soap opera.
And residents soon grew tired of the drone.
That humming, that howling sound, people honestly were losing hours of sleep, waking up disgruntled, looking up at the tower and saying, somebody just knock it down.
With the complaints rolling in, people wanted answers. What was behind this skyscraper's spooky sound? It turns out the cause was sitting in plain sight. The tower's distinctive rooftop fin. Professor of Acoustic Engineering Trevor Cox explains.
What's creating the sound is wind blowing across the glass slat sculpture right at the top of the building. So the wind is catching the edges of those panes and creating turbulence, and that's then creating the noise that the resonance amplifies.
Air molecules resonate between the gaps in those panes of glass, creating sound waves. And because it's so high up, there's nothing to stop those waves travelling long distances.
The noise is a bit like an aircraft drone. It's the most extraordinary noise. And you can hear it for miles. I can hear it from my home when it was going off originally. That's 4 or 5 kilometres away.
People pay a lot of money to live in this city centre, and something that the estate agent doesn't tell you is that, oh, by the way, when it's windy, you're going to get this B-flat humming noise throughout the night, and it's going to ruin your sleep.
Over the years, different solutions have been attempted to eradicate the noise.
So the first thing they tried to do was they took the glass panes and they put foam down the edges of it. That worked really well, but then it blew off later. So they had to get a permanent solution. So they put some aerodynamic edgings onto the glass, which stopped the turbulence.
Adding aluminium edges to the side of the panes helped reduce the problem. And although in extreme winds over 110 kilometers an hour, the sound still rings out, residents have learned to live with the humming high-rise.
Do you know what? I'd miss if it went away. It's musical, Manchester's famous for its music. We want it. We don't want it to go away. It's cool. Now we just need a couple more buildings so they can sing in tune.
In California, catastrophe strikes on one of America's biggest bridges.
I felt the bridge going sideways. Oh, we're having an earthquake. We're having an earthquake, folks. Hang on.
In Texas, homes on the brink of disaster.
One of the residents called 911 and reported that his backyard was sliding down the hill.
A Manhattan skyscraper causing supersized problems.
Cables were causing the elevator to stop. There was one instance in which a resident was stuck for more than an hour.
And a narrow escape in New Zealand as a stadium collapses in seconds.
There was a real loud bang, and the next minute, all hell broke loose.
With big builds, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. Engineers are constantly battling the might of Mother Nature. Her massive forces can strike at any time with devastating power. Like this catastrophe in California that was witnessed by viewers across the nation.
It was only a matter of seconds, but it felt like a lifetime. The world saw the city collapse.
As a devastating earthquake wreaked havoc on an iconic bridge.
To see a chunk of it falling off, it seemed like a movie, and it was just shaking itself apart.
A tragedy that left drivers fearing for their lives.
To me, every second on that bridge was, how could I save myself?
San Francisco, California, is one of America's most iconic cities. News photographer Carlos Gonzalez has always felt the lure of the city by the bay.
It's one of those places that just embodies sort of a magical feeling about it. This is where I wanted to be, in San Francisco.
With the city surrounded on 3 sides by water, life here depends on 2 epic bridges.
The Golden Gate Bridge is without doubt one of the most famous crossings in the world. But the real workhorse in this city is the mighty Bay Bridge.
This gargantuan feat of engineering is one of the busiest bridges in the nation, carrying around 100 million vehicles a year. Bart Ney is head of public affairs for the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, and knows the might of the Bay Bridge firsthand.
Well, San Francisco Bay Bridge is a vital transportation link for the entire state of California. For example, when we take this bridge out of service, which is almost never, we have to let the entire state know.
And there's much more to the Bay Bridge than the suspension span you see from downtown.
The easiest way to understand the Bay Bridge is to think of it in really 2 parts. It's several different bridges, but 2 different parts. A western part where we are right now, which is made up of 2 suspension bridges and an approach that goes down into San Francisco, and an eastern part that touches down in Oakland.
This eastern section carried traffic toward Oakland for more than 50 years. At the time of its construction in the 1930s, this was the longest span of its type in the nation. But it was just one link in a much longer bridge.
The eastern span had a vast cantilever span bridging the ship channel, but about 3/4 of the bridge was built more like a long causeway over the shallows leading to Oakland.
The old eastern span of the Bay Bridge is completely different than the modern new one that you see out there today. It was almost all steel. Driving through it was almost like flying through the Death Star trench. It really evoked the period of time that it was built in. It was a masterpiece of steelwork.
But in the late 1980s, this steel colossus encountered an unstoppable force that would shake it to its core. October the 17th, 1989. It was Game 3 of the World Series, and for residents like Bart Ney, this was a must-watch event.
I was working on my boat, and I needed to take a break because the A's and the Giants were playing. It was an amazing thing to see both of our Bay Area teams in the World Series.
You have the teams from each end of the bridge going up against each other. It's a huge rivalry. In fact, this was known as the Bay Bridge Series.
Shortly before 5 p.m., Suzanne Lee was on the approach to the Bay Bridge, heading home to catch the game.
I got on the ramp and got onto the bridge, and looked around and thought, whoa, this is great. The traffic is so light. This is really like perfect.
But Suzanne's perfect commute was about to hit a major roadblock.
It felt like the car was having 4 flat tires. And when I looked around, the other cars were starting to like drive like wobbly. And I thought, oh my God, they must have 4 flat tires too.
This was no multiple blowout. The bay was under attack from below. At 5:04 p.m., a magnitude 6.9 earthquake rocked the city. Like millions of baseball fans, journalist Carlos Gonzalez watched the scenes unfold live on screen.
Everybody was glued to their television set and watching. It was just terrifying because you had the TV on and you could see what was going on.
On the Bay Bridge, Suzanne was caught in the heart of the disaster.
I had the radio on. I heard, oh, we're having an earthquake. We're having an earthquake, folks, hang on. And I then just realized I didn't feel 4 flat tires. I think I felt the bridge going sideways.
A section of the upper deck had collapsed, dislodging the deck below too.
The first shots that you saw, I just couldn't believe that something like that could possibly happen.
Everything came to a total stop. And then there was that swinging feeling. You heard a couple of people scream, and then quiet, then quiet.
Suzanne was trapped on the lower deck.
Nobody knew what was going on because we were just stuck.
Just the amount of devastation and the immediacy of that moment, seeing it happen live was shocking.
High above the bay, Suzanne was desperate to escape the bridge.
How could I save myself? If the bridge is going to go down, if I just stay in this car, I'm just going to sink.
It seemed like a movie, right? A science fiction movie, not something that would actually happen.
With the route ahead blocked, drivers were forced to slowly back up off the bridge. A terrifying ordeal that lasted around 5 hours.
Quite frankly, I don't know how we got off the bridge, even within 5 hours. I guess I just started to count my blessings that I was okay, but it was scary. It was definitely scary.
The World Series caused traffic to be light, likely reducing the disaster's fallout. But one car plunged through the gap. Although severely injured, the passenger survived. But tragically, the driver didn't make it. The earthquake was one of the worst disasters in the bay's history. 3,700 people were injured and 63 lost their lives, all because of an earthquake that lasted just 15 seconds.
We have a major injury accident, Cypress and West Grandview. They're advising major injuries.
15 seconds sounds like a short amount of time, but it's a long time for the Earth to move.
The most terrifying thing is you just don't know when it's going to stop. It was only a matter of seconds, but it felt like a lifetime.
The quake caused an estimated $10 billion worth of damage, including cutting off the area's most important crossing.
The Bay Bridge carries around 280,000 vehicles a day. It's a vital link, not just for the city, but the entire state.
As the city reeled, the public began asking questions. This bridge had been built to withstand earthquakes, so why had it failed? As Caltrans Chief of Public Affairs Bart Ney explains, the disaster exposed a weakness lurking within this supersized structure.
The old Eastern Span, as it was originally constructed, is a bunch of different steel truss bridges that are connected together at joints.
This pier, known as E9, was where the causeway-like deck of the Oakland side joined the through-truss steel lattice, heading for Yerba Buena Island.
So if you're going to join two bridges and you know, gosh, there's so much steel in it, they're going to expand and contract, let's give a little play at this location.
The more than 3-kilometer-long eastern section held several of these so-called expansion joints.
The ends of the decks sat on ledges or shelves so that they could slide back and forth a little. Those expansion joints also doubled as earthquake protection, allowing the bridge to move with the shock waves.
At each joint, dozens of massive bolts would allow movement, but prevent the decks from sliding off their shelves.
At this location, we could accommodate between 4 and 6 inches of movement, so that should an earthquake happen, we're going to be okay. That's a pretty big span for steel just to expand and contract.
But when the biggest quake in 80 years struck, 15 centimeters just wasn't enough.
Once the motion of the bridge caused it to go beyond that, the bolts just weren't strong enough to hold the bridge together.
The deck section was pulled off of the expansion joint, and it dropped like a trapdoor.
As investigators dug deeper, they discovered that some piers had moved much more than anticipated, for reasons unknown by the original engineers.
The eastern span mostly stands on clay and mud. When this earthquake hit, that ground became soft and almost liquefied. So you've suddenly got these deep supporting piles moving around all over the place.
Engineers now know that the soft ground around the piles amplified the shock waves, a phenomenon which would not occur on solid rock.
The pile foundations had lost the tension that they need to hold the bridge in place, and it was just shaking itself apart.
Yet the disaster was mitigated by one stroke of luck.
One piece at Pier E9. It's about 76 feet wide, about 50 feet long. The weight of that landed on the lower deck, and that unhinged the lower deck section, and all of it was pinned in on an electrical substation that was located directly underneath. Had that substation not been there, those pieces would have continued down to the water.
While one driver tragically died, experts believe if the collapsed section had fallen into the bay, more fatalities would have occurred. The city was in mourning, but the Bay Bridge was a vital link that needed to be fixed fast. Engineers went to work, and the broken section was repaired just a month and a day after the earthquake.
For it to take a month was an engineering marvel. The Bay Bridge was back up and running again, which is still incredible to this day.
But engineers knew they might not be so lucky if another quake struck, so they began planning for a truly state-of-the-art replacement bridge.
We had to build something that would withstand the largest potential earthquake in 1,500 years. It also had to be iconic. It had to be something that people looked at and felt inspired by.
Earthquake engineering had come a long way in 9 decades, and the result was this: a $6 billion shockproof bridge. Not only does it feature the world's largest self-anchored suspension span, but the entire East Bay section can handle more than 10 times more seismic movement than the original.
With this new eastern span, we can accommodate over 6 feet of movement in different locations. Everything we could imagine, everything we could put in, everything that we could stretch for technologically, seismically, is in this span, and it's beautiful. But we're mostly relieved that it got here before the next earthquake.
It's only a matter of time before another quake strikes this iconic city. But when it does, this vital lifeline will be prepared to withstand whatever Mother Nature throws its way. In engineering, where you build is just as important as how you build. Get either wrong, and the results can be disastrous. Like this catastrophe in Texas that struck a suburban neighborhood.
It looked like a sandcastle that some bully had come and kicked over.
Putting homes on the edge of disaster.
The ground is all ripped and torn up, as if there's been an earthquake.
It was just devastating to me because I didn't know what was about to happen. Everybody was in shock.
An event that left a community asking, what had gone so wrong? There's a famous saying in the Lone Star State, everything's bigger in Texas. And that's true for those living in San Antonio, who can see their city growing every year. Sean O'Neill is a journalist and Texas native.
So people like to say San Antonio is a big city with a small town feel. Will Rogers famously called it quaint, you know. It's unlike Dallas or Houston, it's still sort of got this intimate small town vibe, even though it's, you know, the 7th biggest city in America. With the population boom of 2020 and 2021, it's fast overtaking Philadelphia to become the 6th.
And one thing this new wave of San Antonians all need is somewhere to live.
Right now, the housing market is exploding in San Antonio. There's been this need to annex that land at a really rapid pace, and that's really picked up, especially in the last few decades. And with that comes a lot of building on land that wasn't necessarily meant to house large subdivisions.
This is one of those new subdivisions in northwestern San Antonio. Javiera Arana Johnson is a former resident.
River Mist, I felt like it was a really nice place to live. It was my first home, so I had a lot of dreams and a lot of different things that I wanted to do with the house. Nice, sweet community. All the people were really close. I really enjoyed living here.
Javiera's home was one of 300 new houses built on the undulating ground.
When you're building, ideally you want to do it on a flat, stable surface.
If the terrain is uneven, like the hills of River Mist, one option is to use massive amounts of soil to create a flat surface. Then you need to make sure it all stays in exactly the right place.
In River Mist, that called for a giant retaining wall. Dr. Jack Leifer is an associate professor of engineering.
A retaining wall is a structure that allows differences in elevations to be held and maintained. They literally hold back the soil. We have some soil, and we have this wooden board that serves as a divider, maintaining the difference in heights between the two sides of the soil.
Retaining walls can use deep driven pilings or cable systems to hold them in place. But here, they went for a gravity wall.
Essentially, you build a wall using heavy blocks which use their own weight to hold back the soil.
Crucially, the wall needs a wide base to prevent the soil it retains from knocking it over.
So the wall has to be both heavy and it has to be wide enough on the bottom to resist the rotation of this wall.
By 2008, the hills of River Mist were home to more than 400 people living out their American dream. Until one quiet Sunday morning, when that dream became a nightmare. January the 24th, 2010, Javiera Johnson was driving home from town.
On my way back, my mom and my dad called me and they said that hurry up and come back. So I tried to rush back over here.
Pulling onto her road, she was greeted by roadblocks and police tape.
Police and the sheriff department and also fire department.
Her road was closed off, as was her home.
They told me that I have to evacuate my home because there was a wall collapse and they were afraid that those top houses were going to fall to the bottom.
River Mist's 12-meter retaining wall was crumbling, right on top of Javiera and her neighbors' homes.
One of the residents called 911 and reported that his backyard was sliding down the hill.
What I saw when I came back, there was actually like crumbling, and then you could see like the inside dirt and rocks is what you can see.
Imagine watching the land around your home just falling apart. It must have been horrific.
It looked like a sandcastle that some bully had come and kicked over.
With the situation out of control, authorities determined that the whole street was at risk.
At the rate that the slope was deteriorating, I can only imagine that the residents, once they left these homes, they probably weren't certain that it was still going to be here when they got back.
Everybody was in shock. I couldn't even think of what to grab, what not to grab. I don't even have time to be able to gather things.
With their homes uninhabitable, residents were forced to ask what had caused the disaster. Analysis of the damaged site found the culprit could be the very soil the wall was designed to hold back.
In the weeks leading up to the failure, the area had seen heavy rainfall, and it seems the waterlogged ground behind the wall had started to expand.
A process that over time was causing serious problems, engineering professor Dr. Jack Leifer explains.
The soil at the River Mist location was what we know as clayey soil, and that's the way you say it. It's clay-like. Clayey soil accumulates water, and that puts enormous additional lateral pressure onto any sort of retaining wall system.
As the soil absorbed heavy rainfall, it expanded like a sponge, causing cracks in the masonry that was holding the retaining wall in place. And the damage was about to get worse.
When it dries, it recedes and it retracts. So now you may get separation between the soil structure and the wall.
As the dried soil pulled away, the weakened wall was left unsupported. And it was only a matter of time before it failed. But the soil wasn't the only factor. The type of retaining wall might have played a part as well.
First of all, given the height of the wall, you may have wanted to consider something other than a gravity wall. From an engineering perspective, a successful gravity wall has to have both weight and it has to have girth at the bottom.
Engineering is all about compromise, striking the right balance between strong enough to do the job, but not so strong that you're wasting time and materials. And sometimes the balance is off.
The investigation also revealed that the wall was lighter and narrower than originally designed.
Any small changes, even if they're seemingly harmless, can drastically change the loads on a structure and can cause that structure to fail.
Although the reasons for the design change remain unknown, the failure of the wall had far-reaching consequences.
It was like 80 total homes at first that they said were possibly affected. It was a complete disaster.
Javiera's home escaped unscathed, but the risk of the wall further collapsing left the authorities with no choice but to prevent Javiera and her neighbors from returning.
I had fully furnished my house. To me, I'm thinking the furniture, all my belongings, everything, like what's gonna happen, but we weren't allowed.
Nearly a year after the collapse, work began on a new retaining wall right downhill of the original. This time, more than just gravity would hold it in place.
The original wall is still there, and that provides some additional support, but an additional wall was built, and that wall consists of pilings that are drilled down very deep with sections between the pilings.
The new wall has concrete piers driven up to 6 meters into the ground, with steel pins supporting the whole structure.
So whatever happens, this wall won't be going anywhere.
The piling wall is buried more deeply, and it's more stable because the lower you bury a structure, the more stable it's going to be.
7 months later, the new retaining wall was in place, but Javiera and her family had made the choice to leave.
I really hope that the new wall that they have, I hope and pray that it lasts and that it works well for this community, because I would never, ever in my life want anybody to go through something like that.
I mean, it's like a metaphor, right? You're really living on a precipice. So there's the implication when you live on a precipice that things could all literally go downhill at any moment. You could fall off the edge.
For engineers, pushing the boundaries to create iconic structures means taking big risks. But sometimes the risks can outweigh the rewards. Like this story in New York, a pioneering skyscraper that hit the headlines.
There were reports of it creaking like a ship at sea.
An iconic structure plagued by unanticipated issues.
This pressure would cause loud banging noises that, I quote, sounded like a bomb.
A super tall skyscraper causing supersized headaches for residents.
Cables were causing the elevator to stop. There was one instance in which a resident was stuck for more than an hour.
Getting stuck in a lift is some people's worst nightmare. Imagine that happening 80 stories up in a super skinny skyscraper.
New York City, a financial, commercial and cultural powerhouse, is also home to some of the finest skyscraping structures on Earth. Former resident Stefan Al is an architect and skyscraper designer.
New York is one of the greatest cities in the world. I think it's an example of what we can achieve as a civilization, building greater and greater up in the sky, but also bringing people together from all over the world into a relatively small space.
The Manhattan skyline is possibly the most iconic in the world. Engineers have been building here higher and higher ever since the 19th century.
Sean Corsandi is an associate professor of architecture.
Historically, towers are about ego. They're about eminence, they're about attitude. And that's why it was so great to be building tall and getting things in New York like the Chrysler Building or the Empire State Building. That had a civic pride. It was sort of something for the city to look forward to, an engineering feat, and it's something everyone could enjoy.
In recent years, the ranks of commercial and civic structures have been joined by super tall residential towers. Stefanos Chen is a real estate reporter.
In the last, say, decade or so, we've seen most of the new skyline that people most recognize is this new residential condo development. So all along 57th Street, which is now called Billionaires Row.
So Billionaires Row is right over there on the south side of Central Park, where we see these extremely skinny, super tall skyscrapers that contain these luxury apartments.
This tower on the southeast corner of Billionaires Row was the game changer. The 426-meter-tall structure is home to more than 100 luxury apartments, most with prime views of Central Park.
What's driving a lot of this development is the view. You can have lots of things in New York, but a protected view is very hard to come by.
Because they're so close to Central Park, the taller you go, the better your view of Manhattan's most famous park.
And the better the view, the higher the price tag.
The higher you can go, the higher the premium is per square foot for these condo apartments. The record currently is more than $13,000 a square foot.
Key to those eye-catching views is the tower's super thin profile.
The thinner the tower and the bigger the windows, the better the view from all over your apartment.
Well, the first thing that stands out when you look at this model is that it's extremely skinny for a skyscraper. So 432 Park Avenue has a slenderness ratio of 1 to 15. That means that it's 15 times taller than it's wide, right? Which is very different from the early generation of skyscrapers.
This tower is insanely skinny. The base is the size of just 2 basketball courts, but it is structurally taller than the Empire State Building.
When building tall and thin, engineers take on not just gravity, but the power of the wind, which applies lateral pressure to the tower.
The building wants to swing left and right in the wind. It needs to transfer it to this very narrow base. That makes them a real technical challenge.
Engineers used a clever trick to reduce the wind pressure on the building. 5 double-height stories with no windows, known here as mechanical floors.
If you look at these mechanical floors, they're completely open so that the wind can blow through them, so that reduces the wind pressure on the building.
But allowing the wind to blow through only reduced part of the sway. Engineers also installed massive weights near the top.
On the upper stories, there's what we call tooth mass damper, which is a very large counterweight, hundreds of tons heavy. And every time the building sways this way, this counterweight will move in the opposite direction to kind of balance out the swaying.
Upon completion, this high-tech tower was the tallest purely residential building in the Western Hemisphere.
You had not only the best views in the city for a period in time, but also some of the highest prices in New York City. There's currently the penthouse apartment listed for $169 million, which works out to something like $20,000 a square foot, which would totally break the record currently in the city.
However, soon after residents moved in, it appeared that all was not well with the luxury lifestyle. Stefanos Chen broke the news.
We first heard about the story from a resident who had reached out with some complaints about construction defects in the building. Some of the biggest issues were water damage. There were several plumbing leaks that caused essentially millions of dollars in damage.
The reported problems went much deeper than water leaks.
You have issues of sway as well. Basically all buildings sway, but when you get that high up in the air, it's really noticeable. Some folks had even told me that they were feeling seasick.
All tall buildings sway. It's just a question of how much, and whether the movement does more than make you feel queasy. Here, there were reports of it creaking like a ship at sea with banging noises.
Noise really has been a major complaint with some residents. There are whistling sounds, creaking sounds, all sorts of things that you wouldn't expect when you're paying top dollar.
As if swaying, creaking and banging weren't enough, there was one more disturbing problem.
Because of the height of these towers and the way in which the building sways at that height, cables inside the elevator shaft were sort of slapping against the side of the shaft and causing the elevator to stop. So there was one instance in which a resident was stuck for more than an hour.
Getting stuck in a lift is some people's worst nightmare. Imagine that happening 80 stories up in a super skinny skyscraper.
It's sort of hard to relate with multimillionaires to that degree, but I can't imagine anyone really being pleased with paying that much money and getting an apartment that just is riddled with defects and issues. Everything which might have been a minor inconvenience for smaller buildings becomes that much bigger in super tall.
One of the world's tallest towers was hitting the headlines for all the wrong reasons, and people wanted to know why this state-of-the-art structure was rocking.
The taller you build, the more a building sways. And a little sway is good. If a building were completely rigid, it could break during a seismic event. So having a little bit of sway is good. The problem is that there's human limits to what amount of sway is comfortable.
Although key to the structure's safety, that sway also caused the elevator's habit of grinding to a halt mid-ride.
If the building sways too much, it can damage the elevator and it can be a safety hazard. So sometimes this is deliberate that the elevator will pause when the building sways too much as a safety precaution.
But sway wasn't the only problem concerning residents, who also reported hearing banging noises. That could be caused by another air-induced problem, the so-called stack effect.
When it's cold outside, the warmer air on the inside rises, creating a buildup of pressure that looks for somewhere to escape, which in a super tall building like this could be the elevator shafts or the garbage chute.
If you would open the trash chute, right, which is a shaft that goes all the way down, I can imagine that this pressure differential would kind of cause loud banging noises that I quote, sounded like a bomb.
Ultimately, residents needed to know exactly how deep the problems went.
So the residents commissioned an engineering report, and the results were pretty alarming. They had found that over 70% of systems in the building were not as promised, and that there were several safety concerns.
The developers have stated that none of the issues are safety critical. And while the dispute with residents and owners continues, one question is, can the sway be resolved?
So I'm sure there's ways to remediate some of the issues. The trash chute issue, as well as the flooding issue, should be able to get resolved. The sway issue, on the other hand, will be a much harder problem to solve, especially for the upper stories. And to solve something like that, you really need to change the structure or the tune mass damper, which is a lot harder.
Problems escalate as we keep amplifying and building these buildings even larger. This building has already been surpassed by other buildings on this very block. And if the issues are not solved here, they escalate and amplify.
In the end, many believe problems like these are inevitable in the drive to build ever taller.
This is the first time they built a residential building this tall, and if you look at the history of skyscrapers, there's always problems that emerge because technology has to catch up with innovation.
The truth is, pushing the boundaries in engineering always comes with risks. If architects didn't try, our cities and skylines wouldn't be as iconic as they are today.
When building big, engineers are in a constant battle with the elements. But sometimes the forces of nature can't be stopped. Like this disaster in New Zealand, which destroyed a stadium in seconds.
Next minute, all hell broke loose, basically.
The city's pride and joy went up against Mother Nature and lost.
It was chaos when I walked up here. You could see the front side of the building had tipped in.
Revealing a decade-old weakness and sending shockwaves across the community.
How in God's name are we ever going to get this back?
New Zealand's Southland region. This remote, windswept landscape seems more suited to sheep than people.
New Zealand sits right in the path of powerful winds that whip around the southern hemisphere, known as the Roaring Forties. And right at the far southern tip, the Southland region is exposed to some of the toughest weather in the country.
That includes Invercargill, one of the most southerly cities on Earth. Home to a tough community bonded by a love of sports. Nigel Skelt manages the city's only stadium.
We are sports mad. We have a fraternity that are crazy, that follow our international franchise sport, and just a very, very close-knit community.
Invercargill experiences unpredictable weather. So in 2000, Stadium Southland opened to make sure the city never missed a game.
There was a massive campaign from the public who really bought into it, and some of the sports bodies and the schools. It was very much a community-driven project.
More than 9,000 square meters of the stadium is dedicated to 9 courts, accommodating multiple sports under one giant roof, supported by steel trusses.
Trusses are used everywhere from bridges and cranes to stadiums. They're effectively a self-supporting steel lattice that's perfect for spanning long distances without needing extra support in the middle.
It's amazing engineering. When it all comes together, you end up in a covered space the size of a football field.
When the stadium opened in May 2000, it scored an immediate win.
Sport grew in each and every angle almost instantaneously from that day, so it was fantastic.
For a decade, the stadium hosted sports as well as concerts and events, regardless of the weather, until early spring of 2010. September the 18th. A huge snowstorm was rolling into Invercargill. Safe inside the town's stadium, coach Kieran Fahy was putting tennis students through their paces.
Some of the junior players needing a bit of help with doubles tennis and stuff like that.
At 10:45, as the snow fell faster, the decision was made to cancel the class.
So they thought, right, we get out of here before we get snowed in and can't get back home.
Families gathered in the foyer and prepared to brave the weather outside, but Kieran stayed inside.
There was a real loud bang, and then it's something that felt like a hurricane, going past.
But this was no hurricane. Just after 11 a.m., disaster struck.
Next minute, all hell broke loose, basically.
The stadium's roof had collapsed. Operations manager Ryan Sycamore was first on the scene.
It was blatantly obvious. When you walked up, you could see the front side of the building had tipped in. It was just terrible.
Ryan called his boss, stadium manager Nigel Skelt.
I called him and I just had to say, the building's collapsed. It's all falling down.
When Nigel arrived, the damage looked unsurvivable.
It was horrific. From the corner, there was a concertina effect from there. The roof coming down at different spaces throughout.
No one had yet realised that Kieran was still inside.
When the roof come down, it just blew the emergency door wide open, and anything that was in the passage just was thrown out like toys.
Kieran's survival was a miracle, and the city's luck didn't end there.
Normally, on any weekend, we are incredibly busy. We only had a small group of tennis players that morning, and the good fortune very simply being no loss of life.
But Invercargill's pride and joy lay in ruins. Why had a stadium designed to withstand the region's extreme weather collapsed after just 10 years? A detailed investigation was launched, and the first culprit seemed obvious: the snow. Structural engineer Ashley Smith was on the investigation team.
Structures of that type normally have quite a large safety factor, and we felt that it was more than just the snow that would have caused that collapse.
In fact, on the day of the collapse, the pressure from snow was only 75% of the roof's design load.
During the investigation, the team calculated that the probability of snow alone causing the collapse was less than 1%.
Further analysis of the wreckage revealed a weakness in one steel roof truss at the eastern end of the stadium.
This is showing one of the trusses that collapsed. You can see a sharp kink at that point.
The cause was tracked back to the initial construction a decade earlier, when the truss started to deform.
They were installing roof materials and ceilings and various other things, adding more weight onto that roof and realising that there was too much deflection in that truss.
Deflection in a truss is essentially sagging. Every truss is expected to sag a little bit, but too much is a sign something is wrong.
As more weight was added to the truss, it deflected, ripping the concrete top from the supporting column, along with the anchor bolts embedded in it.
That was the reason for the excessive deflection, because that connection couldn't hold that truss in that rigid arrangement, so not strong enough to do the job.
For unknown reasons, the column wasn't repaired or the bolts replaced. Instead, the construction team decided to straighten and reinforce the truss.
First of all, they put some jacks underneath the trusses and jacked it above its original alignment. So when they jacked it up, they had to infill that with a steel plate and weld it back together. And then they added these side plates on the trusses on those red lines to strengthen it, to stiffen it really, before they let the jacks go.
Although the team didn't know it at the time, the fix hadn't worked. The unsuccessful repairs to the truss were the stadium's Achilles heel.
With the excessively heavy snowfall, the welds in the strengthening plates failed, the truss buckled, and with no solid anchor holding it in place, it slipped off the columns.
As it fell, it dragged the rest of the roof down with it in seconds, just like a house of cards.
The 2010 collapse was a near miss for the people of Invercargill, but it also brought the community closer together as they rallied for a new and improved stadium. The new roof has redesigned columns, a more robust concrete mix, and deeper, stronger trusses.
The stadium today can support 76% more snow loading than the original design. Ready to take on any weather the roaring 40s can throw at it.
Oh, I think the stadium is basically the heart of the city, really. I wouldn't swap it for anything. I wouldn't swap it for anywhere else.
A deadly explosion strikes at the heart of a Texas community.
The entire apartment complex was in pieces, and that is where my babies were.
Disaster in Florida as a huge chasm devastates a neighborhood.
I see this massive hole in front of me, and I fell backwards. That night, my wife and I realized we would not be coming back.
In Spain, a world-class opera venue in danger of bringing down the house.
What's wrong? What's happening? Nobody in their wildest dreams expected problems like this.
And in New Zealand, a cracking catastrophe on a vital crossing.
This bridge is absolutely critical. The chaos that's caused beyond measure.
With big builds, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. With engineering, robust design and construction are just the beginning. Sometimes the Achilles heel is in day-to-day operations. Like this disaster in Texas that ripped through the heart of a small town.
It sounded like a vacuum. Boom. And the next thing I know, it's dark and I can't move.
A massive explosion that caused chaos and panic.
You could see everything. It's just gone, falling. I've never seen anything in my life like that.
A tragedy that left a community in ruins and forced an industry to change.
This disaster destroyed homes, businesses, and schools, and nearly wiped an entire town off the map.
West Texas is a town with a name that defies expectations.
West is actually in north central Texas, about an hour's drive south of Dallas. In fact, the city got its name from Thomas West, a 19th century businessman and landowner.
Local Alicia Garrick is proud of her paradoxically named community.
It's West, Texas. There is a difference. It's the most amazing place to be. The community, the support, the strength, everything that I want to instill in my kids, you find in this town.
With a population of less than 3,000, this small town with a big heart is heavily invested in one industry.
Very much farming. If you're in school here, you know the agriculture, everything. They raise animals, they start you young, because it is very land and animals.
And every farming community needs fertilizer. Luckily, this city already had a plentiful supply right on its doorstep.
The West Fertilizer Plant had been storing fertilizer, other chemicals, and grains since the early 60s. Over the years, the city essentially grew up around the plant, and it became a well-known feature.
The large facility didn't just supply the surrounding area. Dr. Christy Says is an associate professor of environmental science.
The West Fertilizer Plant was a production and storage and distribution center for fertilizers throughout the Southwest and Middle East United States. They mostly carried ammonium nitrate, a very common fertilizer.
Both the ammonium and the nitrate parts contain nitrogen, which is the single most important nutrient for promoting healthy plant growth. So it's the perfect combination for fertilizer.
But the fertilizer plant that brought the community together would very nearly tear it apart. Wednesday, April the 17th, 2013, around 7:30 p.m. Emergency Medical Services instructor Rick Coleman was teaching in town.
The class was comprised of all volunteers, so a lot of the volunteer firefighters had their pager on. That was a pet peeve of mine, and we had just come back from a break, and then the pager went off, and that's where we got wind that there was a fire.
Firefighters, including 4 volunteers from Rick's class, rushed to the scene and began tackling the blaze. At 7:51 p.m., a gigantic blast shook the city. Rick was still inside the classroom building.
The next thing I know, it's dark, sprinklers are going off, and I can't move. I reach for my phone and then kind of take a breath and figure out where the hell I am.
Alicia Garrick was at work when she was rocked by the shockwaves.
I was in the door frame and I went into the wall, and the other coworkers that were right here with me were screaming, "Oh my God," and all you could see was black.
The explosion was so huge that it showed up on seismographs more than 200 kilometers away.
I've never seen anything in my life like that. Something was wrong. It was a lot of black smoke, a lot of black smoke.
Businesses, schools, and a nursing home were damaged or destroyed by the devastating explosion. Paramedic and instructor Rick went to work.
We found a nurse that was pinned under a wall that had collapsed. So that's when we start moving stuff, trying to get her out. We're just in instinct mode right now to help people. That instinctive reaction, that's what we do.
Meanwhile, Alicia realized the blast came from near her home, where her 2 young children were with the babysitter.
I lost all focus of everything other than them. I think my mom instinct just go, and that's what I did. I hopped in the car and took off.
Alicia raced home, and her heart sank.
I took off running because I could see the entire apartment complex, and it was in pieces, and that is where my babies were.
What happened next was nothing short of a miracle.
I looked up, and I seen my 4-year-old dragging my 2-year-old by the arm down the stairs. And I screamed as loud as I could. It was just him, this little 4-year-old, and this 2-year-old at the bottom of these stairs. Everything's broke around him. He just wrapped his arms around his 2-year-old brother and froze. And I continued running across the parking lot through boards and trash and swooped them up. And when I was able to put my arms around them, and as bad as everything was, I knew I had them.
Luckily, the 2 boys and their babysitter survived, although the babysitter had been trapped in the debris, one of more than 260 people injured in the blast. Tragically, 3 civilians and 12 emergency responders died in the explosion. Some of Rick's volunteers among them.
So these 4 guys would carry a pager with them and run and help a complete stranger. That's just the way these people are. You know, it's just amazing what the volunteer does and how the community needs these people.
With the city in mourning, state and federal officials launched an immediate investigation. What had caused such a destructive explosion?
Was this a bomb? What was this? Everything was just a mess, but you couldn't tell what it was that made it do this.
Investigators focused on the chemicals within the fertilizer plant, and one product in particular, ammonium nitrate.
In the US, about 80% of ammonium nitrate is turned into fertilizer, but it's also a vital ingredient in industrial explosives used for mining and quarrying. Like a lot of dangerous chemicals, safe storage is key.
The investigation discovered that on the day of the incident, around 50 tons of ammonium nitrate was stockpiled, next to other chemicals, in 2 open-ended wooden bins. Dr. Christy Says is an associate professor of environmental science.
When you start to have contaminants added to the ammonium nitrate, for instance, dust, hay, grass, things like this, then you really start to increase its likelihood of it having a lower threshold for explosion.
As a fire ignited and spread out of control, smoke and soot began to accumulate on the loose pile of ammonium nitrate, rapidly heating it.
In normal storage conditions, fertilizer-grade ammonium nitrate is difficult to ignite. But intense heat and contamination can cause it to become increasingly unstable.
There was one other very unlikely substance that could have lit the fuse, and that is water.
Ammonium nitrate is a salt. It will absorb water, and that water changes the constituency of the fertilizer itself. You don't normally think of water as a fuel, but in this case, because of the chemistry, water will actually fuel a fire.
In fierce heat, this compound can go through a process known as thermal decomposition, rapidly releasing gases including nitrogen oxide and water vapor. And this rapid release of volatile gas can produce devastating results.
With the combination of the oxygen, the water, the fire, and the ammonium nitrate then exploded.
That explained the cause of the blast. But with tons of potentially volatile and explosive chemicals in storage, why was the populated town of West so close by?
We had a playground that kids played on daily, then an elementary school. So many things so close to a fertilizer plant that could even have the possibility of doing something like that.
The investigation discovered that there were no state regulations related to zoning, which meant that over the years, the city and its citizens got closer and closer to the plant.
As the town developed, it seems the potential danger posed by the plant had simply been overlooked.
The investigation also revealed that when firefighters arrived on scene, they didn't have enough time to fully assess the potential danger of these hazardous chemicals before disaster struck. All of these factors added up to one of the most destructive explosions the National Chemical Safety Board had ever investigated. Following the tragedy, the investigation recommended new zoning guidelines near potentially hazardous facilities. In addition, President Barack Obama issued an executive order to improve chemical facility safety and security.
With more than 1,300 facilities like this across the US alone, the disaster was a massive wake-up call.
In 2019, a memorial was erected to honor those who tragically lost their lives fighting to protect their town, including the volunteers from Rick's class.
So these 4 guys, and every one of them here, they still ran to go help in any capacity. That's just the way they were. We have, as a community, an obligation to help one another all the time.
With the fertilizer plant gone, the town looked to a new future.
This is what's helped us find our joy again. And so now this is our West Fire playground for our kids. Our home's not here anymore. Our memories from the night of the explosion will always be front and center. We've processed things, we've grown. Now we can come here and our kids can just continue to play.
Building big requires a balance between the needs of the environment and engineering. Upsetting that balance can trigger a catastrophe. Like this disaster in Florida, where a neighborhood began to disappear.
This looks just like a bottomless pit opening up.
A gaping sinkhole that kept growing, forcing people out of their homes.
I could hear a hissing sound. I see this massive hole in front of me.
Leaving residents asking, was this catastrophe the work of man or Mother Nature?
Once they saw the police and the fire, a lot of them knew something serious was going on.
Gainesville is a sprawling college town in north central Florida. News photographer Brad McClenney has been working the city beat for 15 years.
Gainesville is definitely the university city. The University of Florida dominates most things here in town. Medical research and agriculture, the two things that drive the University of Florida.
And when it comes to agriculture, Florida's most famous crop is the orange.
Agriculture is worth billions of dollars here, but it requires a lot of water. Luckily, the state sits above a massive natural reservoir, the Floridian Aquifer.
Jim Olson is a Florida-based geophysicist.
So the Floridian Aquifer extends from the southern Appalachians all the way through Florida to the south. It is over 1,000 feet thick and supplies millions and millions of gallons of water per day.
The water isn't just pumped for agriculture, but also for industry and residential use.
Across the Sunshine State, nearly 3 billion liters of water a day are used just to keep lawns looking green.
But the vast underground aquifer that supports so much life can also destroy it. In 2014, Matthew Sebastian and his wife Lucy relocated to Gainesville, where he was attending medical school. They decided to put down roots in the suburb of Westwood.
The vibe in the Westwood neighborhood is super chill. It is one of community and friendship, and it's been fantastic. My wife was 7 months pregnant at the time. I was still in med school, and we envisioned a life here in Gainesville.
But their dream would soon become a nightmare. October the 22nd, 2020. Matthew was returning from work.
I came home and I smelled something like gas, and obviously I was very concerned. I went to go investigate what the smell could be coming from.
On closer inspection, it was clear this was more than just a leaky pipe.
I went into the backyard, then I could hear a hissing sound. So I follow the hissing sound. I see this massive hole in front of me. It's probably 15 feet across, and I fell backwards.
As news of the disaster spread, photographer Brad McClenney arrived to witness the devastating scene.
The police and fire rescue had cordoned off the whole area. They had tape up to make sure that no one was able to get back there. They really had no idea how big this sinkhole was going to get.
Caught on camera by a local resident, this real-life drama was getting closer and closer to their homes.
Some were really nervous that the sinkhole was coming towards their house. A lot of them knew something serious was going on.
You see chunks of rock or soil just dropping through a hole in the earth. There's no way to know how deep it goes.
Geophysicist Jim Olson and his team were called in to investigate.
When I went up to it, I was really surprised by the diameter and depth, not to mention how close it was to multiple houses. It really made me nervous for the people that were right there.
The craziest part about it was the house across the way had a swimming pool, and the swimming pool was hanging into the sinkhole.
The pool took the plunge, but the hole wasn't done growing, as it filled with groundwater and expanded further. The yawning chasm had appeared from nowhere, and in just a few days destroyed homes and lives.
In the middle of that is where it started, and it massively expanded to what you see right now. This was our property right here. And if we move over a little bit, we can actually see my other neighbor's former property as well.
Luckily, no one was injured, but in all, 5 homes had to be demolished, as this nearly 40-meter sinkhole ripped apart the community.
Some of the residents had been here 20, 30 years, and they had raised their kids here. Now your home was basically a waste.
The neighborhood jokingly calls it the hell portal, and I think that's a very appropriate name.
But what had caused this huge sinkhole to open up in a residential neighborhood? At first, the explanation seemed simple.
So Florida as a state is very prone to sinkholes because we have karst topography, and those are characterized by the dissolution of limestone.
Karst landscape can be found all over the world in layers of soluble limestone bedrock.
Wherever it is, there's one key feature: underground caves.
Limestone interacts with the acidic rainwater and groundwater, dissolving that calcium carbonate in the limestone, creating these large caverns and voids.
In Florida, as those underground caves, cracks and fissures filled with water, they helped form the Floridian Aquifer.
Caves hidden underground are generally no problem. The trouble starts when the roof gets too thin and collapses.
When that happens, the soil above drops through into the cave below, and you have yourself a sinkhole.
On the surface, the westward sinkhole may appear to be a freak act of Mother Nature. But it seems there was more at play, thanks to the insatiable thirst for water from the Floridian Aquifer.
So as of 2015, Floridians were drawing over 15 billion gallons of water per day for a variety of uses. When we're pulling water from the aquifer near municipalities or these large agricultural lands, it's the spot location where we're drawing the water is really taxing on the system.
The imbalance in water levels in specific locations caused a phenomenon known as the drawdown effect.
The drawdown effect is when demand lowers the water table in certain locations. Cracks and fissures that are normally supported by water pressure are left empty, and the ground above becomes vulnerable to collapse.
As more water is extracted, the aquifer can't keep the water table topped up everywhere, so sinkholes will become ever more common.
Natural forces, industry and agriculture all combined to yield this nightmare sinkhole. But it was Matthew and his neighbors who were left to pay the price.
That night, my wife and I realized we would not be coming back. And just for our safety, because honestly, we had no idea what was going to happen with this hole, we decided no matter what, it wasn't going to be safe to live here anymore.
While Matthew has moved out and moved on, the sinkhole continues to linger.
There's two ways to fill an existing sinkhole. It's either by putting fill material in there, such as soil, clays, sands, and just dumping it in there. The other way is pumping concrete grout into the ground.
But with a chasm of this scale, the cost to fill it outweighs the benefits.
Sometimes it can cost as little as $5,000 to $10,000 to repair sinkholes, and sometimes it can be over $500,000 to $1 million to repair a large sinkhole feature.
The whole of Florida sits on this type of limestone landscape, and the cracks and caves are constantly growing. So there's really no getting away from this problem.
Sinkholes are a fact of life. You never really know when they're gonna pop up. They don't happen every day.
Matthew and his former neighbors still own the land. And with the chasm presenting a constant danger, they have taken on the responsibility of putting up a fence around the sinkhole to keep people safe. Luckily, they've got a little protection themselves.
As a Florida homeowner, you have something called catastrophic ground collapse coverage. And so that's what kicked in for us.
When engineers innovate, every last detail is crucial, because sometimes pioneering structures can bite back. Like this building in Spain that was coming apart at the seams.
Hatches were starting to fall down. Nobody in their wildest dreams expected problems like this.
An unanticipated issue causing an iconic structure to lose face.
Expansion and contraction, and then the pieces fall down, drops to the floor.
Tiles were crashing down from the roof. This stunning structure was shedding its skin onto the sidewalk below.
Valencia, on Spain's Mediterranean coast, is the nation's third largest city. Boasting hot, dry summers and mild winters, this bustling metropolis has a lot to offer.
Valencia was founded by the Romans more than 2,000 years ago. As well as great weather, it has amazing culture and stunning architecture.
long in the shadow of Barcelona and Madrid. In 1996, Valencia embarked on its most ambitious ever engineering project. 9 years and around €1 billion in the making. The City of Arts and Sciences.
This complex was unlike anything Spain had ever seen, with 6 futuristic structures hosting everything from an aquarium to a cinema.
The outside of the buildings was every bit as appealing as what was going on inside.
The crowning glory was this, the tallest opera house in the world, known as the Queen Sofia Palace of the Arts. Tour guide Petronella van Mollekam was drawn to the city by the cutting-edge construction.
It's the building that Valencia was waiting for. Valencia never had an opera house, so this was a long-awaited building.
This masterpiece of modern architecture consists of 3 halls, the largest with a capacity for almost 2,000 opera-goers. But the standout feature was the striking steel and ceramic roof.
People say it looks like a ship, other people say it looks like a shark, and third option is it looks like the helmet of a medieval warrior. So depending on where you stand, how you look at it, you see different things. So in that aspect, it's absolutely brilliant.
In the final act of construction, the 2 shells of the opera house roof were covered with a delicate mosaic ceramic work known as trencadis.
Trencadis literally means chopped. By using broken tile fragments, you can create a mosaic pattern on irregular or curved surfaces.
With more than 20 years' experience, mosaic and trencadis craftsman Ruben Coronel knows the method well.
¿Qué es el trencadis? Es un tipo de mosaico, una técnica arquitectónica impulsada por Antonio Gaudí, un arquitecto modernista. Y en todo el mundo le llaman el arquitecto de Dios, porque prácticamente se basa en el creador, en los organismos, en los vegetales, en los animales, en las plantas, etc.
Gaudí was one of Spain's greatest architects. He created incredible mosaics that are found all over Barcelona, on everything from buildings to artwork.
But it's not just in Barcelona. This tried and true method has been part of this region for over a century, including inside Valencia's main train station.
In Valencia, that same technique was perfect for covering the curved surface of the opera house.
Rather than the bold colours of Gaudí, the mosaic would be made up of mostly white ceramic tiles, designed to shine against the backdrop of strong sunlight in the blue Mediterranean sky. Ruben was part of the team.
Primero de una malla y un pegamento, y luego llevamos al soporte en sí a ejecutar el trabajo. Para mí, obviamente, la belleza del trabajo recae en el operario. La paciencia, se necesita mucha paciencia y sobre todo...
This was a highly skilled and painstaking process. Essentially, they had to cover an area more than 3 times the size of the White House, with thousands of shards of broken tiles.
Que se adapta a cualquier superficie, sea redonda, curva, plana, no tiene límite.
With construction complete, the Queen Sofia Palace of the Arts was officially opened on October the 8th, 2005. And it was an immediate success.
It was the project that put Valencia on the map. It's the landmark Valencia needed. From the moment that this was finished, lots of people started to visit Valencia. This changed everything.
But while the performances on the inside were receiving rave reviews, on the outside, the building's huge roof would soon have audiences running for cover. Late December 2013, and for tour guide Petronella van Mollekam, word was starting to spread that something was wrong with the stunning structure.
People started to notice things on the outside of the buildings. They saw parts of the trencadis like bulging, and they would ask questions during the tours. What's wrong what's happening with the Trencadis on the outside.
Worse was to come. On December the 26th, 2013, as high winds swept across the city, sections of the signature mosaic began tumbling to the ground.
We saw parts falling off. That was a bit of a shock. Nobody in their wildest dreams expected problems like this happening on a modern building that was only 8 years old.
Authorities were left with no choice but to cancel performances and shut the entire building down.
Valencia's Opera House is one of the hottest tickets in town, but it had been open for less than a decade. This was shocking.
This is the world's tallest opera house. You wouldn't want to be underneath when one of these tiles came crashing down.
Valencia's striking Queen Sofia Palace of the Arts was facing disaster.
This being the most expensive building of the whole project, most iconic, was a scandal that after 8 years there were already things not working.
The problem, it seems, stemmed from Valencia's hot, windy climate and how it interacted with the steel Trencadis-covered roof. Vicente Blasco Garcia is a professor of architecture.
The surface is exposed to the climate conditions, expansion and contraction, expansion and contraction. The material covering the metallic surface begins to break, and that's the main problem, the incompatibility between both materials.
The steel and the ceramic were expanding and contracting at different rates and in different directions, causing cracks to develop between the mosaic and the metal, making the problem worse.
And then, through these little gaps, water penetrates between Trencadis and metallic surface. It can freeze, and then the ice expands and the Trencadis fall down to the floor.
But this was a tried and true technique throughout this region. So why had it failed so spectacularly here? One theory is that the adhesive itself wasn't allowing the two surfaces to move relative to each other.
An independent report concluded that about 60% of the surface was failing. So, in these conditions, it seemed the glue just wasn't working properly.
In January 2014, less than a month after the first tiles fell, the city began working on a radical solution.
They decided to take all the Trencadis off of both the facades.
And while the estimated cost of repairs ran to around €3 million, it definitely had its upside for the tourist trade.
That was especially good for the tours because we were able to pick up parts of Trencadis from the floor and say, well, this is a souvenir from Valencia. It was quite spectacular.
With the structure stripped and lessons learned, the decision was taken to try the Trencadis mosaic again, this time using a more flexible and more watertight adhesive. Ruben was again part of the team.
Pues se ha mejorado 100% tanto desde la cerámica mismo como la malla, también los cementos colas de agarre y también el de rejunte, porque se aprende de los errores. Y para mi parecer quedó estupendamente muy bien.
Fully reopened, Valencia's Opera House continues to wow audiences from all over the world, inside and out.
Cada vez que veo estos edificios me lleno de emoción. Poder decirles a mis hijos, vuestro padre trabajó ahí, en ese edificio, eso me llena de alegría y es Valencia, una ciudad que amo muchísimo y me ha bendecido muchísimo.
The opera that had to be cancelled back in 2013 was about two ill-fated lovers who couldn't be a happy couple. But in the real drama of the mosaic and the roof, hopefully now these two can stick together.
With big structures, engineers try to prepare for any eventuality. But sometimes circumstances demand a radical change of plan. Like this story in New Zealand. that threatened to close one of the nation's most vital crossings.
This bridge is absolutely critical to the New Zealand economy. Shutting it down just isn't an option.
A revolutionary engineering solution that triggered unexpected consequences.
The chaos that's caused beyond measure.
And left engineers in a never-ending battle to save the bridge.
In a worst-case scenario, this bridge could have suffered catastrophic failure.
Auckland, on New Zealand's North Island, is the nation's largest city. Like the rest of this dynamic country, its geography is complicated. Hayden Donnell is a local journalist.
Auckland's landscape is challenging. It's built around 50 volcanoes, it's mountainous, it's hilly, and it has this beautiful harbour in the middle of it here.
In fact, Auckland sits on what's known as an isthmus, a narrow strip of land with water on both sides. John Tukey is a professor of engineering.
Auckland sits between two harbours. It's a natural choke point, ideal location for development of a city in the sense of having access to the ocean on both sides.
But as the population grew, this natural bottleneck threatened to choke commuter and trade traffic. To release the pressure, plans were laid for this: a mammoth 1,020-metre crossing known as the Auckland Harbour Bridge.
It's a box truss structure, which is it's a simple structure. It's very common in bridge building, has been for a long, long period of time.
A box truss relies on a lattice of steel members arranged in a series of triangles, one of engineering's strongest shapes. These work together to create a sturdy, self-supporting span with minimal material.
6 concrete piers support 7 spans. Towards the centre, the boxes arch upwards, creating an almost 200-metre wide, 40-metre high channel for shipping. Construction began in 1955. At the time, it was New Zealand's largest ever infrastructure project.
It took 1,000 workers 4 years to complete the mammoth structure, using more than 40,000 tonnes of concrete and nearly 6,000 tonnes of steel.
When it opened, the 4-lane bridge was the North Island's longest crossing, and it was quickly put to work.
It became pretty much the only main road that links the north of New Zealand with the south of New Zealand.
But within a decade, it was clear New Zealand's largest bridge wasn't big enough.
The initial amount of traffic going over the bridge was about 15,000 vehicles per day, which was substantial. That having been said, the trajectory of growth was astronomical.
One solution might have been a second bridge, but it would have been phenomenally expensive. So the engineers went for something much more radical.
The plan was to attach 2 new bridges to the old bridge, one on each side, doubling its capacity from 4 to 8 lanes. These so-called clip-ons were a completely different type of bridge. Instead of the steel lattice of a truss, they're hollow steel boxes reinforced with internal ribs, known as orthotropic decks, supported from the piers below by giant steel wings.
If you look at each wing, you can actually see 2 vertical columns coming up, and they connected to the bottom, or their main supports for the bottom of the clip-ons. And you can see the 2 working side by side at this point.
These are clipped on 2 lanes on either side, and the bridge is now 8 lanes wide.
The audacious expansion was a success at first. But by the 1980s, traffic had soared yet again, and the clip-ons were starting to feel the strain. The connection between the road deck and clip-ons was failing.
There was recognition of the fact that we were starting to get metal fatigue and cracking taking place in some of the new clip-on members.
In 1985, a detailed inspection revealed cracks in the reinforcing ribs just beneath the surface of the road.
These aren't giant cracks for all to see. They're hidden on the welds, deep inside the clip-ons.
These welds were effectively all that was holding the road deck in place. If the damage went unchecked, the decks could shift, in a worst-case scenario, falling into the harbour below.
Engineers were so concerned that heavy trucks were banned from using the clip-on supported lanes, hoping that lightening the load would prevent disaster. One of the nation's most vital crossings was in jeopardy, and the public was looking for answers. What was causing the cracking? The answer was simple: too much traffic.
Bridges are designed to handle two loads: the dead load, which is the weight of the structure itself, and the live load, which is the traffic. Here, the traffic was causing problems inside the new clip-ons.
The vibrations from above were repeatedly flexing the welds holding the road deck in place, fatiguing the metal. This phenomenon is known as cyclic loading, and it threatens steel structures worldwide.
Let's imagine you've got a small metal rod that you wanted to break. You flex it backwards and forwards in that same spot. As things get harder, it becomes more brittle and it's more prone to snap and crack.
Despite showing signs of serious fatigue, closing the crossing altogether wasn't an option.
This bridge is absolutely critical to the essential economic activity of New Zealand as a whole.
The solution was as radical as the original design. The only way to protect the bridge and the New Zealand economy was by removing and re-welding the failed connections one by one. But removing too many at once would risk the structure falling under its own weight.
They had to be individually taken off. About 2,000 of these splices all in all that were replaced and upgraded.
Taking a full year, by 1986 the second bridge fix was complete. But it was more of a band-aid than a permanent solution.
Every repair adds more weight, but add too much, and the fixes would start to overload the bridge, essentially making its problems worse.
The latest fix alone involved 120 kilometres of new welds and 200,000 new bolts, adding unanticipated weight to a structure that's now 5 decades old.
In 2021, authorities admitted the bridge couldn't withstand any more fixes and warned that long-term traffic restrictions could eventually be necessary to keep the bridge from total collapse.
Up to 180,000 vehicles use the bridge every day. That's 50% more than when the clip-ons were first repaired. This problem will never go away.
One answer could be a second crossing, this time under the water rather than over it.
I can certainly see a scenario where we're likely to look at a tunnel solution, and that's what's been heavily pushed.
Until a long-term solution is agreed on, New Zealand's engineers will continue to maintain the Auckland Harbour Bridge, keeping residents safe and mobile.
The Auckland Harbour Bridge, I don't think it's near the end of its life. It's still going to be a critical link.
When the bridge was first being planned, engineers simply had no idea how massively popular the crossing would become.
In road building, there's this thing called induced demand. Basically, by making the roads better, more people want to use them. And here, this bridge seems to have proven that theory more than twice over.
In California, tragedy as a major highway crossing collapses.
The cars just drove by and she watched them drive right off.
Catastrophe strikes a college construction project in Miami.
We had 5 stories of reinforced concrete that was now in a pancake collapse.
Disaster in the Rockies as a dam failure nearly wipes out a town.
That water is curving right through downtown, carrying cars and people with it.
And in Madrid, a towering monument that had residents in a spin.
People were looking, we're staring, oh, what's happening? It doesn't move.
With big builds, even the smallest fail can trigger a huge disaster. From miscalculations to misunderstandings, or just plain bad luck. These catastrophes are every engineer's worst nightmare. Great feats of engineering depend on robust design and solid foundations. But sometimes an Achilles heel lurks hidden until it's too late. Like this disaster in California, as floodwater ripped away an interstate.
This vital bridge was wiped out in the blink of an eye.
It was up from bank to bank and just rushing like the Colorado River.
Catastrophe on a scale no one could have foreseen.
Water was hitting that wall. It became very turbulent.
A perfect storm with tragic consequences.
You couldn't tell the bridge wasn't there because the water was just as high as the surface of the road.
California's San Joaquin Valley is cradled between the Sierra Nevada and the coastal mountain ranges, and home to some of the most fertile land in America.
Farms here grow everything from apricots to rice and grapevines, producing around 1/4 of the nation's food.
Farming communities like Huron thrive in this so-called breadbasket of the world. Ray Leon is the town's mayor.
Farming is the basis of the local economy. Huron's always been that cornucopia in the center of this region that continues to do a lot of agricultural work.
It's all thanks to the ultra-rich soil, which has been washed down from the surrounding mountains over thousands of years.
And key to moving this great bounty is the nearby Interstate 5, which stretches from the Mexican to Canadian borders.
I-5 is one of the nation's most vital interstates, and it has deep roots in the rich farmland here. Urban legend says that engineers were told to look for mustard plants to know where the road should be built.
All the produce that we harvest in the Huron area gets transported on the I-5. On a daily basis, over 2,000 trucks travel the I-5 here on the west side.
Although the valley is fertile, it's also hot and dry. So when rain comes, flash floods can be a serious threat.
The valley might look relatively flat, but it's carved up by canals and creeks designed to help irrigate the land and to channel away excess rainfall.
With so many creeks to cross, bridges are a fact of life. And since 1967, I-5 has been carried over the Arroyo Pasillero here by twin spans. These are the second pair of bridges here, but like their predecessors, they get their strength from reinforced concrete. Tracy Abbott is a professor of civil engineering.
Under loads, concrete cracks. That's okay. It's okay if our concrete cracks. We actually design it for that. What we do is we embed steel rods in the concrete, and we also wrap steel around the concrete to hold it all together. That's what I'm showing here, is we've got, again, what would be cracked concrete, but just with some wire wrapping around it, it holds it all together. So even if this concrete is cracked, I can still push on it, and it takes a lot of axial loads. There's also steel bars that are running through the concrete that increases the strength dramatically compared to what it would be if it was just the concrete alone.
Reinforced concrete bridges are commonplace all over the world. The reason is simple. They are strong, cheap to build, and relatively low maintenance.
For almost 30 years, the original bridges faithfully carried thousands of vehicles a day over the creek. Until one night in 1995. Saturday, March the 11th. a major storm had triggered flooding across the region, causing chaos on the roads.
The storm was so strong, State Route 269 was going to be shut down north of here.
Drivers took to I-5, hoping to avoid the floods.
What they didn't know is that the storm had brought a great deal of debris, boulders, logs, big old chunks of cement.
The debris had destroyed the bridge spans, but drivers were unaware, and vehicles continued heading towards them. Paul Higgs lives nearby.
A couple people, they seen the bridge collapse, and they got out. They kind of parked their car sideways, and they got out, and were trying to wave people and stop them.
Some drivers didn't understand the warning.
They said that the cars just looked at her as they drove by, and she watched them drive right off.
The storm was so strong that they say that you couldn't tell the bridge wasn't there.
Eventually, locals and emergency vehicles blocked off the road, while search and rescue teams were scouring the flooded creek for survivors.
That day, 7 people died.
As floodwaters subsided, the community was in mourning. But the collapse had also severed I-5, causing chaos for locals and truckers alike. The pressure was on to get the interstate up and running again, fast.
Engineers came up with an ingenious solution to build a temporary bridge by repurposing some existing strong, flat steel structures, flatbed rail cars.
Professor Tracy Abbott explains.
The railroad car itself actually makes for a pretty good bridge. It has a deck, it has steel girders, and it can span a pretty long distance. So they were able to just remove the wheels of these rail cars, and then you can build new supports for them, and that can now span your gap.
Paul Higgs was on the welding team.
I believe it took us 5 or 6 days, something like that, but we worked 24 hours around the clock on it. So they got it done pretty quick. We wanted to be there and work as hard as we can to get everything back to normal.
While the temporary bridge was being built, an investigation began to uncover what had brought the original spans to their knees.
The original bridge was a reinforced concrete bridge. It had concrete columns that were in what was a dry riverbed and also concrete supports at the edges. It's a very common type of bridge.
The fact that flash flooding had triggered the collapse signaled to investigators that they should focus on the foundations.
The foundations were built in actually a sandy type of soil, kind of similar to this. The columns that hold up the bridge at the bridge supports were embedded down into the sand, quite a big distance.
But between 1967 and 1995, the creek bed had moved a lot.
A lot of the ground level had sunk over the years, so it was lower than they'd originally intended.
In fact, decades earlier, just one storm had washed away around 2 meters of riverbed, damaging the foundations of a column.
The column was repaired and a nearly 3-meter high wall was built between the columns to protect them from future flooding.
Although it worked in the short term, this fix had created a new problem.
Instead of the water flowing through the columns or by them, as the water was hitting that wall, it became very turbulent.
The turbulence quickly eroded away the sandy foundations in a phenomenon called scour.
Scour is the enemy of bridges worldwide. In the US, it's estimated that 60% of all bridge failures are caused by this type of erosion. That's a big problem when around 3/4 of US bridges are built over water.
With the creek bed heavily eroded, the water was exerting force on the columns in places that should have been below ground level, against sections that hadn't been reinforced with steel.
What happens at that point is there's more of the column that's exposed and taking a lot of loads that it was not originally designed for.
When fully buried in the riverbed, this unreinforced section of the column was fine. But once the soil was scoured away, there was nothing to hold the concrete in place.
Ultimately, the columns were far more exposed to the floodwaters than engineers had ever anticipated.
17 feet of scour, or of the ground level dropping and then scouring away, is a lot of scour. So even though they had designed the bridge for scour, they definitely had not designed it for that much.
With the cause known, engineers made plans to replace the temporary railcars with a permanent pair of bridges. This time, changes would be made to dramatically reduce the risk from scour.
One of the things that is going to prevent this from happening again is by having a much longer bridge. The waterway before had been constricted a lot. Now it has a much wider width that it can flow through, and that alone is going to help prevent the amount of scour that happens at the site.
The community came together in solidarity. That's important that we remember the lives lost because they were loved ones, but also to remember the importance of ensuring that the infrastructure is not left behind.
This tragedy is a reminder of the massive challenges engineers and the structures they build have to take on to keep our modern world moving.
In big engineering, every last piece of the puzzle plays a crucial role. Miss just one thing, and the results can be devastating. Like this disaster in Florida that took down a college parking garage.
Thousands of tons of steel and concrete pancaked to the ground.
It looked like somebody just dropped a bomb and like everything was just caved in.
This catastrophe triggered an urgent search for survivors.
We knew that we were going to need heavy resources to make sure we could break and breach the concrete.
And sent shockwaves across the community.
I pick up the phone because I know that's where my husband is working.
Miami, Florida. Residents and tourists alike flock to the city, drawn by its glorious weather and endless golden sand. But there's more to this city than just the beaches. Francisco Alvarado is a local journalist.
Miami, with all the sun, the glitz, the glamour, it attracts a lot of visitors, but it also attracts a lot of students.
And one college in the area draws more students than any other in the state.
It attracts students from all over the US and the globe, more than 100,000 students.
With a growing number of students comes a growing number of cars.
And as you can imagine, since they have so many students, they were in dire need of new parking.
In February 2012, construction began on this parking garage. The goal was to open the 1,800-space structure 1 year later, so the pressure was on. Once the foundations were poured, the plan was to ship in ready-made structural elements. Nestor Cueto is a civil engineer.
The construction involved cast-in-place concrete foundations and precast columns and beams to accelerate the construction process.
Crews can keep moving forward with construction on site while the next elements are being made elsewhere. It's kind of like a factory line and a very efficient way of working.
The parking garage was made of more than 100 columns, rising up to 6 stories high, which would then support ready-made floor slabs.
So columns are integral to any structure. It transfers the loads from the beams down to the foundation.
Where the columns joined, steel plates would temporarily hold things in place until grout was injected. When it hardened, each stack of columns would act like one solid structure.
That grout is integral to be able to transfer that load. Without that, the steel plate of the shim plate is taking all of the force from the column. This method of construction is typical for this type of structure.
By the fall of 2012, progress was good, and the team was on track for their end-of-year deadline. But this build was about to go badly wrong. October the 10th, workers were focused on the northeast section of the structure.
There was a lot of construction crews here just working around the clock trying to get this project done.
Laurel Badou's husband was on the construction team.
He loves what he does. He loves his work, take a lot of interest, and make sure that what he does, he do it the right way. Everything was normal. It's a hot day, bright and sunny, beautiful day.
11:30 a.m. A crane was lifting a floor-supporting beam towards the 6th level when things went terribly wrong. More than 3,000 tons of parking garage pancaked to the ground.
It was really apparent that the situation was really dire. It looked like somebody just dropped a bomb and like everything was just caved in.
Jeff Strickland was the fire chief at the time.
I was in my office doing a briefing, talking to my staff, and planning the activities for the day. At 11:41, we were notified via 911 of a significant event.
While Jeff and dozens of other first responders rushed to the scene, Laurel Badou was at home watching TV.
There was a news break. There was a garage collapse. And right away I pick up the phone because I know that's where my husband is working. I call his phone, it go to voice message, it ring, go to voice messages. I left like dozens of messages.
Meanwhile, a rescue team was combing the wreckage for 7 missing workers, including Laurel's husband, Robert.
So we had 5 stories of reinforced concrete that was now in a pancake collapse on the ground. That made it extremely difficult for the rescuers to detect, locate, and extricate the survivors.
The team needed to start moving the debris.
We knew that we were going to need heavy resources to make sure we could break and breach the concrete and lift it.
Friends and families of the missing workers gathered at the scene.
My niece came and took me to the site. It was horrible. There was a group of people there. We didn't know how to comfort each other. None of us know how to comfort each other when your loved one is missing and cannot be found.
The team combed the rubble for 5 days, miraculously rescuing 3 survivors. But sadly, Robert and 3 of his colleagues didn't make it.
Unfortunately, we did have multiple fatalities.
The tragedy rocked the city to its core and left grieving loved ones demanding answers. Why had the structure failed so catastrophically? An investigation was launched, and engineers arrived on the scene the following day. One potential clue was an event that happened 2 days prior to the disaster.
According to reports, a crane lifting a wall panel had struck the very top of a 6-story column.
Civil engineer Nestor Cueto followed the case.
This impact could have caused a shift in the column, which would have had a progressive impact on the rest of the structure.
Although it was impossible to confirm from the wreckage, reports said the damage had been fixed.
Records show that although the damaged column was out of alignment, that was corrected with shims and wedges.
The crane's impact may or may not have played a role in the disaster, but investigators made another discovery that definitively explained the collapse. Some of the joints between the columns were missing a key element.
The grouts were not properly installed below the shim plates, so you don't adequately transfer the compressive load from the columns to the foundation.
The grout intended for these joints was crucial to maintaining alignment. Without it, the tower of columns would become unstable, dooming the structure.
And as the levels kept going up, the load was being added to the columns. Without grout, the stresses on that shim plate were exceeding the allowable capacity of the steel. The entire column shifts down from its intended position. Once that column shifted from its intended position, it had a cascading effect, also known as progressive collapse. This essentially causes the entire building to stack upon itself. Another term for it is pancaking.
The unstable column failed in seconds, leaving the beams unsupported. As they collapsed, 3,000 tons of steel and concrete fell with them.
With the cause discovered, many hoped it would provide closure following the tragedy.
Until you are in those people's shoes, you don't know what it's really like, the pain, the agony, the distress that it puts you in, and knowing you're never going to see your loved one again.
After the disaster, the decision was made to demolish the entire structure and start over. But the second garage suffered setbacks of its own.
There was another partial collapse, and this one wasn't as deadly or as tragic.
A beam collapsed. This was partially due to missing connections, missing welded connections from the beams that were not done prior to release of the load from the cranes.
Although 2 workers were injured, luckily there was no loss of life. By 2017, the new garage was complete, where it stands to this day. For some, it serves as a reminder of the responsibility that engineers take on with every new structure they build.
Quality control is essential to the construction of the building. Any issues that are not addressed during construction can pose a potential issue for the actual structure.
Failures like this are a reminder that every construction project has different challenges. The key is to identify them and prevent them turning into a catastrophe.
With big construction, engineers build to stand the tests of time. But sometimes a problem can lie hidden for years, before disaster strikes. Like this catastrophe in Colorado that wiped out a mountain dam.
I could tell that this was when it was really going to get bad.
Unleashing an unstoppable wave of devastation.
1 minute, this was a sleepy street. The next, a river of mud came washing through.
Leaving a community in a fight for survival.
From being a thriving little town to a disaster zone.
There was no way to stop this flood.
Colorado, home to one of the biggest natural attractions in the world, Rocky Mountain National Park. From crystal clear lakes to colossal mountains, this stunning wilderness offers breathtaking views. Kurt Buchholz is a park historian.
I've lived here since 1985. Every morning I wake up and take a look out my window, and I just think how lucky I am to be here.
With more than 60 mountains over 3,600 meters tall, this is one of the highest national parks in the country. The towering peaks and stunning landscape draw in millions of tourists every year.
Rocky Mountain National Park is one of those unique places that people fall in love with and want to come back to year after year after year.
From the 19th century, long before the national park was founded, base camp for visitors to this area was the town of Estes Park.
By the 1870s, this area became almost immediately a tourist attraction.
But the growing number of visitors created a problem, a high demand for fresh water. The solution in 1903 was to dam the existing Lawn Lake, more than 3,000 meters up, around 10 kilometers from Estes Park. Dam safety engineer Mark Baker explains that strategy.
In Colorado, we have very few natural lakes. And this happened to be a location that had a high mountain lake, and it was a pretty good size. It was an ideal location to make the lake even bigger and store more water.
To increase the lake volume, engineers with only hand tools dug earth and gravel embankments along the existing shoreline. At the eastern end, a pipe and gate valve was embedded in the embankment to regulate the flow of water out of the reservoir. The 1-meter-wide pipe was key to a reliable water supply for the whole area, including the town of Estes Park. But although the elevated location was ideal for storage, it was a nightmare for engineers.
Engineering at this altitude was no small feat. Workers would hike for hours up to the Rockies, relying on mules to carry all of their equipment and supplies.
This dam was vital for the future of this park. But building with basic equipment in the thin air must have been incredibly hard work.
The vast earthworks took just a year to complete, and for nearly 8 decades, the reservoir supplied Estes Park with fresh flowing water. Until the summer of 1982, when a disaster ripped through the Rockies. In the early hours of Thursday, July the 15th, the town of Estes Park was packed with residents and visitors. 10 kilometers away inside the national park, others were enjoying the great outdoors.
There was some campers up there at the Lawn Lake campground, and in the middle of the night they heard a roar.
Initially, campers thought the noise was wind howling through the valley and didn't pay it too much attention.
But this was no wind. They had heard the sound of the Lawn Lake embankment breaking, and at 5 a.m. it failed, sending water crashing down the mountainside.
The amount of water gushing through this breach was insane. Some estimates say it was an Olympic-sized swimming pool every 5 seconds.
750 million liters of water swept up boulders, trees, and anything else in its path.
It looked like an ocean, but the flood was not stopping and actually started going down that way towards Estes Park.
A witness called the authorities, warning of the crashing wave of destruction, and residents were ordered to evacuate. Radio reporter Dave Thomas covered the unfolding drama.
I came to this point because I knew that the water was going to start into downtown very soon.
As residents evacuated, the flood was temporarily slowed in its tracks by a small concrete dam.
The dam was forced to hold back hundreds of thousands of tons of mud, rocks, and water that it had never been designed to handle.
For nearly 20 minutes, the small dam held firm against the torrent. But at 6 a.m., it too catastrophically failed. Dave Thomas knew the impact of this flood would be beyond his worst nightmares.
I realized we're going to hit downtown Estes Park with some force. I could tell that this was when it was really going to get bad.
As this grainy camcorder footage shows, when the flood hit, it hit hard.
When that water is curving right through downtown Estes Park, and there's probably 6 or 7 feet of water carrying cars and people with it.
I had had a business in downtown Estes Park. I could see the floodwater going directly inside one of the buildings across from where my store used to be. I actually broke down at one point and could hardly talk.
Nearly 5 hours after the disaster had begun, the raging torrent slowly subsided, and the town took stock of the devastation.
Estes Park goes from being a thriving little town to a disaster zone.
Tragically, 3 people had died in the floodwaters, and yet, without that warning call and immediate evacuation, the death toll could have been much higher.
He got the word out. They were able to get a lot of people out of the way of the problem.
It started an evacuation process that undoubtedly saved lives.
With homes and livelihoods wiped out, everyone was asking why this quiet Thursday morning had turned into a nightmare. The area was declared a federal disaster zone, and investigators soon arrived at the dam. In the wreckage, they discovered the cause: a failed connection between the dam's outflow pipe and a gate valve. Dam safety engineer Mark Baker knows the case.
The designers of the time knew that if you're going to take a riveted steel pipe and put a gate valve attached to it, that attachment's really important, because you got pressurized water coming to the gate valve, and you don't want leak around the gate valve.
Think of this valve a bit like a plug in the bathtub. Any leaks and you'll soon be ankle deep in water. So it's vital for the valve to be as watertight as possible.
But here, the key seal between the pipe and valve, known as caulking, was faulty.
The investigation report says there was lead caulking that was put between the valve and the pipe, and that lead caulking was supposed to be put in hot so it would seal really well.
Caulking is a technique used to create a seal. They lined the joints or seams with molten lead, and as it cooled and hardened, it should have created a watertight barrier.
They hired a metallurgist who said that lead caulking was not put in there hot. According to the investigation report, they don't think they heated the lead, they just hammered it in there between the pipe and the valve.
Not only was the connection vulnerable, but if a leak did start, there was nothing to prevent the water from eroding away the inside of the embankment, rendering the dam structurally unsound.
But that valve was supposed to be encased in concrete, so if that valve ever leaked, that leaking water would not erode the soil in the dam. But for some reason, it might have had to do with how much elevation and the difficulty it would have taken to get concrete all the way up there. They did not encase the valve in concrete.
The faulty seal and lack of protective concrete were compounded by a third problem. The location of the valve on the outflow pipe subjected it to exceptionally high water pressure.
So in embankment dams, best practice of engineers is to put the valve on the upstream of the dam. In that way, when you open the valve, all the water that's coming through the pipe is not pressurized. They didn't realize that back in 1903. So what they did is the valve is essentially under the center of the dam. That means all the pipe going upstream to the reservoir was under pressure. And it's also under pressure where it met the valve. And that's where we had the leak occur and internal erosion began and ended up failing the dam.
The reservoir created a huge pressure in the pipe. If any gaps appeared, water would have spurted like a fire hose. And it was only a matter of time until the whole thing would have failed.
When water flows downhill, it creates power, and that energy is going to go somewhere, and what it goes into is erosion.
Ultimately, the high altitude and remote location meant that, however long it had been growing, the leak had gone unnoticed.
Obviously, this dam being so far up on the mountain was very difficult to access, so operations and maintenance of the dam was very difficult.
The Lawn Lake Dam failure changed the national park's outlook on dam safety.
Almost everybody woke up about the idea that could this happen again?
The disaster triggered inspections of existing dams across America's national parks, including in the Rockies.
One of the first things the national park did was to hire some engineers to look at the other dams that were in Rocky Mountain National Park. 3 other dams were also in rough shape, so they began a program of dam removals.
As part of the program, engineers determined that rebuilding Lawn Lake Dam just wasn't worth the risk.
The factor in this story is one of what I would call risk and reward. When I say risk and reward, it's a risk to build a dam, but the reward is you have an annual supply of water.
In the 8 decades since the dam was built, alternative sources of fresh water had become available. Instead of risking another disaster, the decision was made to allow the national park to return to its natural state.
When opportunities present themselves to remove man-made features, the National Park Service has a tendency to do that. And in this case, due to the expense, they decided not to rebuild the dam.
For the town of Estes Park, the toll was terrible, but in true Colorado style, they soon picked themselves back up.
The people of Estes Park got that town back in life. In about a 2-week period of time, they were back in business. I mean, that's the remarkable part of the story.
With iconic structures, architects and engineers strive to make a mark on the skyline. But sometimes that ambition comes at a cost. Like this story in Madrid, that brought the crowds to a standstill.
Iba a moverse y a ser algo único en el mundo.
This monument was designed to make waves, and it certainly did that.
A huge obelisk that had residents struggling to see the point.
This giant moving monument had just one tiny flaw.
People were looking, we're staring. Oh, what's happening? It doesn't move.
Madrid, Spain's capital, is home to more than 3 million people. This city with a rich history is constantly evolving. Antonio Chessel is a lifelong resident.
Madrid is always doing different things. So Madrid is never finished. There's a joke that Danny DeVito, the actor, came to Madrid and he was just amazed. He said, this is a wonderful city. I love it. It's incredible. But I want to come back once they find the treasure. Because they're digging holes all over the place.
In the late 20th century, that digging began to the north of the city centre, in what has become the financial district, starting with these two iconic leaning towers. Fernando Diaz Villanueva is a local journalist.
Y en esta plaza, la Plaza de Castilla, una plaza muy céntrica en Madrid y a la vez muy simbólica porque es el punto más alto de la ciudad, se han venido haciendo todo tipo de experimentos arquitectónicos durante las últimas décadas. Lo tenemos en esas dos torres que están inclinadas, que se hicieron entre los años 80 y 90.
They built these towers, the entrance to Europe, as the start of a financial district, and everything below here was redone because it was very old and in order to update this area of Madrid, so that was a good thing.
In 2009, this more than 90-metre tall obelisk became the plaza's centrepiece and a monument to Spain's oldest savings bank.
Madrid citizens, we heard about the construction of this obelisk. Maybe 15 years ago, it was meant to be something very nice and very spectacular. The obelisk was going to be like the top of the cake of this square.
And there was more to the obelisk than meets the eye. The outside would feature 42 vertical stripes, made up of more than 400 individual bars or ribs.
What made this monument so special was that all 462 bronze ribs would be coated in gold leaf.
Not only that, they would move, designed to look like a golden wave in the middle of the city.
Iba a moverse y a ser algo único en el mundo.
We didn't know if it was going to move 24/7, but I mean, from time to time, the machinery was going to be turned on and it was going to move. It's going to be like the place to be.
But long before the unique obelisk could move, engineers would have to overcome some unique challenges, starting from the ground up. Ramón Araujo Amero is an architect.
En la Plaza de Castilla, que es el lugar donde está situado, se vio que no se podía cimentar. Es decir, el edificio no podía llegar al suelo porque esa parte de la ciudad está llena de construcciones subterráneas, infraestructuras básicamente de transporte relacionadas con el metro.
The spire was designed to be 120 meters tall, but because there were underground tunnels beneath the site, the structure would have been too heavy, so the final design had to be around 25% shorter.
Making the obelisk both shorter and lighter solved the foundation problem, and construction was able to continue. Just before Christmas 2009, the obelisk was complete and inaugurated by the king.
Fue un gran evento. Vino el rey Juan Carlos en persona, que fue quien apretó el botón para que empezase a moverse.
The moving monument that residents had been waiting to see finally started up.
People were looking, we're staring. Oh, what's happening? It was actually moving. We went around, we looked at it. It was interesting to see how that moved. All these golden stripes move up and down, up and down, up and down, on a way that seems like the cylinder is going up to the sky. So I was very happy to see it like that.
But the shine was soon coming off Madrid's latest icon.
The obelisk's crowning glory, the more than 400 hydraulically powered moving ribs, stopped moving.
El obelisco se movió, al menos que yo sepa, una sola vez. Creo que ha habido alguna más, pero yo no lo he visto. Se movió el día de su inauguración para que lo viese el rey, cómo se movía.
That's the only time I saw it move. The only time in my life. No, never again. And I've been waiting for the moment to come many years. It doesn't move. That's the whole project loses its punch.
The obelisk was gifted to the people of Madrid, but it came with a catch. Running costs and maintenance would be covered by the taxpayers.
The media just pointed out that it never moved, or it never moved again, but they said because of the maintenance costs, nobody wants to take care of keeping it working, or I don't know what's the reason, but it never moved again.
The problem wasn't the construction, which, despite some setbacks, was relatively simple. It was all about the movement mechanism inside, which was highly complicated.
El problema desde el principio fue el mantenimiento de un sistema tan sofisticado como este.
The bars or ribs are driven by hydraulic motors, but moving so many ribs takes a lot of motors.
Esas barras están impulsadas por unos motores hidráulicos, inyectores hidráulicos que las empujan y como las barras se enlazan 3 a 3 formando tijeras, para mover 400 barras hay unos 150 motores.
Not only are there lots of motors to keep running, there are lots of ball joints to keep moving too.
Para poder girar. Todas las barras tienen esta rótula. Y ahora en vertical todas las barras tienen una segunda rótula. Entonces hay que mantener todas esas uniones.
A ball joint is a critical element for construction, just like your shoulder or hip is for your body. If anything goes wrong, they can seize up.
400 barras, con 400 y pico articulaciones entre ellas, más las articulaciones al fuste para permitir el giro, más los actuadores que generan ese movimiento horizontal. Todo eso hace que, para nuestra concepción habitual de lo que es un monumento, todo esto pueda ser quizás demasiado complejo.
Ultimately, the problem seems to be that this complex mechanism is just too expensive to maintain.
Mechanically, this has similarities with a car, and anyone who's ever owned a car will know that from time to time, they need a little bit of TLC.
Probably the systems now are already broken or just worn down or everything. It's just, there's no way it can move again.
Quizá el mecanismo de movimiento es demasiado ambicioso y demasiado caro de mantener. El hecho es que donde está no funciona.
For now, the centerpiece of this square isn't going anywhere.
Personally, I don't think that this is ever going to move again, to be super honest with you. Even though I tried and I looked at it again and again, in the end, I just lost faith.
Whatever anyone might think of it, this monument was designed to make waves, and there's no denying it certainly did that.